India has a lot of variety. The color, it's about the tradition, the religion. It's just the perspective that gonna matters a lot. They are right in their own sense. Might be wrong to someone, but might be right to someone. I'm just basically a typical boy trying to live up on his dreams, trying to do something on his own.
I can set an example for this. They love me playing for India. I felt really proud that I was representing India.
I'm an esports player. And every esports player has that hunger to win. For us, the main goal is to become the best, nothing else.
I think it's the right time for esports to take off in India. PUBG Mobile has now come into India and taken over. The accessibility for mobile devices is so strong and so easily available to the general public. Once PUBG came out with their mobile version, it took India by surprise.
Started my journey playing PUBG Mobile, and I would always love India to be at the top.
The do's and don'ts of PUBG or something like that, I don't know. I still don't understand what he's doing. But that was fantastic.
This short clip will help you to understand how to aim properly and control recoil.
Twitter, I ain't touring, I am anti-com. Message board kid did everything that I say I did. Don't believe me.
It's gonna be your main man. It's gonna be Scout, and it has to be. Drop it down off bridge. The components on this player.
I need to get that world level trophy out there. So being a new team, we got picked by one of the biggest organizations out there, that's Team Fnatic. And for us to prove ourselves, to prove our followers, to prove our fans, and to keep that name high.
Yeah, my teammates would say that I'm the mistake maker, I guess, but I'm also the playmaker. I love to walk on the tightrope.
Cold shower, that's true power. Let me catch my breath, let me snatch what's next.
Comes the push right now. He does go down just standing with the rook. And the headshot will finish him off. Soul back.
1 versus 3. 1 versus 4, actually. Oh!
Massive. Excellent play.
Oh. Great taking currently no damage. Amami moving forward. He does not make it.
I just wanna read to you, baby, hold it up your head, baby, yeah, baby, yeah, baby, yeah, baby.
When you practice hard, when you give your best and you lose, that's okay. And everyone can see that, especially the coach can see that these guys gave it all and lost. But if they don't give it all and they lose and they come up with some stupid excuse, I can figure it out. That is my job. Yeah, these guys, they got a very big opportunity. There are so many people who are dying for this chance.
Every third person in India plays PUBG, I'm pretty sure about that. From a kid to an adult in the office, they play PUBG for sure.
The first PMCO that happened in India, 11,000 or 12,000 teams applied for that tournament. This is the trophy that every team tries for, getting the hands on the PMCO World Championship. It's really tough to survive that competition.
Being able to be called the champion in this is kind of like the milestone.
This year's PMCO, the points has been changed. So before it was like one team keeps winning, they get a huge lead, which is unbeatable. But now you can't get the huge lead if you don't have the kills. So if a team keeps on killing a lot of people, they're gonna get a huge lead. But if just a team wins with less kills and other teams starts killing more, the win doesn't matter because you need to have the skill to kill. If you don't have the skill, you cannot kill.
Viper tries to move out. Existence will just finish that one.
So from this new rule change, 3 to 4 teams are gonna benefit. One is Orange Rock Esports because they're damn aggressive.
Right now, the best team in India is OR, being one of the highest skill set players and the amount of coordination and synergy they have among themselves.
The other one is Team X. They've got 2 or 3 of the best assaulters out there in their team.
They have one of the best players India has produced, Scout.
Vcash just over the hill here, and Scout is looking for him.
Plus always.
2 players behind the rock, one goes down.
Then they have Ronak.
Pushes in. The corner. Sees one, takes down one, there's just one left, sees him in the grass and will finish it!
Apart from that, there's another team which is Team 8-Bit because they go for kills.
14 kills for Team 8-Bit.
Mega.
Here comes the massive push. There's absolutely no way he's getting away with that one.
MX.
Really bringing the swagger at the end of the game.
Entity.
These shots coming through from Entity, that will be the whole team wipe.
These are the really big and good teams this year. They're like way too good at the game.
I'm Team Soul all the way. They're my guys. My money's on them. Let's see how they do.
Team Soul, 2 new players added into the team. Definitely they have Mortal, one of the most fan favorite guy.
Guess. Oh, Mortal just standing his ground right now.
And he got his back by Viper.
Viper gets the knock and it's going to be Carnage who's having Carnage spread around. It's going to be open.
So we are going to work on being a much more aggressive team. We are still working on that actually.
After that also we were having pressure to win, but like the fan expectations, the family expectations, that like they wanted us to represent India at that level. We reached that level, but now the pressure is to win it. My dad's name is Gajanan Sharda. My dad never knew about PUBG. He had no idea what kind of a game it is, but every tournament I'm playing, every game I'm playing, he's watching me. That makes me really happy that even though I didn't say him anything, I didn't teach him anything about the game, he knows so much about the games. He was born in Uttar Pradesh. Just after 1 year of getting married, he came to Surat to have something on his own. My father is a local packing material manufacturer and he's been doing this work for the past 20 years.
भाई 1 मिनट बैठ जाओ अंदर पहले.
पानी ले रहे हैं.
एक्चुअली मशीन तो सब इंडिया ही की बनी हुई है और इसको ग्लोटिंग मशीन भी बोलते हैं. और इसके अंदर एक बार में कम से कम 100 से 125 किलो मटेरियल वन टाइम में चला जाता है. अरे बापू को माल नहीं ले गए. अमेरिका से, यूरोपियन कंट्री से ही ये रॉ मटेरियल आता है और इसको फिर चारों तरफ से कट करना पड़ता है. आधा इंची, पौन इंची, जैसा वेस्टेज निकाल लो उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है. उसकी साइजें बनाते हैं, उसको बिछाते हैं, माल में सल होता है वो निकालना पड़ता है.
I used to hate to go to that place. I used to hate to go to the place whenever my mom used to say, you are free at home, just go visit your dad, help him in his work. I was like, okay, I'll just go to my friend's house.
वो अपनी दुनिया में बिजी था.
दुनिया इनकी पबजी थी.
खेलता जरूर था लेकिन दिमाग में ये रहता था इससे अपना कुछ मिलना तो है नहीं.
ऐसा कुछ माइंड में था ही नहीं कि हमको इसमें कुछ इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाएगा.
इसलिए उसको ऐसा लगता था काम तो करना ही.
काम करना ही करो. एक्चुअल में क्या है कि काफ़ी टाइम तक तो ये इतना बीमारी की वजह से ही हम मतलब उसको शुरू के काफ़ी टाइम तक तो बीमारी की वजह से इसके लिए परेशान रहते थे.
मेन क्या है जो इसके प्रॉब्लम थी ना वो डॉक्टर पता नहीं कर पाए
और उसको 2.5 साल तक कंटिन्यू हमने यूपी का कोई डॉक्टर नहीं छोड़ा था. मेरे एक फ्रेंड ने मेरे को जो चाइल्ड स्पेशलिस्ट के अंदर जो एशिया के टॉपर में से गोपाल के लिए हमने, मेरे को याद है कि हम लोग 10 से 15 दिन रहे थे दिल्ली के अंदर, और दिल्ली हमारे लिए अलग शहर था, तो हमको वहाँ पे बाहर गार्डन के नीचे जो है वो पेपर डाल करके सोना पड़ता,
क्योंकि वहाँ हॉस्पिटल में केवल जो बच्चा बीमार है उसकी मम्मी ही रह सकती।
जिस समय वो दिखाया था तो उसकी हाथ जो है वो इतने इतने से थे, और उसके अंदर से जो सिरिंज में ब्लड निकलवाना था तो उसके लिए मैंने, और पौन घंटे तक वो सिरिंज को यूँ ये हाथ को दबाते थे, तब तक वो सिरिंज में ब्लड नहीं आ पाया। ये पोजीशन थी इतनी क्रिटिकल। तो बचपन की कुछ ऐसी यादें बीमारी के अंदर ही रही बस।
When I was a kid, I used to dream like I want to play soccer for my country, like being in the Indian national team. I have a rule in my life. If you like something, just go achieve it.
उसने क्या किया, स्टेयर पे चढ़ के छत पे जाके वहां से नीचे जंप करके भाग गया था। तो वो किसके लिए गया था? उसको फुटबॉल प्रैक्टिस करना था इवनिंग में, और उसको मैं जाने नहीं दे रही थी। तो मैं सोई थी, तो मुझे बिना बोले वो छुप के ऊपर से कूद के चला गया था। फिर तो मैं इतनी परेशान हो गई, मैंने उसके फादर को फ़ोन किया है, तो मैं कहाँ चला गया। फिर मैं दरवाज़ा खोल कर जाके वॉचमैन को पूछा, यहाँ मेरा बेटा गया क्या? तो वो बोला हाँ वो तो गया अभी। फिर मैं बोली कैसे गया? फिर वो इतना टफ है, टेरेस से नीचे कूदना आसान नहीं है। उसके फादर एक्चुअली, उसके पापा उसको बहुत प्यार करते हैं, तो वो तो उसको एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, बट कभी कभी बोलते क्या कर रहा, अभी उसको बिजनेस में आना चाहिए।
I have a thing in me, like I don't like anything, spoon fed to me. I like to make my own stuff. So later, no one can tell me like, okay, dude, you did it on because your dad gave it to you. No, I did it on my own.
मेरे फ्रेंड्स में क्या बोले सब कि इंडिया में फुटबॉल का इतना प्रायोरिटी नहीं है, क्या वो फुटबॉल खेल के क्रिकेट खेलता तो ये होता।
Among all the sports, football was my heart though. Basically, football was my life completely at that moment. I played professionally. I went to national level. I was in Kolkata for a professional Division 1 team tryouts. It's just one-time chance, man. You need to prove there.
वो इतना अच्छा खेलता था, तो मैं उसकी कोच को पूछती थी, बोलते नहीं उस फुटबॉल में भी वो कैरियर बहुत अच्छा। तो उसका जर्मन तो पहले सपना था फुटबॉल प्लेयर, तो और उसको जाना था बर्लिन, तो मैं बहुत खुश थी। उसके लिए जब नहीं जा पाया तो मुझे बहुत दुखी हुई, और कुछ नहीं।
So during the tryouts, I tore my hamstring. The second I knew that my hamstring is gone, the first thought in my head came was that, okay, what's the next time I'm going to start walking, or when is the next time I'm going to start playing? The doctor says me, dude, you need to stay in the bed for at least 6 months. And then I was like, okay, my dream's dead here.
टुडे इज़ अ श्राद्ध डे, सो जो भी मेरे पूर्वज लोग चले गए हैं, अब इस संसार में नहीं है, तो उनको जो जो चीज़ें पसंद थी, तो मैंने आज वो नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी वो हमारे हाथ का खाएंगे तो उनको अच्छा लगेगा।
My dad had passed away when I was just 4 years old. So a single parent raising up 2 boys in Mumbai is not actually easy. I believe that because sitting here, I know the amount of hardship she had to go through to raise us up.
My husband loves lady's finger. He loves this cauliflower. I mean, आज हम और नमन, हम लोग जो भी हैं, आज उन लोगों के आशीर्वाद से हैं। आज वो लोग कोई भी नहीं है, लेकिन उनकी यादें और उनकी रिमेम्बरेंस हमारे माइंड में है, और उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स हम लोग के ऊपर है।
We were short on finances. The major source of income at our home was my mom cooking food for probably bachelors and people, around. That's the only way my mom used to pay the bills, pay my education fee and everything. Yeah, that's how we survived. It actually cannot be expressed in words. That's all I can say. I mean, words cannot describe how I feel about my mom.
All going towards the center. सब लोग ऊपर जा रहे हैं.
My mom was very nervous when I first started this thing. There was a time when I was playing, she used to, shout at me and she used to yell at me and say, go back and study, or go back and sleep. But then now things are different. Now she's like, why are you wasting time sleeping? You should get back on streaming.
With how many kills? I'm mortal more.
Life goes on and you need to move on. And no matter how bad the scenario is, you need to go ahead in life too. I didn't have to find my new dream because I already had a passion of gaming. But it was me thinking that this passion can be a career. So I took my passion to a career. Now I am here with PUBG Mobile.
और इंडिया में कैसे है, हमारे पेरेंट्स एक्चुअली उनकी थिंकिंग कैसी है, बच्चे के रियली कुछ इंजीनियर, डॉक्टर, ये कुछ बनना चाहिए. बिफोर 10 years एक्चुअली ई स्पोर्ट्स क्या है किसी को पता ही नहीं था रियली. तो उसके फादर बोलते तुम क्या कर रहे हो, काम पे ध्यान नहीं तुम्हारा. मेरा बच्चा का ये मैच चल रहा है तो मैं मैच देख रहा हूँ. तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है, स्पेशली तन्मय को देखना मुझे बहुत, मतलब स्काउट को देखना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
हमको तो इसी चीज का बस ये है कि बचपन में इतना वो होने के बावजूद भी आज ये इस लेवल पे इसने मुकाम हासिल किया.
When I got the offer to become a pro player from Orange Rock, took some advice from our friends, from our family, and they were like quite supportive in this thing. So they just said, it's about your dream. You always wanted to live this dream, so you're getting the opportunity. Don't miss it.
अभी बच्चों को अगर गेमिंग हो, आजकल हर इंसान को कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही पड़ता है लाइफ में. वो अगर इस माध्यम से आगे निकल गया तो हम लोगों को बहुत गर्व की बात. हम तो देखा को शाम को इनको चिकन का डिनर देंगे. हमको रियली नहीं मालूम चिकन डिनर होता है क्या.
Hello, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 fall split.
The process to qualify for a finals is so grueling. When we formed Orange Rock, the guys never played together, so we set up a boot camp in Hyderabad for them to learn to be a team.
We formed Orange Rock to win all the big events. The players on this team should be aiming for the best in the world.
The crate as well.
They know exactly where Retribution are.
Almost there. Cover देना मेरे को, cover देना. मैं knock नहीं होना चाहिए गाड़ी से उतर दूँगा.
Luckily, Orange Rock still have a really good position on this top side. What an excellent Molotov. Makes all the rats scurry around. MJ goes down.
22 kills going over to Orange Rock.
A huge pickup for them.
I did not know I would come back, but then there were, many factors. For example, there were so many teams in India now who have become very good at it. So it's gonna be good challenging them now.
Mortal looking to try and shimmy his way in as well as the circle down, and it's Soul versus Orange Rock. They know exactly where he is. He knows exactly where they are, though. He goes out wide.
Nice shot. The back is against three. Here comes the push right now. He does go down just
one player for
in the rock. And the headshot will finish him off.
We are adjusting and learning on to taking more kills and being more aggressive so that, by the time we get that chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get around 10 to 15 kills.
Everybody said it's what they want. Got my feelings all in a knot. Don't you worry, dust the table off. Put the record on. You can come along with me.
Being a competitive player, if you're not confident, you can't survive the scene. We're not scared of anyone. If you're gonna be scared of anyone, you have to be scared of everyone.
Having a big name behind us, that's Team Fnatic. We are not nervous about anything. We are really happy that we have a really good competition out there.
It's a nice sports car, though. Love it.
This is a beautiful car. The question is, can the play be beautiful as well?
So my team right now, we are 5 members, and I know these guys have the talent. They have the caliber to win the tournament. They have the skills.
Ronak's so low. Too strong. Even so, Scout's having none of it. He wants to get the full team win.
Coming to a close, Team Xbox now, the arbiters of death.
If we get to hold the trophy at an international level, that would actually feel amazing.
I'm enjoying the moment, and I don't want to wake up from this dream.
So it's been a very big roller coaster for me, and it's still going on. I'm a professional PUBG Mobile esports player.
The circle has closed in on New Delhi as this group of 16 have fought their way through over 14,000 teams to get here today. It's not only play for you in the crowd, but of course for you at home. This is the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 South Asia Regional Finals. And at the end of these 3 days, we're going to find out which teams will represent not only themselves, not only their team, but of course their region when it comes to the global stage. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'll be your host over the course of these next 3 days. But I can't do it alone. I can't do it by myself. And that's why I have these handsome gentlemen to my left-hand side. We have Illustrato and Mustache Day. First of all, Illustrato, we finally made it through the prelims to get here now. How does it feel to finally be here, to get things underway with the finals?
So excited, especially because of the fact that the results were absolutely insane. I have absolutely no clue how the upcoming few days, and that's why it's going to be even more entertaining in the upcoming finals days.
And Dave, of course, as well. First time in India. We talked about it on day one, but again, how have you been enjoying the country so far?
Doing good. I mean, I'm looking forward to today, tomorrow, and the next day because we are going to have 5 teams making it out of this stage. Going to be representing India as a whole on the global level. So,
or maybe even Nepal, because we do have quite a few teams making it through to that one. But of course, like you said, it's 3 days of action. We have 6 games a day. And at the end, we'll have 2 teams going straight through the global finals and 3 teams having to play through the prelims. But the question now is, how do the teams really get there? The point format has changed a little bit since back in June when we had the spring split of PMCO, and now we have to talk about how has it changed since then.
So pretty much here's going to be the point distribution here. First place will get you 20 points, second place 14 points, third place 10 points, fourth place 8 points. Goes down by 1 point from there all the way till 11th through 16th. You'll be only receiving 1 point for joining us here today, playing in the game, sitting on the couch using the nice comfy pillows, and then each kill, of course, is worth 1 point.
I do want to point out real quick as well that those 1 point for 14th to 16th place was really, really vital when it came down to the eliminations earlier on yesterday. We know Orange Rock and Co. and 8-Bit, they needed that one single point.
Exactly. I mean, and Orange Rock, I mean, we'll speak about them obviously, but they were sitting backstage. They couldn't participate because they were in that separate group, losing out on that 1 point like you mentioned.
Well, you can see the schedule here. It'll be replicated over the course of today, tomorrow, and the next. There'll be 3 Erangels played over the course of each day, which really impacts how the teams will do.
First one of the day is going to be Erangel. Everybody wants to start off on Erangel. We're going to start and end the day on Erangel. But in the middle of them, we have Sandhawk, Miramar, another Erangel rather, and a Vikendi match. So a lot of familiar territory here for a lot of players. Very comfortable, so we should really see players perform at their optimal levels.
Yeah, and looking at the next 3 days as a whole, we do have 18 matches. 50% of these matches are going to be on Erangel, so we're going to have each team playing 9 Erangel matches, 3 Sandhawk, 3 Miramar, 3 Vikendi. So hopefully these squads can bring their Erangel game here.
And not only are they playing for the chance to play on the global stage, we still have a lot of money to earn for all these teams.
Yeah, $60,000 for the first place winner, $30,000, that's half, going to the second place. Third place will take home 20, fourth will take home 15, and fifth place will take home $10,000. So that's really a $50,000 difference between first place and fifth place. You will be wanting to go instead of on top of just the points and the qualification, you need the cash to go home with.
I mean, it's a lot of money, to be fair, and you can see at the end, just make it through the prelims to today, you're getting them a minimum of $2,000 in your pocket, obviously split between your team. You can't keep the whole thing, or maybe you can, depends on who the paycheck's going to. But there's still money to earn for all these teams, and that's the important part.
I mean, yeah, they get the money, but is that really what they want here? I mean, they want to go on to the Worlds. I mean, that's what all the teams, you speak to them backstage, they're not even talking about money. They're talking about qualifying.
Yeah, that's the big deal. I mean, the money is going to be a nice bonus.
It's okay.
If you want it, it's all right. But you want to go up to the global stage, whether it's first place to fifth place. I mean, sure, you want to do that first to second place and give you that direct invite. The third to fifth will get the
prelims.
The prelims, exactly. And that's kind of all right. You still want that as well.
Well, now I know how much money it takes for Mustache Dave to be like more than it's just, okay, apparently 60,000 isn't enough for them. But let's look at the teams that actually have their chance to get through into the finals, into the globals. And we're going to see here a couple of surprises actually going to be on the board.
Yeah, ETG.Brawlers. We didn't expect them to perform that well yesterday. I don't think anybody did, as well as IND. I know, Mustache Dave, you wanted to talk about these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, you know, pitting them up against each other, the Brawlers yesterday as a whole, I believe they received around 47 points, IND around 96 points. So if you look at that, IND was racking up the kills yesterday. Godlike, Fnatic, Nepal HO NI, 0 Degree, Mayhem, INS, also teams that have qualified.
Yeah, and I did want to point out that Brawlers, IND, and Nepal HO NI, they all ended the group stage in really, really weird positions, 15, 19, and 20th respectively, and they ended up in the top 5 of the group, first, second, and fifth in that order.
Yeah, and talk about some more teams that qualified. I'm going to say barely qualifying. You made a mention of it. RIP Official only getting in by 1 point. Team Soul only getting in by about 2 points as well. So hopefully they can bring their A game today.
Actually, RIP Official, they only qualified because they had more kills than Orange Rock. Had that been a different story, it would have been a different team going through. So it just goes to show you, kills really, really are that important.
Couldn't agree more.
I do want to point out one thing though, as we can see there with the flags. We had 4 Nepali teams come into the prelims, and 3 of them made it through to today. That is phenomenal to see, to be honest. I think that really shows how strong that region is.
I think people came in here underestimating Nepali teams, expecting maybe 1 to go through, maybe even 2, not 3, because there were 4 really strong contenders here. And it's actually one of the teams that we expected to go through that didn't somehow make it through. It was TrustDProcess, Elementrix, and Nepal HO NI who actually were the ones who qualified instead.
Here they are right here.
Of who did get through. Yeah. If you missed out on these last 2 days, you're looking at this like, wait a minute, I didn't see Orange Rock on the first 2 pages of the teams that qualified, because they fell short from 1 kill, as you guys mentioned before.
Yeah, 1 kill, and then 8-Bit was like 2 points behind that, so both of those teams duking it out tomorrow. Another surprise, if you are going to be looking at the statistics from the group stages, Mega X, they were in 2nd place coming into the event. So not only is the first place team and the 2nd place team from group stages not qualifying, what happened? I mean, maybe the land jitters got to them.
Yeah, I think the land jitters did affect them in the first day. They never really recovered them from that at all. And then after that, I think it was just a downward spiral from there. They could never find any form on both of these squads. Actually, really unfortunate for these guys.
Well, let's take a look at the overall standings so we get an idea of how they did qualify through into the finals of South Asia, because this is going to be important. A team that we did not expect to do so well hit the ground running with 3 chicken dinners in a row. That's the ETG.Brawlers.
3. It's insane. I mean, they won 3. They didn't do so well on the match after that, but then they came back on the next day winning another chicken dinner, totaling them 149 points. That's absolutely absurd. Now, IND, they had a very quiet first half as well. On the first day, they were very, very quiet, but come the second day, they were winning like everything, coming home with 121.
They were winning, but talking to the Brawlers backstage before today, they said, listen, what happened yesterday with IND, don't expect it here today, because a lot of teams that already qualified from day number 1, they're trying new techniques on day number 2, so that kind of opened up the floodgates for IND in a sense. They shot up so many points yesterday. Hopefully they can bring that A game from yesterday, that confidence that they do have, and not let it affect them and bring it today.
Those are strong words. I'm hoping
from
they
the
can live
Brawlers,
up to them. Yeah.
Of course, we got to give a big shout out as well to Vivo as the official title sponsor of the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 South Asia Regional Finals. And as we move through the days, they've already had 2 days now. They're going to have 3 more to go. They're also playing on the official smartphone of the PMCO on the Z1X. So they've had more time to experience the phone, to get it ready, to get prepared a little bit more. And I only feel like the competition is going to continue to rise as we go through these days.
Yeah, that's the thing about LAN. You want to be able to have everything standardized. And when you have like the Z1X, you have a good connection.
Yep.
It's just all...
Everyone's on the same device,
Exactly.
same internet. If you're going to perform, it's going to be all skill. No luck.
No excuses either.
Hey, let's ban the luck word today on Desk. All right? We're making a pact.
I don't know if I can do that though. There is sometimes there is. Let's talk about Reckoning though. There was a little bit of luck in that, wasn't it?
Last game was all planned. They picked that shack. They were defending that shack, and they had the center of the shack, yes.
And the nade as well was actually
yeah,
insane.
It's all skill. All skill.
I mean, to be fair, the first time that we supported them on the desk, at least 2/3 of us, not going to call out who it was. The first time we did, they won. Yeah. Maybe they just needed some support for us. Maybe Orange Rock needed less support from a certain person on the desk as well.
That might be true.
Because they unfortunately didn't make it through. But you see how 1 kill can affect the entire standings, and it might come down to that yet again.
I think that if teams need to right now get into the zone because we're about to start on the first day. Whatever they had from yesterday, they got to leave it behind.
Dave,
Game
are you excited?
Game 1, yep. Nepali HO NI. I think they're going to get chicken game 1. I'm laying it out there right now. Prediction.
You know what? I want to dive into that prediction in a little bit of time because it's about to get ready, about to get underway. Let's get our teams on the stage.
These sounds, they don't scare me. It's the beating of a reckoning. To overcome the predicament and get through the commotion. Getting this far isn't really enough. I'll have to outrun what's coming for me.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Xerxes and I am live from New Delhi, India. And I welcome you all to the PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split 2019 South Asia Regional Finals, title sponsored by Vivo. Let's hear some noise if you can hear me out there. PUBG Mobile has been such an important game for us in this part of the world, and it's been responsible for a big leap in esports here in India especially, and that is why we're here on this grand stage with this beautiful audience right here with us. I want to hear it again if you agree that PUBG Mobile is simply the best game out there. And on this awesome day which celebrates PUBG Mobile Esports, let's not forget that all of this would not have been possible without our title sponsor for the PMCO Fall Split, Vivo. Vivo Z1X is the official smartphone of the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals, and all our professional players will be playing on the fully loaded Z1X, providing them the best professional setup for the amazing game we have ahead. So without further ado, let's welcome the final 16 teams that have emerged at the top in the last 2 days of plays. And presenting the teams in all their glory, here we go. Team number 1 to hit the stage is Elementrix! Team number 2 for the day, Entity Gaming! Team 3 that's literally brawled their way into the final, ETG.Brawlers! Team number 4, after a couple of close calls, made it your Fnatic! Number 6, we have Godlike! Next up, we have IND! Coming up next, we have INS! Adding some chaos to the mix, we have Mayhem! Next up, we have Megastars! Keep the cheers coming, guys. Come on! Team that almost didn't make it to the finals but then jumped all the way to number 5, Nepal HO NI! up next, we have our official. Now we have RIP Official! We have a lot of people waiting for this team. Bringing on stage, you know who? Soul! Coming up next, SynerGE! Next up, we have TrustDProcess coming up. Make some noise for the teams, guys. Come on! And last but not the least, we have 0 Degree. Now that the teams are here, let's give a big round of applause to the final 16 teams of the South Asia Regional Finals. I'm looking at you, public. Okay, so let's not waste any more time and head straight over to the analyst desks who will lead us into the first match of the South Asia Regional Finals. Woo!
Thank you very much, Season. Yes, it is time to finally get underway with our first game of the day, our first match here in the finals to find out who our top 5 teams will be. You heard the crowd's excited. I'm getting excited. You guys are looking excited.
So
and I
excited.
think we know who the crowd's rooting for.
Well, yes, that's pretty much all I'm going to say about that. Every time Seoul comes on the stage, people start losing their minds, and with good reason, of course.
Let's hope the crowd can boost up Seoul, as we mentioned on the leaderboards, just barely making it. Hopefully they perform a lot better here today.
And we actually talked to a couple of teams saying they feel the pressure from the crowd. And imagine being one of those teams who's up against Seoul in a firefight and you beat them and the crowd goes silent. That has to get in your head, or maybe they'll get behind you. Who knows? But 2 teams we did want to talk about here in particular because we had them rise through the ranks completely on day 1 and day 2. One team more so on day 2. It's going to be ETG.Brawlers and IND. We have to talk about them.
Well, technically speaking, I'm just going to make a very big disclaimer here. IND, as you mentioned, started flourishing later on in the day when other teams were kind of letting loose a little bit because they were already sort of in the top, in the safe zone. I don't know if that really affected the performance of IND. They had a number of great showings, but I guess it's worth mentioning that there is a little bit of an asterisk over that performance.
All right. I mean, talking about from the biggest movers, you know, IND from day number 1, they had 25 total points, and then the end of the day, they got 96 points the next day. So like you said, a couple teams were trying some different moves, but even with trying different moves, the Brawlers got 47 points. trying different things. I mean, that still outpaced a majority of the lobby. So if that's Brawlers on an off day, I can only imagine what Brawlers will be on an on day.
I want to point out something real quick. If you look up the heads up, the distance traveled between Brawlers and IND is actually pretty large here. 180 kilometers to 261. That just goes to show how different their playstyle is. IND like to rotate across the map, where Brawlers, they really like to hold map control, get into the circle early, and then go from there.
And the damage very close between the two teams. But the fact that they both have the same amount of kills, so it really shines to me. Also keeping in mind, IND, one of their biggest games they did have was the fact that they got 20 kills and they got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and that was definitely the play of yesterday. We were talking to IND backstage and they were talking about that fight and kind of breaking it down exactly how it happened. If you can recall, the water, it was on Erangel, was separating a majority of the lobbies. IND, they had 4 vehicles. They all jumped into the vehicles, drove it straight into the water. Next thing you know, they switched seats through smokes, and those smokes allowed them to swim up onto the shore. And then after they were on the shore, they started chucking grenades into the water, racking up some kills, and that's pretty much what allowed them to frag out that previous game.
I think it's creativity like that that really set apart IND, because when it comes to those clutch situations and really strange situations that you can never predict, like having 20 people in the water, it's going to take some creativity to be able to pull through and get ahead in a situation like that, which you can't really train for that.
Exactly.
Well, in day 1, we had ETG.Brawlers solidify their spot in number 1. But day 2, we had a lot of teams rising through the rank, really coming up towards the top and really getting themselves through to today.
Yeah, one of the teams, Nepal HO NI, they were making some moves, and I gotta say, IR2 was the playmaker from yesterday. They got a squad wipe onto Entity, and then almost immediately after that, you can kind of see the confidence levels from the squad boost up, and then from there, they were just racking up the points all day long. One thing to note as well, though, from yesterday's games, they changed IGLs from day 1.
Oh, did they?
They did. They changed IGLs.
Who was IGLing later on? Do you?
I forgot who they mentioned, but I'll get that.
But that's crazy to think about that, because the change in leadership, that's a really big thing, probably the biggest thing you can change in-game. Just like what we talked about yesterday with 8-Bit, changing up their team leader to Ted, unfortunately, nearly worked out for them, but didn't really quite do that.
I mean, it's obviously a very tough thing to do in the midst of a tournament. And honestly, you know, good job for them to be able to make that switch up and not drop a beat, right? And if anything, he exceeded expectations getting them through to today.
I mean, I look at a team like Nepal HO NI. They are like what is exactly in front of us right now. They started off the group stages. They ended up, I think, around 20th. Really, really low in the standings, and they ended up in 5th. Just goes to show that if you have a bad start on day 1, it can actually change. So now that we have actually 3 days, it's going to be very difficult to predict how these upcoming 3 days are going to be going.
Yeah, I mean, they got 56 points in 1 day. So they should be fairly decent coming into today. A team that I am a little worried about, just barely qualifying, RIP Official.
Yeah, we have to talk about
It's interesting because looking at their stats, they had 7K damage. And if you were to compare that damage to other teams on the leaderboard, they should be hovering around 8th place with that amount of damage. So what's going on with that squad? In my mind, they're just not getting the confirms on the kills. They're tagging everybody, but they're just not getting the kills.
I think it's very similar to how Team Mayhem has actually been playing. Team Mayhem, really aggressive. They're actually going around looking for those kills, but because of the fact that they play so aggressive, I think sometimes that costs them a lot of placement points. They can't always close out the kills themselves. So very similar to what has happened on your side. It's Team Mayhem who hasn't been exactly finishing off the deal. Despite that, though, they've managed to find themselves in 7th place. So that's still pretty impressive. And we have some other teams that have started off at the top and also made themselves head into the bottom-ish area, like Team 0 Degree.
Yeah.
0 Degrees, I think the biggest example of that. They started off amazing, and they ended up with, I think, 40 kills actually in total, but they never followed up on that and those placement points later on in the day.
Kind of just coasting yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Real quick.
No, go ahead.
One fun fact before we move on from RIP Official. The last 2 events that they played in, they didn't qualify by 1 point. This event, they finally qualified, but by 1 point. So, like, that 1 point is their lucky number, I guess you could. Oh, I already broke the decimal. It is their number. Hopefully they can improve, and hopefully 1 point will set them apart from qualifying from that 5th to 6th spot. We'll have to find out.
Well, hey, that says consistency to me, right? And consistency is something that all the teams are going to need over the course of these 3 days. If you're ETG.Brawlers, we look at them, and they've been probably one of the most consistent teams out there, taking 3 chicken dinners in a row on day 1. that is almost unheard of. And now going into 18 matches played, that's going to be 10 more than they played to actually get here today from the prelims. How consistent can teams really stay?
So here's the thing with teams like ETG.Brawlers, they have previous experience. So and they have good leadership. That's going to be the thing that keeps them going throughout these few days. When you're a new team, when you're a young gun and nobody really sort of knows how to read you, that's when you're in a little bit of trouble. That's sort of maybe what Brawlers went through earlier, but the fact that they have actually experienced players, experienced in-game leaders, I think they're going to be fine in the upcoming days. It's a matter of whether the other teams can read into their playstyle or not.
And one thing to note about the Brawlers, we don't have much data to kind of back it up since they only played 2 Aaron Goal matches. And on both those Aaron Goal matches, they got a first place and then a 16th place.
Yeah, exactly. That 16th place, though, was them kind of just running around, getting caught out. I think it was by Reckoning at the end. But we don't know if that was them actually trying to make it towards late game or if them just having a little bit of fun since they already were qualified through.
It kind of worries me because, like as we mentioned, we have 18 matches. 50% of those are on Aaron Goal. So in my personal experience, I'm looking for those squads that are consistent on Aaron Goal. If you could do that, then you should be looking fairly decent in this tournament.
I mean, every single time Mortal just comes out on screen, people just lose their minds. I wonder if they can, the audience can be heard into our headsets. Probably.
I mean, they're soundproof headsets, but they don't have them on just yet, so they definitely can hear it. And I think you at home should be able to hear it as well. And we need to start to talk about a little bit here, because it's going to be an important factor of, well, ETG.Brawlers, they were on the top, right? They were the #1 team. How much can you adapt your game style into the next day? Can you do, and are you going to go for that, or still try to play your own style until someone beats you?
The thing is, it's so hard because there's, again, 18 games. So you can only have so much in your playbook to prepare, to have prepared, to pull out of the hat and maybe to change before you start running a little bit dry. I mean, yesterday you saw it, ETG.Brawlers, they won like 1 match and they never did well after that. So you have to start thinking, ETG.Brawlers, are they running out of strats? What will they pull out today? They must have had a lot of time to think about what they're going to be doing today.
Yeah, we were just checking them out right there. I mean, talking to them backstage before the game, they said, listen, Mustache Dave, we are going to go We're going to go back to those strategies that we brought to the table on day #1. We're going to try that out today. If they can accomplish that first chicken dinner in the first game, I'm worried for the other squads here because once when they got that chicken, full-blown confidence, that pressure was lifted off their shoulders.
And on that note, we talked to them as well, and they said once you get that first chicken dinner under your belt, the confidence rises, right? Mm-hmm. We saw that with IND yesterday. Once they got that first chicken dinner done, they started to just mow through all of their opponents.
Actually, it wasn't even a chicken dinner that got started for them.
Second place, right?
Yeah, they got second place and they got a bunch of kills, and then they won the game after that. And then ever since then, they were really, really on fire. So it's all about momentum. When we talk about teams like having that kind of momentum, you have to be consistent with it. Once you have that momentum, it's so hard to let go of, especially because of the fact that we're playing 18 games over 3 days. It's all about that mental fortitude. It's all about how equipped you are to be strong, not just physically, but also mentally in the game as well.
And that's the thing with IND. I mean, if you compare stats, you brought up a couple of minutes ago, both Brawlers and IND tied with 60 kills. All right, so both squads can frag out. The thing that's holding IND back, though, is these placement points, and that's just their play style. If you can recall yesterday's Sandhawk match, they were in boot camp. They didn't decide to pull back and play for circle. Instead, they got aggressive. They pulled out the circle just a little bit. They were trying to gatekeep a couple squads. They got a couple kills, but they weren't prioritizing placements, and that's how 8-Bit kind of snuck in behind them and got the better position. So I'm curious here if they will kind of prioritize placements a little more, maybe 50-50 with kills so that they can compete with the Brawlers.
Yeah, and we talk about coming alive on these few days here. There's a couple teams that I actually wanted to mention, in particular Team Seoul, right? So Team Seoul, they had a very, very quiet tournament at the very start. They barely qualified, let's be real here, not having the best tournament.
They're saving it for the last 3 days, right?
That's the thing, that's what I'm thinking. Like, what if they're going into playoff mode right now? What if they were saving all the big strats because they know they were going to qualify? It's so hard to tell.
And if there's a team that's experienced, it's going to be them. They were representing India back in spring for PMCO for the Global Finals. So if a team has experience on land, has experience under pressure, it's going to be Mortal and his boys.
Yeah, the Plains, they had around 5k damage, 27 kills, and then 38 placement points. So, like you said, maybe they were just coasting. Maybe they were saving all these secret strats for the next 3 days. I mean, let's be real. This is what really counts. I mean, yeah, you got here, but let's see what you got.
Yeah, it's not like you can carry over points from the play-ins anyway.
Everything's fresh. Yeah. 0 points on everybody.
So the first team, a team we haven't talked about, a first team to take a chicken dinner that wasn't ETG.Brawlers, is Mustache Dave, one of your favorites, TrustDProcess. They were able to take the first one for themselves in their last game of the day, and this is a team we need to talk about a little bit because they hit the ground run on day one, but day two they tapered off.
Well, the thing with TrustDProcess is they started off really, really well, and I love what they did. They showed a lot of communication, a lot of good decision-making skills, especially in the late game. However, I really started to feel like when TrustDProcess got later on, it seems like they kind of lost their flair, the magic. I don't know, maybe it's because they wanted to try some new things because they know they were qualified anyway, but it's very, very hard to say whether it's going to be the same thing today, whether they start off great and then end up doing just okay.
Yeah, they're sitting right behind us, by the way. They're listening to everything.
Yeah, I'll be honest, they are one of the reasons that made Group A so difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest, Group A was hell for anybody who wanted to try and qualify. Orange Rock, they got the butt end of that.
Well, you know what? You gotta trust the process. I still trust the process. Will they breach that top 5 mark? I mean, looking at their stats, they had 3K damage. Like you said, you guys were making comments about it. Did they peak on day one? I might agree with you on that.
Wow. Okay, I thought you were gonna go the other way with that.
No, I'm gonna agree. I'm hoping they show something else today. If they do, then I'll be in their cheer section once again because I go where the top dogs go, of course. But let's see. Cloud Chaser, Dave, yeah, that's me. Let's hope the pressure doesn't get to them here, though. Let's be real. I mean, this is their first LAN as a team together as well. They should be happy that they accomplished it this far. But let's see what you can do. I mean, let's see what you can do with this opportunity and represent.
It is. The crowd's still going. That's actually what's amazing to me, the fact that they are really not running out. But,
headphones.
Headphones are going on. It looks like we're about to start very soon, but I do want to point out this team in particular that we just did zoom in, Megastars. They've been more or less quiet, but they've been okay. I'm expecting them to come out huge today. They've got a lot of potential. We'll see it today.
Also, Megastars walking on stage had the hardest flex. I think the best walk-in, we had one of the players like straight up flex, but that's it.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise in the arena. It's time to get the first game underway and Caesar to take home that first chicken dinner. Let's go over to our commentators, Alex Byfield and Imperium.
Thank you, Jason. Yes, we're here for the finals, Imperium. Game 1 on Erangel, and we're going to see which 2 teams make it straight through to the Global Finals and which 3 make it to the prelims.
Of course, we had 24 teams start, 16 teams have got to this point. It all resets. What happened over the last 2 days, these teams need to completely forget about. Even the likes of ETG.Brawlers and Godlike, who ended very strong. It's all reset. 18 games they have to face to get into that top 5. And as we started in Erangel, 9 games in these 18 that they're going to play are going to be played on Erangel. That makes it so much more important that you grab a hold and you grab control of that map.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it all resets, as you said. We saw teams like Fnatic, also ETG.Brawlers take a step off the gas pedal, essentially, before coming into today, not wanting to reveal any strategies or give away any tactical insights to the teams as of yesterday. However, what's going to change in day 1 of the finals? Imperium, what are you making of this plane so far?
Well, the plane trajectory, as you see, is going from south to north, mainly towards the military island location. We did see Fnatic and TrustDProcess yesterday and in the Erangel games whenever it went near military island that they were going to land there. It does make it harder for any teams that want to head towards George Paul. It means they're going to have to get a vehicle quickly, grab it fast and head on over there. Pachinki, I want to mention those. One location that was always really taken by 8-Bit, and I want to know who's going to grab that location at the palm of their hands.
Yeah, very, very interesting. We see Seoul heading towards it currently. However, they may go over it, maybe go towards Gata or Ruins.
Indeed, indeed. And we see a phase 1 circle. It is more towards the west. That makes it an obvious thought process that more of the teams are on the east side. That means that the rotations are going to have to come out pretty early from some of the teams that are close to the edge of the circle. Fnatic, IND, TrustDProcess, and ETG.Brawlers get into the center circle quickly and get in early.
You mentioned so many teams towards the east. Obviously, Potato Hill, near Pachinki, making it so hard for rotations to go from the east side of the map to the west. How are these teams going to be able to rotate over towards the likes of Qatar or Ruins?
Well, in fairness, it is relatively easy with Erangel because it is such a big map, and the way the Phase 1 circle is located, you obviously have the North River, which will be an easy enough access for the likes of Megastars, Elementrix, Entity, and of course RIP. They can easily head on towards over that bridge, head towards Hospital. I'm curious is if anybody is going to take Everest Mountain as a starting location for Phase 1. We did see Elementrix, if I'm not mistaken, look to take it in one of the Erangel games yesterday, but they actually got pushed out of it and lost 2 members early on against Entity, so it's going to be a stronghold.
I think there could be a risk, actually, if you do take Everest this early on, because what happens if the circle shifts towards the south side of the map? You have so much open plain to cover towards Qatar, the eastern side of Hospital as well. The terrain is all open field. Yes, you may have Everest, but if the circle keeps shifting towards the south, towards Quarry, that's going to be very awkward and difficult rotations.
That's definitely true indeed. It's going to be very interesting. And it's something that I was talking to a couple of people yesterday, and it's something that we generally agreed upon. Yes, you know, they've had 2 days of playing games and playing against other teams, but like I said, because this is a reset and because these are the core 16 teams in the final stage, I feel like they're all going to be playing a little bit more passive, a little bit more careful to feel each other out. We're going to have a bit of a slower pace game while these teams figure each other out.
Totally agree with you there. Obviously, first day of the actual tournament with the play-ins, we saw very tentative players playing so slow. I think there was one point we had 10 teams alive, 25 minutes or so into Sandhawk. That was how ridiculous. Yeah, how ridiculous it really was. And then by day 2, completely different affair. Obviously, there could be the tangent that teams who had already qualified were playing looser, more aggressive, because they were safely into today. But yeah, we should see more confidence and more aggression happen as the tournament does progress.
So look at this. We see, of course, with the teams that are looking to rotate, of course, Entity are in Yasna Polyana. Elementrix are split up in around Stalbar area. Megastars, they landed around Severny, and they're looking to start to rotate. One team I do want to highlight, which I like their position, but I feel like it's a little bit too split up right now. That is INS. The reason why is because with most of the teams, the majority of teams being on the east side, having to rotate into the west, they're a little bit spread too thinly. If one team crashes one or two of those, or two teams crashes two of the compounds and two of the areas that two of their players have, we could see INS early game be put down to just 2 players.
Yeah, typically when we're commentating PUBG Mobile, it's about the 2-2 split. This is a 1-1-1-1,
yes.
And they are very far apart, which means, as you said, they cannot really help each other if things do go south.
And look at this, we see the members of Orb, they are close to a couple of members of INS. However, he is looking to rotate away, join up with 1 or 2 other members. Let's see how he does look to rotate. So I really am impressed early game with the rotation and the forward thinking coming out from INS. Even Seoul occupy a compound to the north of INS, right in between INS and RIP that are just in the South George. It's such a good set of compounds that Seoul hold on to, because if you do need to rotate away, like you mentioned about the phase shifting down south, it does give them plenty of space on the west coast road to get into a good location, depending on where it shifts to, and it does give you great scope of vision on teams that could be around the Gaka area.
Obviously, we're expecting teams to land at military base, and we can see Team IND currently hold the bridge near Quarry, the only way in, potentially, if we don't see Fnatic move immediately. But do you think Team IND may take control of that bridge and then hold it as a stronghold or a choke point and then try and get some kills that way and map control that way?
It all depends on what their play style and their strategy is. If it was 5 games in, 6 games in, I would say yes. But game 1 of an 18-game run, the most important thing each team should be looking to do is just to play their own game, get a bit of an idea of where they want to go depending on the circles. And if they happen to be able to catch out a team or a player or two, they can do that. Of course, common sense tells you that if they have done their research, they'll know that at least 2 teams like to land in military base, so could give them good idea. But ETG.Brawlers getting the first knockdown.
Oh, and the run over as well. Brawlers with the first kill. And that's going to be ETG.Brawlers getting an extra point here. And we saw yesterday, Imperium, the importance of 1 point.
Yes, importance of the kills, importance of getting those points on the table. When we looked at the overall standings of the planes, there was a few teams that were on equal points at the end of those 12 games. Or at the end of those 8 games, sorry. And even when you look at the bottom, Orb, who just about managed to qualify for the finals, they were actually, sorry, it was Rip, not Orb. Rip, they were on the same points as 17th place, which was unfortunately Orange Rock. But the reason why they qualified is because they had more kill points. So getting those kill points is so, so important.
Yeah, essentially paying back dividends later into the tournament in case things get really tight and we have some even matchups. But yeah, I mean, obviously ETG.Brawlers, who were just previously on our screen, speaking to them privately, and here I am saying it publicly, but it's been past the play-in, so I don't mind. They said that on that second day, they took the foot off the gas and they tried to just have fun, play loose, and not play to their strategy. They actually said they're going to land at different places. They're going to go back and change their rotations, especially in Erangel as well, because of how often it's going to be played. So for me, the big surprise is what adjustments are ETG.Brawlers going to make from the first day into the first day of the play-ins?
Of course, time will tell. Indeed, now we are seeing towards the end of phase 1, Alex. We see the majority of the teams are in circle. Soul, INS, I think it's even Rip are in the center of the circle around the Gaka area. IND heading in from the south. Fnatic are just coming over the bridge, starting to come over the bridge from the west-hand side. And I do like the position that Godlike hold on to as they get a little bit closer towards the center of the circle.
And we can see it's moved slightly north, not by too much, this circle number 2. Although for me, I'm really thinking that Everest is going to play a major role into the later game because of it already shifting north. If we have 1, 2 more of those, if you control Everest, you control all of the plains south of it where we see SynerGE, Seoul, INS, etc.
Yeah, of course, and it's going to be a big thing to play for. Of course, we did see Elementrix. They are rotating towards Everest. Like I said, the game that they did hold on to with regards to Everest, they lost it pretty early on. ND took down 2 members, so I'm going to be curious, have they learned from their mistake? Will they be able to tip their flag on top of Everest and claim that mountain?
Ooh, Rip official here, Tempest to be precise. May have spotted Joker from INS just having a prowl over the building, but instead they're just going to be playing it more passive.
And that's one thing that I do want to point out that is so important in the early parts of a game, is that you're not trigger happy with your shots. You don't necessarily need to take a shot towards a player or a team. All you need to do is look for information, and that's what Rip are doing.
Oh, so some of the players here from ETG.Brawlers trying to cross the open field here, but there's a player in the ditch, and that is Tempest. He spotted 2 of the cars, but unfortunately, it seems that they can't connect any of the bullets.
And one risky part about Rip's position right now, especially as a full squad, is all it's going to take is 3-4 grenades and a couple of Molotovs, and they're going to be wiped out. I would fully recommend that they split into 2 and 2.
So, towards Georgia Pool, we're seeing 2 teams. I believe it was actually Megastars as well, just crossing the river close towards George Pool. Yep. They didn't go south of Roshawk towards school and cross the open field there, because if they did, 0 Degree, Orb, SynerGE, etc. would have been very difficult for that rotation. Instead, they played it safe. They almost went over the hill, far away, dodged it, and now very safe rotations for them, so smart play.
And I do want to give credit to these teams. I know we are 11 minutes in, but it has kind of surprised me about how many of these teams are much closer to the center of the circle. I know Phase 2 was relatively nicely squeezed up for the teams, but compared to what I saw over the first 2 days of play-ins, where I felt like the teams held on too much to the edge of circle or left it too late to rotate in, coming into the finals, the teams, they want to claim control early on in these games, as I said, especially in Erangel.
Yeah, Analysis Desk as well touched upon the fact that teams playing far more in the center of the circle, so you are bang on the money there. No teams are really towards the southern side of the map as well. Why do you think that is?
Well, because the south side map is so difficult to hold on to. There's only 2, 3, 4 points that you can really strongly hold on to and split your team in solid positions. It's much more competent to hold on to towards the north side of Gaka or even to the east side of Gaka. Plus, like we talk about, we could see the phase shifts going up north. And if it goes up north and you're further down south, it is a bit harder to rotate because look at the fields where around IND are. Look at the fields where Gaka are. It's so open, but we see phase 3 shift. It shifts up north, east. It is going to favor the likes of Megastars and 0 Degrees. But with Megastars, if they don't get out of runes, if they stay too close to runes, it's going to be so hard to disengage from it later on.
I think this really favors Elementrix, unless maybe Entity come from the top of the circle and try and counter them or contest them towards Everest. But it seems unlikely as they're going to be joining the action inside the circle. Seems that we might have quite the crescendo here about to happen as we enter phase 3. 16 teams still alive.
And 63 players, but this is going to be the first crash?
Maybe it shall. Mayhem versus SynerGE as they've managed to get their vehicles rammed into the building as they're going to be getting an exchange early on going in favor of SynerGE, but it's going to be Vampire as well downing a few of the players here from SynerGE on the side of Mayhem, but more damage from the grenade of Cloak as well. So many kills. It's going to be SynerGE just wiped out immediately.
It was that grenade by Cloak to knock down 2 members of SynerGE that really stopped them in their tracks. Great protection of that building from Mayhem. I gotta say that SynerGE could have done with maybe going for a 2-2 flank, but hopefully they'll learn from that.
Hopefully, indeed, we see as well. Oh, we did see, excuse me. Now here it is again, Nepali HO NI and Rip Official. We can see the flank as well from Naruto as he catches one of the players in the open. Or he did, it's gone now, but you can see on the kill feed that he has downed IR2.
Yeah, 2 members of Nepali HO NI knocked down. That's going to be a kill confirmed and a point 4 taken away by Soul on the side now.
Yeah, you can see Nepali HO NI just going to be trying their hardest to get away with 2 of the players, leaving 2 behind to die. But in the midst of it, Tempest with the M4 rattling off as many shots as he can. But unfortunately, it seems like the players from Nepali HO NI are able to get away over the hill, and they are fine. So 2 casualties. IR2 is obviously going to die here unless... Yeah, they've spotted him now, so he's going to die very, very shortly. That's more points for Rip Official, going strong.
So Rip could have been a little bit more aggressive with how they went on to the disengaging members of Nepali. If the communication maybe had been a bit more on point, they could probably have gotten that job done. But Elementrix, they're actually going to take a kill away from Rip. So that's going to be 2 kills taken away from Rip in the early parts as Godlike have been eliminated, as well as Nepali HO NI.
Regaltos there almost with the laying the trap for the remaining players from Seoul just to catch Godlike off guard. Team IND have spotted the party here towards the compound that Seoul currently obtain.
And Slayer, he has the VSS. VSS is a bit of a controversial weapon. People either love it or hate it. The benefit of a VSS is it automatically comes with a 4x scope and it automatically comes with a silencer. So for the first 15 to 20 minutes of this game, it can really be beneficial. So they wouldn't really have had any huge idea of where those shots are coming from, which could put them under a bit of pressure and take away their mindset coming into the rest part of this game. But look at this shift. You talked about Elementrix being really strong on their position. IND are going to be heading up Everest.
Yeah, and obviously having this high ground also towards the top of the circle as well, it means they have that 180-degree angle. However, Elementrix looking to contest it here. As we can see the bottom left, it is going to be Kratos with the down onto Mr. Hyozu. But Poo Man Jr., they're still there as well. All the remaining 3 players from Elementrix can try and revive him.
Now, the position that Elementrix hold on to, it's not bad, but it should be a 2-1-1. It seems like they're going to get that revive, but let's not forget that Elementrix, they've lost on Everest before. Are they going to do it again?
Let's find out if it's going to be deja vu here towards the rocks at Everest as Trance, Slayer, they're trying to throw in the grenades first to make the players from Elementrix a bit more supple and soft and easy to be crushed by their bullets, as they may be struggling as well to find the right angle to try and get over this rock face.
But this is one of the few points and one of the few areas in the game where it's actually advantageous to be on the low ground compared to the high ground.
Interesting. I'm sure there's going to be lots to break down here, as this is quite a complex exchange between these two teams. Smoke grenades going out as well, trying to defer the vision as more grenades are thrown in over the top, but nothing really connecting just yet. And it seems like Elementrix are falling back, maybe to try and get a better position here, as Trance is still struggling to flank.
It's a good idea by Elementrix. Disengage is not worthwhile, because all the while you're letting the likes of Megastars, who rotated in from around Ruins, to gather on the east side of Everest, as well as Orb official. So we're going to have 2 to 3, 4 teams on Everest. That can't hold it. That's going to crumble. 2 to 3 of these teams are going to crumble in the next 5 minutes, Alex.
Oh, Megastars towards the bottom other side of Everest as well. In the meantime, Mad Dog and Yash from Orb Official have spotted a few of the players from Megastars. If they down them, yeah, more as well. 3 players out currently for Megastars, and only 1 player standing.
That's what I was talking about, right? You have 2 teams so close together on Everest. None of them are really going to benefit right now. It seems like it's going a little bit more to Megastars, but Orb Official, can they get the revives off?
Yeah, it's basically a 1 versus 1 here. 3 players from both teams are currently down. It's going to be a CPR job here with the defibrillators to revive 3 players as fast as possible. Almost like StarCraft here as they're building up their armies to go back again.
But we can't forget about the teams that are towards the south of Everest. You have Entity down towards above Ruins. You have TrustDProcess, INS, and then Mayhem are coming in towards the edge of the circle. 0 degrees are a little bit down south. ETG.Brawlers, they hold on to the edge of the circle in the southeast on their own. And then when you look at Fnatic and Soul, they are getting very close to clashing.
Let's see then, Elementrix still just holding the tip of the iceberg here at Everest. And as you mentioned before, we can't forget of the teams towards the eastern side as well.
And then look at Rip. Rip hold on to the center of the circle. They can shoot in all directions towards Everest, towards Ruins, and of course towards Soul and Fnatic. I said that was a key compound. Soul held on to it, and they kind of let it go. But this phase 5, it heads up towards Everest, Alex.
Oh, Mayhem in the meantime get wiped out clean by Team INS. And as you said before, it's the center as well, exactly where Elementrix are. That is inside the ring. So it will be contested. And for Elementrix, what do? They're sandwiched between 2 teams.
Hold out. Stay passive. Let the teams around them take each other out. They don't need to move too far. Yes, they're actually going for a 2-2 split somewhat, but stay a little bit closer with regards to that 2-2 split. Let Mega X and Orb take each other out.
Yeah, maybe they will. Mazik here just trying to see if someone's coming over the top, whereas actually behind him he still has Megastars Avi to deal with. Final Boss has been revived. So Mazik has been spotted by Elementrix Jr. Final Boss as well in the open. Should be seen very, very shortly if Jr. can get his eyes on him.
Just stay low, Elementrix. Stay safe. Keep an eye. Be aware of the fact that IND are still at your backs looking in. Soul now looking to move in closer towards the other circle. It's a risky play. Viper is on his own, though, so he is doing a little bit of scouting, and he's actually going on top of Everest. Look at this.
Let's see then. Orb still have 2 players down. Now Max Cash going to be downed immediately by Final Boss. And in the midst of all of this, we've got Fnatic as well, who have some action versus Rip Official. We mentioned how important it was to have that center of the map, and Fnatic are trying to contest it currently.
Yeah, of course, 12 teams still left, 45 players alive. Scout OP getting in that vehicle. Solar also starting to connect, Alex.
Oh, it's Scout in the vehicle as well. Maybe going to be driving past some of the players from Soul. Actually jumps out towards the tree, using it as cover as Rakaltos has maybe the better angle here, proned behind the vehicle. Clutch got as well to the left side of him to try and flank around the side and get that side face onto it, but the grenades are going in from both teams, and currently none of them are connecting fully as Rakaltos is tagged just slightly, but it's going to be the explosion of the car that actually finally downs Rakaltos.
The 2 of the fan favorites going toe-to-toe against each other, Alex. Great grenades coming out from both teams.
Oh, Sky here from Rip Official as well, trying to third-party the action here versus these multiple squads. Fnatic are going to be in the midst of a 3-man, well, basically whitewash here as Scout trying his hardest to back up his team to the right, back up his team in front of him as well as he lays the smoke.
But the blue zone's closing in. It's phase 5. He has to get to the edge of the circle. And Soul are holding on to, so it's going to be so hard for Scout.
Oh, hard is maybe an understatement here. To the left, if he moves to the left, it's going to be Clutch God. If he moves to the right, it's going to be the players from Rip Official. And he does actually land the smoke prematurely, so we can try and use that as cover as the blue zone does come forward. So we have Scout still charging forward again. Clutch God, though, going towards the left side. Maybe has anticipated the fact that Scout has moved. Instead, going to be using the first aid kit. Back up to 80% HP, and with that, he's going to have the confidence to push in. I believe Clutch God as well is going to be reviving Regaltos. He hears the footsteps. The guns come out, and it's going to be Scout to hit the deck. Oh, wow. Naruto, Rip Official as well. Third partying again. Fnatic are out in 11th.
Yeah, now we are down to 10 teams. Elementrix, IND, they have to move down from Everest as we get closer and closer towards the end of this game. 23 minutes in. Orb looking to pop shots off, but they have to move. And Elementrix are right in their tracks. We just lose INS.
So much action. So much to follow here as we enter the latter stages of map 1 of the final. You can see how much it means for these players. The level of play definitely has been heightened here in the first day of the finals. More players going down from TrustDProcess as well, one of the fan favorites from Nepal, dropping like flies.
An entity who held on to the east coast side of this circle for so long and stayed quiet, now they're moving in.
They are indeed. Elementrix on their vehicles, they're coming down Everest into the circle. 0 Degree managed to do some damage to Neo. Naruto as well from Rip Official is killed by Dark. Mr. Hyoza from Elementrix is down 2. This play down the hill has been so poor from Elementrix, especially now as grenades go in as well to try and rub salt into the wounds.
And I'll tell you what, Jonathan from Entity, he's dangerous, but can he survive as Shigar connects quite nicely onto 0 Degrees, gets a knockdown.
Yeah, you can see they're actually currently just hiding as best as possible in the grass, shooting, and actually lands and connects the bullets onto Blazy. However, from behind, the Shaga goes down from one of the players from 0 Degree. But again, the team from Nepal, TrustDProcess, who really impressed us on day 1. They're still here, they're still kicking, they're still firing. And it's Entity who are currently in the mix.
Let's see what can happen. Soul Clutch God does get knocked down, but Soul holding on to their position for so long. Grab a couple of grenades, rip, and take them out. Orb Official do go out in 8th place, 7 teams.
7 teams, 21 players. Maybe make it 20 now, as it's going to be Duku from TrustDProcess going down. One of the players from Soul as well is downed.
But look at this. Look, it's one real thing I want to mention quickly. No team are dominating the points board. It's very even. Soul are on top with 6 kill points.
Sky goes down. That's Rip Official out in 7th. And now we have the calm before the storm. We're about to enter into phase 7. A bit of a breather here as these teams try to work out what is the best strategy going forward.
And we're going to see phase 7 pop up. You can hear in your ears a crowd are going wild, and it's only game 1. TrustDProcess do go out in 6th place. 5 teams left. Clutch God still going strong with 2 members of Soul left standing.
Elementrix again with the ring, or the circle, excuse me, favoring them for what seems to be the 3rd, 4th, 5th time so far in game 1. So if you're Soul right now, you have such a mammoth task to climb because you have to push forward, just as Jonathan is one of the players that you wanted to highlight. But Hyoza managed to highlight Jonathan in his crosshair instead.
Great job by Elementrix with that return. Knockdown stopped Entity in their tracks. But IND, they're the team to look out for because they're still a full squad and they're kind of on their own on the edge of circle. I can see them taking this win. They just got to grab control of it.
IND were so strong yesterday. On the first day, they're quite quiet. We expected more from them. They finished 19th. Yesterday, they came, 2nd, 3rd in the top 3 at least. However, who's going to be top 3 here? It's Clutch God with the DP28, but unfortunately, he hasn't got 28 bullets here. He's got 0, as just next to him, Viper goes down as well from Dark.
You're leaving it too late, Soul, to move into the circle. You're going to be dying to the play zone because the blue zone does so much damage. Trans going to look to get that revive and IND stay as a 4-man team. But look at this, Elementrix moving closer.
Clutch God reloads his DP28, goes for some more shots onto Elementrix. Can't quite connect it as Viper goes down. It's only going to be Clutch God here. Catches out Dark in the open, downs him as well. And here we have it. He goes for the finish as well. He needs those points. We saw from Orange Rock versus Rip Official how important those were. Entity out 5th.
Clutch God living by his namesake, getting the clutch shot, the clutch kill to bring their kill points for Soul up to 7 as he moves closer to the edge of the circle, but he's the last man standing for Soul.
Here come the Brawlers as well in the side of the Wings versus IND. I'm not sure if they've realized just yet, even Elementrix as well may be caught off guard. But as we keep saying, Team IND, they've kept this one quite quiet. 4 players alive, 2 for Brawlers, 3 for Elementrix, and only 1 Clutch God.
But just like that, we lose
What?
Elementrix. At the drop of a hat, they go down, and now it's going to be ETG Brawl. Sorry, my apologies. ETG Brawlers, there you go, I can say it right. IND and Seoul left standing, top 3 teams, game 1, Erangel of the finals.
At this point as well, Imperium, the placement points are so starkly different if you do finish second or third. So if Clutch God can try and clutch this one out, or maybe can he try and sneak up to the side here, silently just caress his way behind ETG Brawlers and then spring up and catch them off guard?
Well, he's only got 35 seconds until this blue zone closes in. It is against them. As I said, IND, they've been the later phases in terms of the gods of the later phases. It's kept on their side. But in my opinion, they've got to spread themselves out a little bit thinner. They're too close together because honestly, you give ETG Brawlers their space, even though they're only a 2-man team, they're going to punish you, Alex.
So, energy drinks are in. Health has been restored for Clutch God. Let's see him push forward. As you said, there's 4 seconds until the... Do it! There's only a few seconds left until the zone comes in, and here it comes. Let's see who's going to make the first move. Is it ETG Brawlers, or is it going to be Clutch God? He's going to be using the first aid kit, but I don't think he has time here in PM. He's going to go down! It's now just ETG Brawlers, iconic in the open, downed immediately. Just to low HP behind the tree, behind the vehicle. They may even be able to shoot the vehicle here and finish him off. Instead, Kratos just charges in. It's all down to one player now from ETG Brawlers. Let's see what he can do. Nova goes down. IND take game 1. You can see the elation on their faces as well. However, we saw such a strong fight from Team ETG Brawlers. Such a strong fight as well from Seoul. And there we have it. Team IND take game 1.
Look at the crowd going wild at the end of game 1. I gotta say, at least the end of the play-ins are kind of living up to the start of the final stage. 2 of the top 2 teams coming out from play-ins are the 2 teams surviving at the end of game 1, IND and ETG Brawlers.
You can see as well they're showing to the players, 6 it seemed like? Maybe that's how many kills they had. I imagine that's what it is. So they're going to be doing very, very strong coming into this. To day 1 of the final. Actually, they were quite a slow starter.
It was a very slow start. I expected that, and as I said, as I pointed out during the broadcast, no team really took control from a kill feed point of view, Alex. They were very even. It was kind of like 1 kill here, 2 kills there, 3 kills here and there. It was just very even between these teams coming into the latter parts of this game. But the team that I do think was the biggest winners was Seoul. The reason why is because when we looked at their playing performance, I know it's reset, but you gotta take it in as an element. They struggled to come through, but to start the final stage with their 3rd place, Clutch God coming in strong, as well as the rest of the team, very well done by them.
Mention the point as well back in spring, where Seoul came into the event, into the finals. After the semi-finals were played online, they came, I think it was really low in the rankings, 13th, 14th, and teams were saying that Seoul had fell off. However, when the pressure was there, they delivered and they won the whole entire event and went straight to Berlin for the last Global Finals. But obviously there's now 2 spots coming from India who have that straight ticket.
Now I do want to give credit to Elementrix. In the first time they played Erangel on top of Everest, they looked so bad, but this game, they held on to that area so nicely.
Credit to Elementrix, but credit to our analysis desk who have done such a strong job. Let's hear more from Jason and the boys.
Well, we have been lifting the break to stay strong as we continue into the analysis of that first match, and we have to say, well, Clutch God living up to his name there. We'll talk about IND in a bit, but finally, the man we did not see much of in the prelims finally stood out.
I've said this time and time again, Clutch God is one of the best players here in the whole country. It's taken this long for him to come alive and do something with it, prove his name is really a Clutch God indeed. But what a time. What a time. If there's any time to do it, it's now.
Not only that, Clutch God being forced by the blue, multiple circles back to back, trying to rack up as many kills as possible. We saw Clutch God popping out the DP spray. I believe Clutch God had like 10 HP at one point, still trying to get the kills. I mean, full-blown confidence over there. I can only imagine if Clutch God was to get the circle they might have got second place in
Well,
this game.
he couldn't. One thing he couldn't clutch was that healing med kit at the very end.
Like 2 seconds. It was 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Yeah. But then we also have to talk about Elementrix as well. You heard Imperium talk about it. They were able to take Everest. Last time they did it, they looked horrible. I think his Entity were the ones to push them out of that position. But this time, they had a change of fate. They played things a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, it was around circle number 4. They pushed up there to Mount Everest. They were doing their best to defend it, but they were right on the top, tippy top, the peak. They couldn't hold all the angles, and we actually saw IND start to push up there. They got a knock, but then both teams were able to reset, and IND, not similar to what they did in the play-ins. I feel like if it was IND in the play-ins, they would have been full-blown aggression. Here, they were going for those placement points. They just sat, they just chilled, and kept getting favored.
That's the thing about Everest that I want to point out. A lot of the teams sometimes forget that you shouldn't be trying to control the whole Everest. That's exactly what we saw earlier from teams like Elementrix. The thing is, there are so many ups and downs on Everest that you can be vulnerable for a lot of areas. But you have to remember that if you can control a small pocket of just Everest and allow yourself enough control to have multiple exits in case you need to, just like what we saw earlier, you should be fine. That's not what we saw earlier, though, for the most part. Until the very end, it was like, I think Elementrix trying to control the whole thing. Yeah. But when it came to the very, very end, there were like 3 teams sharing that small amount of map control, which is so much a better idea.
And it took so long to move on down that mountain as well. The Brawlers were already in a very good position to take them out on their downhill tread. The Brawlers, they only had 3 alive, by the way. They had our first blood of the game. It was a drive-by. So good for the Brawlers to bring some hype over here. But like we mentioned, IND not getting aggressive there. They didn't want to go all the way up to the top. They're gatekeeping the squads all the way in the west, and what a play that was for them because they were the only squad with 4 alive at the end.
Well, I just want to give a shout out to all those people who doubted IND yesterday. Guess who? I guess it's not coming true. I guess IND's words of confidence in themselves are in fact reigning true here today.
Well, let's talk about something because we were wondering, coming from the prelims into the finals, would teams change up their style? We saw in the prelims more aggressive play, especially into day 2. But here it seemed like teams were playing a lot more cautious, and we saw a ton more third-partying out of a lot of teams.
I think teams are a little bit more confident in third-partying, but not much else. Here's the thing, the rotations, they were all very, very passive. I mean, you saw that first and second circle, almost every single team was in the center already, which means that they were confident to go for those positions in the circle, but they weren't confident enough to play the edges around it, which just tells us that there are still confident teams out there, but not by that much.
You know who had confidence?
Yep.
SGE. They were full-blown confidence. They were making the pull-up onto Mayhem. There is a perfectly cooked grenade from one of the members from Mayhem. Took out 2 from SGE right out the bat, and then SGE just crumbled from there.
So that's the thing. SGE, they did everything right in that situation. They got the knock, they started the rush, but they just didn't expect that nade to come and take them out.
Well, we can see our standings from the first game, and you can see our top 8, IND leading the way, and ETG.Brawlers in second, and a team we did not see in the top 5, I feel like the entire time, maybe even top 8 for the entire time, Team Seoul off the back of Clutch God getting 3rd.
Finally, after all this time, Seoul wakes up. I told you, it's about the playoff mode. A lot of teams do this, especially the veteran teams. They stay quiet all tournament long up until the grand finals itself. And here we are, and look, Seoul's now in 3rd place. And not in a bad spot either, because they did get 10 kills as well.
And then Orb racking out the bottom here of the top 8. There were also another squad fighting out there on Mount Everest. They were on the east side of the mountain, east of Elementrix, fighting with Megastars, and they were able to survive. Here we do see Megastars down there in the 13th position. Godlike, another team, getting taken down pretty early on. Not going to be getting too many points here, only 1.
SynerGE and Godlike sitting at the very bottom, though. They got really, really unlucky in the end there. I thought SynerGE, when the moment they got that clean down on that siege in that compound, I thought that was going to be a clean wipe. But again, that nade was just absolutely beautiful. Nepal HO NI not too far ahead of them, actually, still having 1 point as well. We're going to expect to see them do a little bit later on.
Yeah, so we see Fnatic right here, another team that we got to talk about. I mean, 11th position here. They were trying to rotate on in. They crashed into Godlike. They were getting casualties, and then we saw Scout OP kind of pull off of that and then ended up getting right behind Seoul. We thought Scout OP was going to take down Seoul. But they had some nice trades back and forth. Scout OP had some pretty good grenades, actually got one of the knocks. Then we saw Scout OP toss a smoke to try to close that gap. Went for the confirm on one of the kills instead of the player that was up from Seoul. Got taken down in the process. I like that Scout tried to get that extra point, just didn't work out.
I think that's Scout pushing in there actually kept them alive for that much longer. That play, getting into that car, was really, really clever. Just wasn't able to get in the down though. The timing really wasn't in his favor. He swung to the right side of the car on top of that smoke grenade.
Yeah.
And then he
was already
got spotted
tagged
first.
Yeah,
he was already tagged by the time he got there.
Well, you can see how the circles did play out over the course of the first match. And, you know, my kind of question to you guys as we look at this and analyze it is, how many games can you let slip by before you have to really pull it into crunch time?
That's a tough one.
We said about 2 when it was only 8 matches.
Yeah. Well, there's a little bit more leeway now, I think, because we do have 18 matches. I think that maybe 4 or 5 games you can sleep on a little bit here, but not more than that.
I don't think any. I mean, you got to come in strong game number 1, especially day number 1. You got to set the point gap strong so that no teams can catch up to you, like we saw with the Brawlers. They had a strong day number 1. No team can overtake them on day number 2. Yes, we have an extra day here, but if you are going to continue with that confidence like we saw from the play-ins from the Brawlers, no one can touch you. So whoever finishes first and second today, I think they're going to be top 5 at the end of the tournament. That's my prediction. We'll see how many points they do get.
I feel like we're going to see something super crazy, though, in the third day or something.
I mean, maybe. One thing to also know here, we're looking at the circles, some interesting drop spots. We had Fnatic drop Millie, TrustDProcess at Nova, Rip, South George, or Pachinki, which is a pretty strong spot, right? Smack in the middle. And then Entity and Yes Naya. So I believe we have 8 more matches on Erangel. I'm curious if these squads are going to continue to drop in those same spots.
I don't imagine so. I do think that they have some comfort spots, but you don't want to ever be read by other teams that, yeah, they've been always dropping here. And after these many maps on Erangel, other teams kind of know, oh, they always drop here, they always drop here.
I think so. I mean, if you have a town that you can loot early on and no one can test it, why not continue going there?
I mean, you had for RIP officials, OR was the team that was contesting South George. But let's actually take a look at our top 5 players from the last match, and I can almost guarantee Clutch God has to be in there in some route. And there you see, currently number 1 with the most kills, a ton of damage behind that as well.
This is something that has taken so long, and probably actually even too long, to happen. Clutch God, normally used to seeing him at the very, very top of the scoreboard all of the time with those high damage, high kills. I mean, it's a miracle that he only got 4 kills with that amount of damage. 813 damage. That's insane.
Not only that, it was Clutch God versus 4 members of IND versus 2 members of the Brawler there at the very end. So
wow,
4 kills.
4v2?
Yeah, exactly. So 4 kills. I mean, they had all eyes on them that previous game. IND, like we mentioned, 3 kills. They got 2 players up there. Entity Gaming, I mean, we didn't really talk about them. We didn't really see much from them this game, but good thing that they were able to get 2 kills and end up on the leaderboard.
Well, the important part I'm seeing here for IND is, as you mentioned, Mustache Dave, going into, I believe it was like Circle 6. They had all 4 players alive. Yeah. It was the only squad with all 4 players alive, and they had 0 kills at that time. So they were really trying to go for the cleanup crew kind of route.
I think the cleanup crew route is safe. It's not always the best route because then you could run into other teams who are also trying to clean up crew. But then, you know, I think it's okay. I think it's not the best strategy to employ. I think it's better to have an own set strategy than to play reactive throughout the whole game.
I mean, clean up all day. Clean up, especially if you're getting the chicken dinners. I mean, the chicken D's, that's 20 points right there. So we'll see. With this game number 1 already done, IND got a chicken dinner in their stomachs if they're full or if they're still hungry for some more.
Well, what a big switch up we have up next, though. If I'm not mistaken, the next map should be Sandhawk. So this is going to be probably the least comfortable map for all teams to play in. And as I've said time and time again in the past, Sandhawk is the map that flips the script completely today, and I'm hoping that we see it change.
Yeah, I mean, right now, for me personally, day number 1, I'm going to be looking at every single map. I'm going to be checking out where squads drop and comparing it to tomorrow to see if there's any change-ups, any new drop locations like you're kind of hoping for. Personally, I think it's going to be the same thing over and over again in the next 3 days, and it's going to be the circles that are going to be the deciding factor on if teams can rotate and deal with their drop locations.
I think the biggest thing that'll actually change is if a team like ETG Brawlers If a team like that doesn't find that success, or Team IND, then we'll start to see changes in drop locations. But until then, I'm going to agree with you. I don't think they're going to change that much.
Well, IND, ETG.Brawlers, they've been our most consistent teams over these last 2 days, and now going into day number 3, we're going to find out if they're going to continue that route. Also give a shout out, by the way, to the Z1X, the official smartphone of the PMCO Fall Regionals here in South Asia. We're going to head over to the stage, though, to hear from your man, Clutch God, as he talks about that last game.
While Team IND played a beautiful game and they took home the first chicken dinner, I have with me Clutch God from Seoul, who is the MVP with the most amount of kills, and you took your team into the 3rd place in the very first game. How do you feel about doing this all over again?
बस very normal है क्योंकि I have the capability to do these things. So
that is what confidence sounds like. It's like, yeah, it's a normal thing. I just got to do what I got to do. But your choice of weapon, you were using the DP towards the end to spray all over ETG and IND. Wow, why?
Because I didn't have ammo for M4.
So you basically made the most of what you had available at that point. Were you at any point of time?
Because I had to switch it because I had like 40 ammo on my M4. So I just switched it then and then, right then. When I killed, I think, I don't know, RIP. After RIP, I switched my weapon to DP. Yeah.
But do you think if you had a better gun and more ammo, you might have just gone for the chicken dinner and taken down the entire team by yourself? Possible?
Nah, I don't think that.
Come on, I think you can.
Nah, that ain't possible.
Okay, let's go for the next match, but after a short break right now.
You from becoming the real deal. Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Light Halo Weeks. We're happy to bring you our Halloween-themed mode, Survive Till Dawn. In this new mode, players will undergo 3 days and 2 nights of harsh trials. Survive the attacks of zombies and other survivors to become the last person standing. Do you want to see dawn break on the 3rd day? Then you'd better remember the following tips for survival. Collect as many supplies as you can during the day. You can never have too much ammo or medicine. Before night falls, search for a good building to hide in and prepare your defenses. Zombies appear during the night. The zombies can find you no matter where you hide. So your best tactic to fight the zombies right now is to squat inside a room with only one exit and kill the zombies with cover from your teammates. We've prepared an even greater surprise for you. Other than the normal zombies, a mysterious organization will use airdrops to distribute their biochemical experiment, Payman. This powerful elite zombie descends from the sky and tries to kill all enemies within sight. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. The map shows your repayment will drop from the sky. Kill it to get powerful weapons as your reward. The M134 minigun and flamethrower. These 2 survival till dawn exclusive weapons can definitely help you survive these 3 days and 2 nights. But remember, zombies aren't your only enemies, as other survivors are also a threat to you, so don't hesitate to eliminate them. Once you manage to survive, you'll get the unique achievement Until Dawn. Team up with your teammates to play Survive Till Dawn during Halo Weeks.
Welcome back to the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals, and I'm not going to lie, if I had to play Survive Till Dawn, I'm getting my boy ClutchGod on my team, because what he did in the last game was phenomenal. I'm still Jason Kaplan, joined by lovely gentlemen towards my left-hand side as we put the first game in the books, and we look forward to the second on Sandhawk. And this is where things are getting interesting. This is what we talked about before. Consistency is something that all the teams need to be able to pull off to be able to be successful here today. Do we think ETG.Brawlers and IND can still do it?
Well, clearly, yes. ETG.Brawlers, big question mark whether they were going to show up in the playoffs or not, as well as IND, but here they are, going first and second, respectively, in the first game here in Erangel. Now, I know that's upcoming is Sandhawk. I should expect things to change in that one, but who knows, maybe not by much.
Yeah, especially when the Brawlers aren't favored at all these circles. I mean, they were just forced every single time to continue pushing in the edge. So looking at Sandhawk matches for both those squads of Brawlers and IND, we only got 2 maps to go. Kind of similar to the Brawlers on Erangel. They had a 1st and a 16th. Sandhawk, a 1st and a 16th. So it's like we can't really pinpoint exactly how the Brawlers will perform on this map.
Well, maybe
yet.
they'll get 8th this time.
Level it out. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it is. And then IND had a 13th and a 2nd. So if we were to kind of even it out, Brawler is definitely stronger on the Sandhawk.
I mean, it's hard to say though, but the thing is, when it comes to it, I do think that IND have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to Sandhawk. ETG are good, and I think the strength on ETG relies in their communication and their late game strength. But that's not something that is as prevalent in a map like Sandhawk, which is more about reacting and fighting more than one team at once. That's something we've seen IND excel at time and time again.
Exactly. But we haven't seen that in game number 1. They were playing extremely passive. If we were looking at IND from yesterday, I stand by it. They would have pushed up the hill and got those kills.
Whole different squad.
Whole different squad, exactly. So hopefully they're not going to play too passive here and let these points slip out of their grasp, because if we were still comparing the Brawlers, they're still playing like the Brawlers from day 1.
But they're still playing exactly the same, I'd say. Sure, they've picked up a little bit, but it's still finding them the consistency. It's just they're not getting the circle. I think just in the first map today,
yeah,
the circle just was not with them. That last push was almost impossible to do at that point.
But we need to start talking about a couple of teams that have staked their way up into the top 8 that we have not really seen before. Team Seoul, we're going to have to mention. ClutchGod, who was quiet in the prelims, has started to show up. Even RIP Official making their way through in there as well, as they placed 16th out of the prelims. 0 Degree, that's generally where they were for the most part, as well as Entity. But we're starting to see some new blood come up, and maybe that's just the finals kicking in.
You know, that's the thing. I just want to point out Entity Gaming just a little bit, because they're a team that looks so confident, whether it's sieging compounds, whether it's entering together as a team, whether it's taking that map control that they had earlier in that Everest area. I think they're looking just so good, so dominant, and it shows in their game. I'm looking forward to see what they have for the rest of the days.
Hey, I'm looking forward to Seoul. I mean, after a great game number one, that's going to put them on the right track here. I mean, looking back at yesterday's performance, finishing off in 15th position, just barely making it. Maybe it was them just coasting. Today is the real Seoul, and hopefully we'll expect more from them moving forward.
I think so. I think we're starting to see that because we're starting to see the pieces of Seoul, come alive. Like Mortal, he's been making better decision makings. I think especially in the last part of the first game. Clutch God has been waking up, and that's very, very interesting to me. Now you can actually see them go heads up, and as you can see, Clutch God, wow, 800 damage on him, and on IND's Daljitsk, he gets 512 damage himself.
Yeah, and I did notice that Seoul, they were kind of sticking together this previous game as well. Like you mentioned, Mortal, back in the previous play-ins, was kind of always alone trying to scout, and then they would get taken down and out, and then the whole team kind of just crumbled. So I do like that they are staying close together this game when they can.
I think it's overall a better look. They seem more coherent, seem like they're communicating better. I think Seoul are looking like contenders, finally, looking like the Seoul that we want to see.
Exactly.
And I feel kind of bad because I feel like we're a little bit tough on Clutch God, but the reason he was picked up was for that firepower, right? And finally playing a little bit of a revenge game there. You mentioned before peeking out with the DP with like 10 HP and still being that aggressive, that confident. Even a teammate come over to drop him some meds so you can heal back up, really putting the resources into that one player.
Yeah, I mean, we heard in the interview, right? Not the favorite gun, the DP, forced to use the DP because he only had 40 bullets left on the M4, and we saw him using that M4 at that clutch moment, clutch moment, trying to confirm the kills because he was tagging the enemies with the DP, but he wasn't able to get the full knock, so he'd quickly switch off when he had to reload, get the knock, and then get the confirmed kill.
Honestly, I think if he were a little bit more lucky with a circle, that could have been his game, to be honest.
Or had more ammo for the M4, because
exactly.
I mean, when you compared him on the DP and the M4, I mean, it was nice
different thing entirely, right? I mean, when he went for those spray downs, those are things that he'd normally never miss.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little harder to control, especially because he wasn't prone, right, to use that tripod on the DP. But nevertheless, M4, Clutch God, favorite gun.
But one other player we're going to have to talk about is going to be ETG.Brawlers Dark. We talked about him many times on day one because he was always the top fragger for the team when they got their first 3 chicken dinners. And we asked in our heads, can they win without him performing well? He's a support player with quotation marks in the air. Can he rise up yet again? Because that's when they were performing well, was when he was picking up a lot of these kills.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's not his job. So inherently, it's supposed to be Dark sitting back anyway, and they still will be able to play fine, still be able to do well. Technically, as a support player, he's not supposed to be getting the kills anyway. That's just bonus added on top of it, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were saying all day yesterday and the day before, because every single time we saw the damage and the kill leaders, Dark was up there, I feel like 9 out of 10 times. And then eventually towards the final games, I feel like Dark still putting up the numbers when it comes to damage, but giving their teammates those kills to boot to kind of catch up to them.
You think maybe they should swap him out for a different role and just put him on a solo?
No. Keep Dark what Dark's doing because it's working. You know, don't mess with Dark right now.
Yeah.
Well, you know, one team that gave them some troubles was TrustDProcess. They were able to take the first chicken dinner out of their hands, away from them. And luckily for us, we got to actually chat with them and learn a little bit more about the team.
Hey everyone, welcome back. This is PMCO Falls for Team Interviews, and this team has come from all the way from Nepal. Let's welcome Team TrustDProcess. Thank you so much, guys. आप आए.
Thank you.
You guys seem low a little. आपने lunch किया?
Still haven't.
All good?
Yeah, all good.
We will be having a basic conversation. I will be asking something related about the game, team, how you guys gel up. Okay, shall we start?
Yeah, sure.
So let's start from the introduction.
My name is Shayaman. I'm from Noida. And my in-game name is TDP Saxio.
My name is Gurung Sagar. My IGN name is TDP Sagar.
My name is Xerga Rai. My in-game name is TDP Utsurga.
My name is David Limbo, and my in-game name is TDP Dogu Dogu, and I play support for the team.
Dogu Dogu supports. So you guys didn't mention your roles.
My role is NK Salta of the team.
I'm IGL and Sniper.
I'm the assaulter.
So let's get started. the very first question. How was the team formed? How was the team? When was this team formed?
We started, me and Utsaga, we started playing from season 3 together. We have friends, real life friends, who used to play. Then we slowly started playing, and then there were many teams from Nepal. There used to be tournaments and all, and then we used to be not there. So we wanted to be there. And then we used to play scrims, like the custom rooms and all. There used to be like, we used to win the games, but we used to not get the shoutouts. Then we used to get a bit, sad, like we won the game, but they don't shout us because they don't shout out to us because we are not a clan, like we don't have a clan tag and all. So that's why we thought, like, I think we should form a clan, group of friends, real life friends. So we thought of that, and then we made a clan. So yeah.
It was interesting.
Yeah.
Shoutouts.
Yeah, shoutouts.
How did you get this name, TrustDProcess?
Oh.
Trust the process. It's all about the journey, not the destiny.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there were many teams from Nepal who were like ahead of us from tournaments and all, and rooms and all. We were nothing before back then. So we made a decision to make a team. So, and then I thought a name of like something which recognize our team. So I thought like we were late. We were like way below from the other Nepal teams. So we thought a name of TrustDProcess. So we made it short form to TrustDProcess. So, yeah.
Accurate, too accurate. So, like ending the conversation, it was it was a good experience for me too. Plus, I was feeling really good because as I'm also Nepali. So, thank you so much, Apai.
Thank you for having us.
Now, ending this, I want you should deliver something. You should say to your fans, family.
Nepali fans who've been supporting us till now, and I hope we'll have some Indian fans after this PMCO.
Thanks to my family who've been supporting me till like 3-4 months. I've been trying to play full-time PUBG right now, so thank you to them.
I want to thank my parents and my friends for believing in me.
Well, you got at least one American fan up here on the desk for you. Great to hear them actually being some real-life friends coming together and making a team. But you know what that music means? We're about to get underway with our next match here. Predictions, give me them.
I think that we're going to start to see TDP finally wake up.
I trust the process.
Okay, well, thanks again to Vivo for being the official title sponsor of the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals. We're going to go over to our caster as we get underway with our second match of the day. It's Sandhawk, it's Alex Byfield and Imperium.
Yes, Jason, that is correct. Game 2 of day 1 of the finals here. Still 2 more days to play. And yes, Dave may be the American fan of TrustDProcess on the desk, but I've got an Irish one right here.
Yes, TrustDProcess indeed. And it's funny because they talked about the name in the interview, and when I saw them in the spring split and when I got a hold of them, it was a name that stood out for me because to me, any kind of esports, any kind of competitive game, I feel like having a process and a mindset, you have to trust yourself. You have to trust how you play your game, however it evolves. So let's see how TrustDProcess can do in Sandhawk. Now, one real quick thing. In Sandhawk, they're actually the team that scored the least amount of points of all these 16 teams. They've only scored 3 points in the 2 Sandhawk games we played in play-ins.
Ouch, you heard it there from Imperium. Maybe not looking too strong here on Sandhawk for TrustDProcess. But let's see what's about to happen as the plane went from south to north on the left-hand side of the map towards Camp Alpha there at the top and Hatin as well. However, Imperium, majority of teams currently flooding towards the right side.
Yes, let's see what is going to go down, how these teams are going to look to rotate. Of course, the circle is going to be ever so important wherever phase 1 to show up. And I mentioned about TrustDProcess being the team that scored the least amount of points in Sandhawk. The team that have scored the most, the top 3, are IND, they scored 55 points in 2 Sanhok games. ETG.Brawlers, the top of the table leaderboard, they scored 34 points in 2 games. And 0 Degree, a team that surprised us all, they scored 33 points in 2 Sanhok games.
Seeing the teams as well, fairly scattered across the map, just splitting up, not for clues, but instead for loot to try and get the best weaponry and loadout going into the final phases of Sanhok. Obviously, these early games here in the finals are pivotal for these teams to not just gain points on the standings, but to gain confidence going into day 2 and 3. But just to compare that to the play-ins, we saw a few teams go the opposite way. Team Blind being the major one for me, finishing top 10 and then finishing 20th the next day.
Of course, nothing is certain in life, I can tell you that. But I tell you what is certain.
Death and taxes.
Yeah, death, taxes, and phase 1 circle in this game 2 of the final stage. It's more northerly, but it's heavily on the mainland, so it should be pretty good for most of these teams, especially 0 Degree, who ended and landed around Tatmok. They can rotate quite nicely into the center of the circle.
Oh my goodness, Paratosh there is just dancing around those bullets from Sagar. Does get away just with what? 10, 15 points of damage being done. Has a Red Bull as well, sorry, an energy drink as well, so can just down that and get up to full HP, but probably going to be saving that for later on into the tournament.
And that's good. It's like those early game fights, not fights, but even just kind of throwing those bullets in the direction of your opponents. It just pushes them away, so it's kind of going to, you know, maybe knock a little bit off Fnatic's perch for now, but it's early game indeed. And I want to talk about ETG.Brawlers for a little bit, because yes, they pulled in some dominant performances on the play-ins, getting 4 chicken dinners out of 6. But one thing I did notice is in the games that they didn't play, or the games that they didn't win, their highest point scoring game was 6. So I wonder, are they the kind of team where they either play really good or they play really bad? Of course, with 18 games in this final stage, we will find out, but that definitely is on my mind, Alex.
Doing well so far, though, finishing second in the first game versus IND. So currently on the map, obviously it was towards the northeastern side of Sanhok. Some of the teams as well that landed towards Camp Alpha, Team IND, Megastars as well, going to be seeing them rotate instead towards Batin, then go to the right eastern side towards Tatmok, and then probably come back down, so must go around the rotations and avoid those teams in the center of the map towards Bootcamp and Barn.
So yeah, as we see the overview of the map on our screen, so we see how these teams are looking. Most of the teams are inside the circle quite nicely. The teams that are outside the circle right now will be Nepal HO NI down in around the dock area, ETG.Brawlers and Orb, although they are getting close to clashing against each other. And Elementrix did land around Ruins, so they have to rotate into the mainland. Of course, Seoul, they're in Kampong. They have a nice, easy entrance into the circle. They can take that main road and head in towards Ban area.
Ooh, heading towards Barn, or maybe it's going to be Yash coming into this barn instead, as Sangwan has been left alone from ETG.Brawlers, maybe getting slightly too greedy with loot. He is going to be exiting here. However, if he does go in towards the tree terrain, he might get caught from behind and maybe caught by surprise. Seems unlikely, though. Looks like Orb Official haven't quite heard the steps or seen it, as they haven't pulled the trigger just yet.
Not just yet, but Yash is on the front line for his team. Will be aware, actually, all the while, ETG.Brawlers, remember, is in the distance, popping shots off towards Orb, and that's going to be a knockdown.
Ironically, though, it's actually one of the players from ETG.Brawlers who got the first shot into it, but it is so far a 1-for-1 exchange in terms of players being downed between ETG.Brawlers and Orb Official, as Max Cash manages to get away, but that's still going to be Massic down, which Mad Dog has to deal with. However, Yash gets 1 kill, the first kill here in Game 2, and may make it a second and a third if one of the players here from ETG.Brawlers gets caught out. However, Elementrix may want to third-party this exchange between these two teams.
Well, that's what we talk about with Sanhok. Third-partying can be so important in Sanhok. I feel like it's less important with PUBG Mobile compared to PUBG PC from what I've seen so far. But when it happens, it can really be a big kick in the face to the team that does get third party. Elementrix avoiding that, moving on forward in a circle, that's a wise play by them.
What's very surprising for me is how, well, basically every single team is on the south side of the circle. We didn't see any teams, as I expected, to rotate through ruins, cross the waters of Camp Alpha, and go right around all of the other squads. Instead, they've all rotated upwards through the center. So we should be seeing an extremely action-packed finish on this map.
Yeah, they have generally been more direct rotations for the teams, but that's okay for SynerGE because it's a smaller map, Alex. You just got to be aware of where the teams around you have landed, know that information, and that's where an experienced, competent IGL will come into play for any of these teams in the final stages. When we look with Phase 1 closing in and getting into Phase 2, there's a cluster of teams around the center of the circle going from the north to the south, so it's more vertical rather than horizontal right now.
Very interesting indeed. Do you believe that's because the major points in the circle are towards that southern side?
Yes.
Boot camp, for example, Tapmock as well being left almost vacant, which is strange.
Definitely, and even Paradise Resort that INS hold on to. It can be hard to disengage from it, but if you can hold on and keep control of Paradise Resort, that can actually hold two teams for quite a decent period of time that Paradise Resort is inside the circle. But if you can hold on to it as one team, you can really take advantage of it against the teams around you. But we're definitely seeing the teams getting closer. Solar moving in and Elementrix popping off.
Oh, Elementrix, Ranji spots out Regaltos, takes him down, and eventually he will be dispatched off. One of the players, fan favorite Soul, already decredited out of this matchup. The second player to be taken out of the server, and it's from Soul this time. And as I say that, Aman from Entity is down as well.
Those are two teams that actually came very close in terms of finishing position of Game 1, third and fourth respectively. So that's going to be tough for Soul, losing a member early on in this game in SynerGE. It takes away a level of vision, takes away a level of awareness.
Viper as well, out of this one. All down to Clutch God and Mortal to try and get a good standing here on SynerGE. This is very surprising.
And it's funny because I think part of why they lost two members early on was actually part of what you mentioned. And even though I said that generally it's okay to rotate into a circle in a more direct route once you know where the teams are around you, yes, Soul did a more direct route, but because they weren't aware and they were separated, they paid the price. You got to stick together early on in this game. The analysts talked about it in Game 1. They did that, but they're not doing it in SynerGE, where it's, in my opinion, a little bit more important.
I actually really like this 2-2 split right now from Rip Official. Legend and Naruto ganged up together here by the rocks on the left, and then we've got Tempest and Sky at the top there.
Yeah, of course, touch upon it. Great pointing out there where Rip have gone for that 2-2 split. It means that there's a higher chance that they can create a bit of a cloak effect and just smother 0 degrees. Of course, you do have that one member on the east side of the compound on its own, but because it is technically a 2v3 between Legend and Naruto and the three members of 0 degrees, it is going to be a little bit harder for Rip to push through that for now. They have to be calculated and use that split to their advantage.
Team IND crossing the river currently from the Camp Alpha side over to the east. Thankfully, as we mentioned just, 2 minutes ago, there's no one currently in boot camp, which was surprising for me to see. But it's going to be very beneficial for Team IND.
You only really want to hold on to boot camp in the first 3 phases if it's really, really central to the circle. Otherwise, you don't really want to stay there. You just want to take the loot and rotate out. That's what TrustDProcess have done. They've gone a little bit more down south, as you do see this map in front of you guys. You talked about it. IND, they're making a nice rotation. The winners of Game 1 looking confident, knowing that they can do better. But look at Nepali HO NI. They're making a nice rotation from the south, staying quite safe. Orb and TrustDProcess are taking a couple of shots at each other. Of course, we did see then Elementrix get a first kill for them onto Seoul, and the phase 2 is shifts up north, Tapmok, Mong Nai, Camp Bravo, and the mountainous areas around it are going to be so important for the teams to rotate, especially the ones down south.
Yeah, maybe Rip Official are going to be regretting leaving Camp Bravo at this point, but then again, they are directly center of the circle in this game so far. As we have Orb Official on our screens currently split 2-2 essentially, or 2-1-1, as they just basically loot up the compound here, and then they're moving and rotating away.
Like a team that I'm looking at that are rotating, in my opinion, quite negatively. Actually, no, we'll get upon that later. Mayhem and ETG.
Whoa. What's going on here? Dark's gone out the server. The best player currently for ETG.Brawlers. Naruto as well in the midst of it joins Legends as they are down. So lots of action here coming to the precipice of our screens. Nova as well is downed, potentially going to be converted into a kill shortly, as Reds was able just to rattle off so many shots. However, in the midst of all of this, look at Iconic going around the side. Does he realize that actually there's a player directly behind him? I don't think so.
Yeah, now we are seeing Rip and 0 Degrees going out. Unfortunately, the camera isn't panning around, so we can't see an idea of who's really coming out on top. It seems like 0 Degrees are actually getting the better of Rip. We'll find out. We have seen Nova also get knocked down for ETG Brawl. So great play by them, but Vampire OP getting returned with that third party.
Mayhem shooting off into the distance, into the terrain towards SynerGE. Actually, Cloak there, downing Servi. Couldn't quite see it, but it seems like he's going to be very easily revived because of how much cover there is just to get behind the rocks, get behind the hill, and to revive your teammates. Ooh, there you have it, Iconic. As we mentioned, didn't expect Mortal to be behind him. You can hear the roar of the crowd as well as ETG.Brawlers Imperium are taking out 16th. And you were right. You said the other do very well or very poorly. Is that because of aggression, potentially?
It's just they have to find that consistency in terms of the performance, but this is only game 2 of the finals, so I will reserve that confirmed judgment until we get later on into the games and, of course, into the days of the final stage. As you see, Megastars, I didn't initially like their rotation heading in to Paradise Resort as opposed to going up north, but they are getting the better of INS for now. Fnatic possibly looking to join them, or are they actually going to rotate around? I would much prefer that Fnatic plays the forward-thinking movement of actually going around, go up northwards, and occupy the compound that is actually split between where Paradise Resort is and the two teams of 0 Degrees and Rip.
Megastars and Team INS about to lock horns here inside Paradise Resort. The grenade goes in. Unfortunately, it's a bit too far to the left.
It's a 4v3 right now for the members of Megastars right now, so they do have that man advantage. But one thing that can be hard is actually entering into Paradise Resort successfully. They got us good for now, but Fnatic from behind, third party.
Oh, they are indeed a waste though. Maybe bits off more than he could chew as he does go down. Again, same salient point. Very easy to be revived here, as of course we're seeing Kisley being brought back up to his feet. Paratosh, though, trying to get to the high ground, it seems.
And final boss, I like that. Stay around, use your TPP awareness where you have a bit more of a view, but Scout OP knocked down.
Knocked down and out as well. It's going to be Vexy from Megastars to take him down. Mad Dog as well from Orb Official taken out of this equation. But look at the flank currently from Team INS. Bishma wanting to get some more kills here, more points for his team, as he did very well in the play-ins into this one. Final boss, they're coming away from where Fnatic were and trying to help his team here with INS.
But right now, Megastars are actually coming out kind of on top. They've got 2 kills out of these 2 teams for now. Fnatic, get the hell out of there. Just disengage from that skirmish. It's not worth your while, as Megastars knocked out with the grenade.
Brilliant grenade there from Joker. 2 players down, and now you can see this. Final boss is very, very caught up in an awkward situation. Gets one onto Smokey. Tries to do more as Bishma is just there to the left, but more players falling here for Megastars. This is all down to Avi versus 2 players, Joker and Bishma. But they're going to be falling back a little bit, more tentative here. This may allow Avi to revive his teammate.
Well, yeah, that's because what Avi did so effectively was it not only did he get the knockdown, he confirmed the kill. That said to INS, we are not winning this right now. back off, reposition, and see what we can do from there. But we did see phase 3 shift. It went actually down south, so it is kind of favouring the teams that stayed around that southern area. And of course, Paradise Resort is still inside the circle, Alex.
Yeah, very prevalent there from Megastars to win that exchange and actually being able to revive Vexy. So they still have 3 players here in commission. Let's take a look as well at Team INS, who only have 2. So Drigger and Smokey were taken out. So Megastars, as you said, they took a player of Fnatic, they took 2 off INS. Now they have control of Paradise Resort, which is very important here as we do move into more action. Mayhem versus Elementrix, as it's going to be Reds that is downed and killed eventually by Poo Poo Man. I don't believe I just said that, but it's KK. Let's see if he can believe that just moments away, meters away, he has opposition to try and deal with.
As far as I know, that is the last member of Mayhem, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be up. Of course, Cloak is knocked down, but he's going very close. Yes, it is going to be, it's KK that's going to be the last man standing for Mayhem. Kill is confirmed on the Cloak. Nepal HO NI rotating from south. And talking about Fnatic, I know they're not on our screens, but they're still hovering to the west of Paradise Resort, and they're actually heading more down south towards the direction of IND. I don't really agree with that. I feel they should have gone more up north because there's a lot more space for them to really kind of push in onto the likes of 0 Degree and Rip, as well as even potentially Entity. But let's see how it does work out for Fnatic for now, as the last member of Mayhem is staying prone.
We've seen a few valiant solo plays from Clutch God. We saw it from Shagar as well, from TrustDProcess yesterday. But issue is, though, Elementrix are so close, and even Major Alpha as well is there in the exchange. But my goodness, it's going to be SynerGE that make their mark here, as this may be the saving grace for Mayhem, as SynerGE clean up the mess that his team failed to do.
Yeah, good stuff coming out from Major Alpha from a distance, getting that knock down. As we see, they are also looking to pop shots off. They're on the edge of the circle on the east side. They do have plenty of space. There's no teams to the south or really to the north. There's only Sky left from Rip, so he's just going to be holding out onto his position. 0 Degree, yes, they were actually winning out that fight between Rip. That was nice of them to see, but we can't deny what Entity can do. Entity, they have that kind of crossroad position that they can really punish teams as phase 4 shifts down south. All of a sudden, TrustDProcess, IND, they are very nicely in the circle, Alex.
It's going to be a gold rush, it seems, to get into these 2 compounds which are adjacent to each other inside the center of the circle. Obviously, there is a road splitting it, so maybe one team occupies the north side of the road and the other team could occupy the south.
It's going to be so hard for the 6-7 teams that are around the north and the east side of this circle that they did lose that position. INS, Megastars, what are they going to do? Entity should have a nice play. We're seeing SynerGE move in. What is going to happen, as this is Nepal, Godlike, and Orb in the southern side of this circle?
Yeah, they still have to push forward as soon as we get to, 10 seconds away once phase 4 starts to restrict the playing area. We're going to see a bloodbath there towards the southern side. But in the meantime, Mortal is down. Clutch God as well, quite far away. Look how much open terrain there is to cross. Maybe, just maybe if they had smoke grenades. But yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
It's that third-partying effect, right? We don't even see that Entity player on our camera view. So that was the third party coming in strong, punishing Soul, and Junior knocks down Mortal. It's just Clutch God left standing. And once again in the second game of the day, what's he going to do, because he's not even in circle?
We've just lost Rip Official. Remember, ETG.Brawlers were out first, and Clutch God tries to get his first kill in this game. Does get Junior down. He hasn't got quite the kill just yet.
SynerGE comes in and wipes out Elementrix at the drop of a hat. See you later, Elementrix. And that does help Clutch God.
Really, really does, because look how close they were before that. They had the top of the hill, and they had the vantage point over him, but instead, Clutch God now still alive and has a few teams close, but actually SynerGE are rotating away.
Well, SynerGE are kind of rotating into the circle because they're still not in it. They do have Entity to the north of them. That can help Clutch God. It is only phase 4, so yes, it will do a bit more tick damage, but it's not going to be super punishing, so he can wait out for now and see what happens. All the while, we still have that north fight between the two teams of Megastars and INS Fnatic. They move down south. They've got that compound on the edge of the circle, but there's no team directly in the center as Godlike moving on to Nepali HO NI.
Nepali HO NI about to take some bullets, potentially to the dome, but it seems more like to the hut, as NHB can't really peek out towards the window, can't peek out as well towards the door. That's because there's a 4-4 locked in and loaded ready to just expose him. And they're outside the zone as well, so they're just taking continuous ticking damage. This is really just a ticking time bomb, essentially, before they are dispatched of, as they have to get inside the circle and then deal with these opposition.
But like I said, it's only phase 4. The damage isn't going to be super detrimental, but INS Megastars.
Oh, look at Avi as well over the top here with the hip fire spray. Takes down one of them. Blazy is out, and Avi as well can be joining the mix here. It's all down to Joker, and here we go. And what's going on here? Whoa. Has he just done what I think he's just done?
God, what has happened?
Gosh, Bishma with the 1 versus 2. Avi and Co, they try and come over the top. Bishma with the hip fire spray transfer takes them both out at INS somehow, in some miraculous way, and still in this one to fight.
Now, you saw Entity. They took out 0 Degree. They took out Soul as well. Clutch God is out of it. We are down to 8 teams, 26 players. When we look at the phase 5 circle, it's centered up, Alex. IND inside it, TrustDProcess inside it, SynerGE are inside it. But what's more important is there's no real compound in the center that the teams can really grab hold of. So it's going to be all edge play and potentially third partying.
This is where utility, smoke grenades, vehicles, if any of the teams have them, are very, very important to use as cover. And obviously utility to utilize to try and revive teammates or use as obstacles.
And of course, this sneaky, snaky play that the teams are going to have to look to use. Fnatic, they're not too far away from the circle, but SynerGE, they've connected on to Godlike for now. Major Alpha also getting that kill confirmed onto Godlike. What is going to happen? Just 2 players left for them as Fnatic. They make their way closer, but they've got INS and Entity right in front of them.
IND as well, so close to Fnatic. In the midst of all of this, Nepali HO NI go out to the play zone. We said before how difficult it was going to be to get inside the zone, deal with Godlike, and it seems like they actually fell to natural causes instead. Though, Fnatic, Oasis is down by Bishma. Bishma having the tournament of his life.
Yeah, and now SynerGE trying to push in. It is phase 6. It's centered up once again. No team is actually inside the circle. Alex, that's really important. The team that's closest is TrustDProcess, and they still have all 4 members up. But IND indeed. Catching a few of the players there for Fnatic off guard, trying to huddle for warmth behind the rock. But now there's 2 players essentially, or make it 1 now, for Fnatic to try and raise from the near grave as Kratos here with Daljitski can just revive him. And it seems like TrustDProcess aren't going to apply too much pressure here and allow him to revive. The grenades go in, but they miss. Well, look at what TrustDProcess are doing, Alex. You could say that maybe they're spreading themselves too thin, but they are going 2-2 split for now. Let's see if it works out.
Bishma, Joker, just outside of the zone, catching Fnatic off guard as they're trying to get inside it. Godlike are out. Oasis is down. Bishma down as well, so essentially it's just Ronak here versus Joker, but Joker wins it. Fnatic are out. And with that, Joker still alive here for Team INS. In the midst of all of this, we have Entity Game with 4 alive. TrustDProcess 4 alive as well. They've kept quiet here. They haven't been a part of the action, but as I say that, Dokodoko goes down. Slayer 2. Kratos trying to clean up the mess here as Sakleo.
Saxilo, you beast, getting the job done for IND, Alex.
Yeah, IND taking out INS, which means we're down to just 3 teams. Entity Gaming, SynerGE, TrustDProcess. 8 players alive. SynerGE are gone. It's only 2 now. TrustDProcess versus Entity. Attack is out of the picture. We still have just 3 players. 1 down, which is Dokodoko. 2 players here, Nemo and a man, currently for Entity Gaming.
But look at Shigar. He's in the circle. He's able to push Entity away. Saxo's able to flank around. And TrustDProcess, it is going to be this push on the west edge that could work out for them.
Yeah, as you said, Shigar directly inside the circle. You can see even as a compound as well to some degree, such an advantageous position to have claim. Right now, we've got Katak to the right, Nia to the left. 2 of the players remaining from Aman and Jonathan for Entity as well in the center. Doku is revived as well. So now we have a 4 versus 3.5, as we still need to see Gatak get revived, which seems unlikely with how much open space there is to cross. And yeah, JHADAV got a dispatch of him, so a 3 versus 4 as Neo trying to make the push around the corner. The footsteps should be heard here from the players of TrustDProcess as the damage is just so close to finishing up the job here. Pulls out the Fists of Fury, can't quite land it though, and he has lost the 8 count. He's gone out and been knocked out.
4v2, TrustDProcess, can they get the final 2 kills? Alex, they have the punishment, they have the movement, can they close in onto Entity?
TrustDProcess have money in the bank though. Look where Shigar is, inside the circle. If anything happens, it's going to be a win for TrustDProcess. 4 players alive as well towards the end there. Doku got revived. We saw amazing, immaculate play there from TrustDProcess. Shigar basically being the insurance claim where if his other players die, he's inside the zone, so they'll win it regardless. Fair play.
Exactly, that's why I needed to mention that, because he got himself into that one building in the circle, and that was detrimental to them taking out. Plus, by also confirming that kill onto Entity, it also took away the vision that Entity had on the east side of the circle. I gotta give credit to Entity for not focusing on getting into the circle and trying to, play an unorthodox play of pushing on the outside of the circle. It just didn't work out, but TrustDProcess, living by their namesake. Great game 1, now game 2 goes in their favor, and I think they've broken the Sandhawk mold of the low points in the play-ins to get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, as well. I mean, I'm going to give a shout out to Neo there. Tries to finish off the job versus, I believe, Sax Leo. Gets him down to, 10-15% HP. Whips out the fists. Tries to go for the uppercut there. Can't quite land it. And as he does overextend, catches one to the chin. But yeah, there we have it. TrustDProcess with a win. Again, catching us by surprise. Well, me surprised. Maybe not you and Dave.
Nah, not me and Dave. We know what we're talking about. No, nothing against the others. Great job by TrustDProcess. But Fnatic, I want to kind of touch upon them a little bit. I do think they were a bit weak with their rotations. Not just weak, but I touched upon it yesterday. A little bit indecisive with their rotation, because when they were around the west of Paradise Resort, first they went to the northwest. They lost Scout OP, then they kind of stayed up the northwest of Paradise Resort, then they headed down the southwest. It should have been, you make one decision, you make a rotation, and you go for it. It felt a little bit weak by Fnatic standards, by what we know they can do. I hope coming into the latter games, they clean that up a bit, because I know once they get on top of a game, they can be so dangerous.
Indeed. We see as well some of the early kills that happened. I mean, Viper gone second, first, one of the first players to go. Clutch God again had so much to do. He did a valiant effort again for a second time around, but we need more players to survive. But yeah, your winners are TrustDProcess. But for now, let's trust the analysis desk for what they have to say.
Well, you know what? They came out swinging. For a team that was 24th place, the last team to qualify through into the prelims, they're able to take their first chicken dinner of the finals. And I have to say, it's probably the Z1X, the official smartphone here of the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals. And now the question is, can they continue to do it time and time again?
I think so, as long as it's on Sandhawk. Dave seems to know a lot about it, but to be honest, I really like what I saw from TDP here. Really good communication, really good trades. They really isolated those 1v1s at the end and won those 1v1s. Wasn't the cleanest of wins, but it was a win nonetheless.
Yeah, I just gotta mention, we just saw up there Joker from INS saving the day. They had Megastars out there in the blue, getting chunk gatekeeping, able to get their team members back up, but we saw INS there taken down in the process. Here we go though.
Yeah, that was the
some
weird
questionable
part.
plays coming out from Neo right there. Maybe running out of ammo, trying to get the punch out. I'm not really sure what happened.
I'll be honest, the positioning from Entity in that last team fight was very, very shoddy. They had the information on where they were, and they stuck together. And instead of finding the one player who was isolated, taking the mount, going in and just hoping for a trade kill, they just sort of hung out in one area and tried to take the fight against the far players of TDP. Eventually, they just got dissected. I don't think that was the best team fight, but props, though, to TDP for taking that victory.
Yeah, I think communication was a little off there, because there was a straight-up 4v4. Both of the squads were not in the next circle. We had Entity, they sent one in the north trying to wrap into the circle. At the same time, TDP also sent one to the only shack within the circle.
the Entity player was taking down the process, and then we saw Neo push by themselves as well. So it's like they're sending out their players one at a time. We had
it was like
Entity with 2 alive at the end. Yeah, it's like I don't know why they didn't stick together as 4.
Yeah. I mean, it was like it ended up with so many 1v1s at the end. It was very, very strange. I couldn't make sense of it. But I do know that TDP, they did decide to go for a 2-2 split, which did make sense to me because one went down, the other went down, got away somehow and ended up winning a 1v1 to help them secure the game. So that was good on TDP. It was Entity with a really questionable decision-making at the end, though.
I know they had a lot of kills that game, Entity. Maybe that confidence was getting the best of them. They were assuming that they can take these individual gunfights. Just didn't happen. TrustDProcess. Let's just say I said they were going to win. I said it.
I think both of you did, right?
Yeah, we both said TDP. I might have been a little bit inspired by their interview. That might have had something to do with it. But
And I'm just going to say, if you asked me, which, you know, if you guys, everyone asked me who I think is going to win, I would have said them as well. Just going to throw that one in there. But we should talk about maybe the start of the game because we had Team Seoul lose 2 players very early on, as well as ETG. So some teams were looking to, you know, continue to play well. They had a rocky start.
Yeah, I think they started off in a really, really bad position. That initial team fight with ETG, they never really fully recovered. Losing one of their star players immediately right off the bat is going to hurt you, especially going into the later stage of the game. Not that they made it into the later stage of the game because they just got taken out so quick.
Yeah, I mean, they dropped Pinam with SGE. Like you said, they lost a member very early on, and then from there, they were just trying to survive and just getting picked apart in rotations the entire game. SGE, though, on the flip side of that, they got those kills onto the Brawlers, and then we saw them pulling up into the end. They were fighting multiple teams. They got into one good gunfight. I forget who it was, but they were looking good as well. But these zones, just all back and forth this previous game.
I want to point out that fight with Team Seoul. If you remember, Team Seoul ended up with 1 person left, and that was ClutchGod, having to clutch yet again. I thought he was done for. But at the same time, Elementrix getting picked off from the back by another squad, basically saving ClutchGod's life for just a little bit longer.
I want to talk about Fnatic a little bit because we had Scout die kind of early, right? And it seemed like with him dead, they lost that aggressive player because I'm looking towards a little bit later on when it was Fnatic, Megastars, and INS around Paradise Resort. Megastars were pretty much locked in. Like, there was teams on both sides, and when they were fighting INS, Fnatic didn't even go in for the third party. They sat back. They sat back for a majority of the game, actually, towards the end, trying to, I guess, play for placement points when Scout was dead. I'm not sure what the mindset was about that.
You know, when you want to be a game-winning squad, if you want to win chicken dinners, if you want to win the tournament, you can't just do that. You have to go in, you have to be confident, you have to be aggressive. This is not like the Fnatic that we're used to be seeing.
I mean, you mentioned it. They're down a member very early on. Scout, their star player, I'm going to say. They got to Paradise. They weren't receiving any shots. So they said, hey, let's just play passive. Didn't work out for them because it was not favored in Paradise, the previous circles that happened after that. And then they tried to push on in. INS were behind them, trying to backstab them. IND was gatekeeping them, so they were kind of getting pinched from multiple angles, and Fnatic, just like that, no more.
You did mention INS, and I really want to talk about INS. That
you love that
play
squad.
By Joker, that 1v3 clutch, that was absolutely insane here. Isolating those 1v1s from right on. He had the low ground as well. That's what I want to point out, why that play was so good. He had the low ground and everybody else was peeking from above one by one. And despite the fact that it's harder to take a fight from below because you get a little bit less of the opponent's scene, he actually got those 1v3 kills in and saved his entire team, almost his entire team rather.
To be fair, had a little more cover as well. Had a tree to work with. Megastars were up there on the rock like you mentioned. They did have the high ground, but they were totally exposed.
Look at IND again, by the way, as you see here currently at number 6 from that result. They played very passive throughout the game. If you think back to the first match on Erangel, well, they had 0 kills, but they were the only team with 4 players left alive as we moved into the 6th circle. This time, only 1 kill, dropping out a little bit early.
That's not like them at all. IND, normally we talk about them getting aggressive rotations. This is the kind of map that seems to be in IND's ballpark. Not what happened. It's actually TrustDProcess, Entity Gaming. They came out with 11 and 12 kills respectively. Geez, that's a lot of kills.
I mean, we kind of expect this from Entity, right? They're a pretty aggressive team looking back at the previous 2 days, but TrustDProcess, they had a great day number 1, day number 2, not too hot. I'm happy that we did believe in them this game. Do I think that they can get another chicken dinner? It's going to be a challenge. I definitely think that they should maintain the aggression that they are bringing to the table, though, to at least get those kill points to help them stay afloat.
And SynerGE, out of nowhere, they've been sitting in, I think they were the very last team to qualify, or one of, through our play-ins. And now we're starting to see them in third place. So I guess it's playoff mode for a lot of these teams here, like Seoul.
But boys,
wow.
Let's look at the very bottom of that table.
Brawlers!
What is it about ETG.Brawlers and SynerGE? What is it about this map they seem to struggle with time and time again?
I think, in my opinion, Brawlers, the reason why they struggle for this is because Brawlers are a team that like to have map control and then take a certain amount of map control and then take fights one by one. Thing is, you can't exactly do that on SynerGE because you're normally fighting more than one squad at the same time, and Brawlers have never really been that. That's not the kind of squad they are.
And we were questioning it. You know, we only had 2 games from the Brawlers, a first and a 16th. Now they got a first and 2 16th, so not their map. Probably their weakest map, actually, when it comes to winning these chicken dinners.
Yeah, but they haven't also won on Vikendi, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So we have yet to see if they can replicate their success on Vikendi.
If I'm not mistaken, by the way, I
What's
think
up?
there's 6 teams in there who were in the top 8 after the first match. ETG.Brawlers, RP Official, I think Orb was in there, Seoul, Elementrix, 0 Degree.
Mayhem.
Even, yeah, there's so many teams that were like in the top echelons of the standings. And now, bottoming out here on SynerGE, how will that affect the overall standings, I'm going to wonder.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. The first match, I said SynerGE is going to be a flip scripper. Script flipper. Sorry. And it is exactly what happened here. So it's going to be really topsy-turvy as we go into the overall.
I'm concerned with Fnatic. Like you said, like we talked about, losing Scout OP very early on. Yes, they got those 6 placement points, but they had 0 kills. They cannot afford that at all. I mean, you need these kills to kind of balance it out.
I mean, in a tournament where one single point is going to be the difference between qualifying and not, you're going to think that Fnatic's going to pull together and try to get those kills, but it's not the case. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, it's better to get some kills and at least have something going into the match going forward than to just get placements and have no kills at all.
Well, guys, there's something I want to mention as we look back to SynerGE a little bit more before we head to break. It came down to the 4th circle. Let's actually take a look at all the circles in general of how that map actually played out. But there was a massive shift, leaving 11 teams out of the 14 in total outside of it. And that's something we're going to have to talk about because transition across SynerGE is going to be rough.
Yeah, SynerGE is one of those maps that are so terrible and treacherous, especially when some of the areas covered in very moist areas.
Right here.
Ooh,
actually, the one right before that.
After this too. I mean, it shifts.
There you go.
Here we go. Yeah, it shifts. Trust the process. They're trusting their gut feeling here on this moist map. They're all the way down there on the edge. Right here is where we had about 7 teams forced to come in through the east side. Nobody camping those compounds. SGE, this was very interesting. They sent it to the compounds, but we see Major Alpha out there trying to get the cleanup onto Godlike. This was a critical play that didn't benefit SGE because SGE spent so much time that they were actually taking damage from the blue there, and we see Entity getting in front of that compound. SGE went down and out. So I feel like that play from Major Alpha, I do agree. You want to stay back there. You want to make sure you don't get the backstab. But they took too much time to do it, and tanking damage from the blue that late in the game, you just cannot have it at all.
And the same thing went for Entity, I think. They took so long to decide whether they wanted to commit onto the fight onto TDP that they just ended up getting picked off as well. See, the compound eventually did go into the favor of TDP because of the fact that Entity took so long to decide whether they wanted to go into that team fight or not.
Well, guys, Miramar, we're not going to go too deep into it just yet, but that will be our next map. Obviously, much different than what we just had, from a very moist map to a very dry map. How do you feel like this map's going to fare for a lot of these teams? Because, again, TrustDProcess, that was the second time they took a chicken dinner, but it was just on SynerGE alone.
You know, I think this is the kind of map that really favors ETG.Brawlers here, and especially because of the fact that they have some of the better snipers as well. A team like INS as well, this is going to favor him too. But I also think that Seoul is going to come in here and do really, really well on this match, especially with Mortal in the squad.
I was just pointing to a fan. Not only that, though.
I think they follow you on Instagram.
The Brawlers.
/save _.
Yep, thank you. The Brawlers, the last 2 times we saw them play on Miramar, chicken dinner, baby.
It really seems to suit their playstyle, especially with those compounds. They know how to hold them, they know how to fight for them, and they know how to prevent players from coming into them.
Okay, well, you know what? It's time for us to head to the stage to talk to the man and the team who got through and took home their chicken dinner. Let's go to the stage with Xerxes.
I'm with TrustDProcess. Winner, winner, chicken dinner early on into the game. How does it feel?
It feels nice. Like, it's really great. It's a good feeling, like getting to the top table from the very start. It's really easy to go forward. It's really easy for us to play our game.
This is one of those maps which is very unpredictable and most teams are a little uncomfortable when it comes to it. Is that the same thing for you, or did you just really trust the process and go for it?
We love Sunhawk, we love Bootcamp, we always drop there. We know all the love Sunhawk, so yeah, we're pretty confident about Sunhawk.
And it shows that you love this map because you got 6 kills, which is the most in this team, and that's like really, really important that every kill got you closer to the circle. You, in fact, even out of the circle at one point of time when you came in, was there a strategy that you were looking forward to which worked out, or it just happened?
Yeah, it worked out. Yeah, we were looking at the zone. It moved, but we were looking for an edge, a good cover. Then we moved there. Then we're just scouting. We were letting everyone fight first. We were just waiting for our time to come. So yeah.
And while we're here, I also get to hear that because of your 6 kills, you are also the MVP of the match. So congratulations to that for Utsaga. Congratulations. What's expected of the next map? What are you guys going to do? Is there anything specific that you're looking to get another chicken dinner? Are you going to be greedy?
I'm speaking my mother tongue.
I mean, I won't understand.
Nepali chance baji, Nepali garcha.
I am guessing that means that he is going for the kill, right? Yep, they're going to be going for the kill. We're going to be going for a break. We'll be right back with the next map. See you later.
What prevents you from becoming the real deal? Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be quick. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo. A real strong core makes you a real professional player.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Lite Halo Weeks. We're happy to bring you our Halloween-themed mode, Survive Till Dawn. In this new mode, players will undergo 3 days and 2 nights of harsh trials. Survive the attacks of zombies and other survivors to become the last person standing. Do you want to see dawn break on the 3rd day? Then you'd better remember the following tips for survival. Collect as many supplies as you can during the day. You can never have too much ammo or medicine. Before night falls, search for a good building to hide in and prepare your defenses. Zombies appear during the night. The zombies can find you no matter where you hide. So your best tactic to fight the zombies right now is to squat inside a room with only one exit and kill the zombies with cover from your teammates. We've prepared an even greater surprise for you. Other than the normal zombies, a mysterious organization will use airdrops to distribute their biochemical experiment, Payman. This powerful elite zombie descends from the sky and tries to kill all enemies within sight. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. The map shows your repayment will drop from the sky. Kill it to get powerful weapons as your reward. The M134 minigun and flamethrower. These 2 Survival Till Dawn exclusive weapons can definitely help you survive these 3 days and 2 nights. But remember, zombies aren't your only enemies, as other survivors are also a threat to you, so don't hesitate to eliminate them. Once you manage to survive, you'll get the unique achievement Until Dawn. Team up with your teammates to play Survive Till Dawn during Halo Weeks.
Welcome back to the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals. We have a third of the games done for today, but that doesn't mean we're a third of the way through the entire tournament, as it's just 6 games today, tomorrow, and the next, and 18 in total. 8 of them still to come on our angle. And guys, we're moving on to now Miramar, a very dry map for these teams. TrustDProcess already taken a winner chicken dinner. IND doing it in the first game. Game 3, do you think we're going to see a new champion rise to the ranks?
I'm not sure. That's a little bit tough to say because I know for a fact that players on teams like ETG.Brawlers and Seoul, they should start to shine here, especially teams like INS Joker. Especially players like INS Joker, rather, who are known to be amazing snipers. And Miramar, a great map for sniping.
Brawlers. I mean,
yeah, I was going to say, the 1-2, right?
The 2 times they played on the Miramar match, they got chicken dinner with a bunch of kills. I just want to say, there's someone in the crowd, every time they yell Clutch God, the rest of the crowd goes, Clutch God! So, lots of fans out there. I'm just pointing that out.
I feel like, is that your dream one day?
To be that guy,
if you
like,
hear Mustache Dave, that the crowd does a wave for you.
I'm the guy, all right, that's in the crowd, and I start the clap, and then everyone claps with me.
Right.
And I get that sense of accomplishment, like, yeah, I got the crowd to clap.
It's weird, because I thought you were a clout chaser, but I guess you're a trendsetter.
I'm just, whatever you
Jack of all
want.
trades. You know what? Let's take a look at the overall standings, because we didn't get to see it before the break. Let's see where all the teams currently do lie on the leaderboard. And at the moment, Entity leading the way, tying things up with TrustDProcess at 38.
Wow. Not much separates them. They do have a little bit ahead in terms of the kills, and that's really what's keeping them ahead. But honestly, not a lot. I would think that the chicken dinner would count more than the kills, but I guess it's the kills that really do it instead. IND, though, not far behind them with 34. They've been doing so well. I'm wondering if they're going to do well on Miramar. It seems like their kind of map. That's what I'm expecting.
I mean, you said it. Entity, at this rate, they don't even need to get the chicken dinner. They could just continue to frag on out here. I can't believe we already got a tie pretty much for first place. TrustDProcess second. IND doing a great job on predicting the Brawlers to get this next chicken dinner, so that will shoot them up the leaderboard. Soul doing a great job here today. Elementrix down there at the bottom of the top 8.
Can we look at ETG.Brawlers just really quick? I know we've been talking about them a ton.
Yeah.
They went out in 16th place.
Yeah, but it's Sandhawk. It's Sandhawk.
Yeah, but they went out in 16th place, but they're still holding on to a top 5 position. Technically, if we ended the finals right now and did play out the next game, then that would mean they're going to go through into the prelims.
I think we will see them going into the prelims eventually if they keep continuing this. I mean, they don't even need... They can still keep dropping Sandhawk and not being so great at it. I think they'll still continue to do well and qualify as long as they don't drop the ball on the other maps.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to look at 0 Degree, Rip Official, Fnatic, not a squad you want to see down there. Only 7 points so far out of the 2 games played, 4 kills, so averaging about 2 kills per game. They definitely want to rack them up some more. Moving forward, Megastars, they're having a rough day, especially after last game. We said they're getting gate kept out. Joker 1v3. The morale on the squad has to be really low. Hopefully, they don't let that tilt them.
Yeah, hopefully not. And with squads like Mayhem and Nepal HO NI, they are the kind of squads that we were expecting to see do a little bit better, especially after yesterday. Not seeing it right now. Maybe after a little while, maybe once they get their preferred map. I think after Vikendi, maybe we'll start to see them shine.
Well, I worry, though, for Nepal HO NI for the fact that it took so late into the mix in the prelims for them to start to kick it into gear, right? And as you were saying, Mustache Dave, you can't really afford to do that anymore, even though there are 18 matches to be played.
Yeah, personally, I don't think you can afford any poor games. Now, I want to touch real quick on to TrustDProcess because we did have them on the interview. They said, getting that first chicken dinner early on helps in so many ways because it relieves all the pressure. So with that being said, they seemed a little more chilled out. Hopefully they'll continue to make some plays. And one of the players, I didn't catch who it was, but they made sure, they're like, okay guys, Sandhawk, we drop boot camp every time. We drop boot camp. We know every corner. Like they said that in the interview. I'm like, I think they're trying to tell the other teams, don't go boot camp.
Yeah. Otherwise they'll mess them
Otherwise they'll mess them up. Like, hey, we won Sandhawk. We go boot camp. We know every corner. Don't go there.
That's the thing, though. You do not want to get sort of a little bit too relaxed at the same time. If you start the day off with a chicken dinner and you're never able to follow it up, I mean, that's kind of going to be all on you.
Okay, well, once again, I want to give a big shout out to Vivo for being the title sponsor of the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals. But as you put Sandhawk in the backs of our minds, we have to look forward to Miramar, because this is going to be the next match that will be played here for all of these teams. And you can see Fnatic Scout with his head or his face in his hands, kind of thinking things over. They've had a rough start. Do you think maybe this is the time for them to shine? Do you think this is the game for them to get things going and to get on that leaderboard?
I think so, but if I was going to make a prediction, I'm going to say INS. This is Joker's map.
You're not giving up on that, are you?
I am not. They're in 6th place. They're going to climb up.
I'm just hoping INS isn't the new Orange Rock from the previous stages.
Too.
All right, let's head over to our casters, Alex Byfield and Imperium, to take us underway.
Game 1, 2, and now 3 on Miramar. Actually, quickly becoming my favorite map. The more adjusted to PubgMOBILE I'm getting, the more tactically knowledgeable I am as well.
Fair.
Actually, really getting involved in Miramar. I used to hate it.
Nah, you need help, Alex. I'm sorry, but Miramar, it's the worst map in the game. No, I joke. Personally, for me to play the game, Miramar is not that enjoyable because it's too slow paced, right? But to watch the game and to cast the game, yes, Miramar is, I would agree with you, one of the best maps out there because it does help you with your kind of strategic play with your rotations.
Really interesting you mentioned that. When speaking to the players, they actually said they felt like Sandhawk was the least favorite map to play and the most favorite map to watch, whereas Miramar maybe quite the opposite. But then again, we've seen Fnatic here do so strong in the play-ins on Miramar nearly twice.
Exactly, and ETG.Brawlers, of course, in the play-ins, they won 2 games in Miramar. They scored the highest amount of points, 70, and you touch upon it, Fnatic, they got 49 points in 2 Miramar games, so looking very strong on that map. Elementrix and Soul also did pretty good with 32 points, but let's see how these teams are dropping the playing trajectory, going from east to west, quite central, allowing the teams to generally get to where they want to.
Something very interesting as well is the slight adjustments we've seen with the drop locations. yesterday, TrustDProcess would go towards Pieto Parasio, go all the way across the coast, across the western side to Valadimar, and just loot up everything, and then basically rotate upwards towards El Pozo and then play the circle from that. This time, however, you can see them to the top right of your screens, instead going more towards Cruz de Valle.
And then look at that phase 1 circle. It is a little bit towards the southwest, but the good thing for the majority of these teams is that it's still very much quite central. So we look right now, there's a good 12 teams inside the circle for this phase 1 alone. So what that's going to do is that is going to allow the teams a little bit more freedom to rotate to kind of where they want to, or even not rotate much at all.
Also as well, you can see to the left side of Los Leones, there's this big, open, vast area just south of Bacardo as well. And if this circle continues to get more centered and centered, we're going to have a similar affair to Sanhok, where the final phase was inside open playing field, just terrain, only one compound, which obviously Shegar was in. But yeah, back to more of an open playing field in that sense, not really compound heavy towards El Pozo, for example.
Yeah, we are seeing, you touched upon TrustDProcess landing up far north. They are going up towards Campo Militar. I actually like that. I think it's a little bit of a hidden gem in the world of Miramar in terms of loot. It can take quite a while to loot up. Yes, you might have to travel a little bit to get there, depending on the plane trajectory, but I do believe that it is a solid place to hold on to. Where it will be hard for TrustDProcess is actually in their rotation into the circle, unless a lot of the teams that are on the edge, on the east, northeast, and the east side move in closer. It will be a bit difficult for TrustDProcess.
Whenever we speak about Entity Gaming as well, we always use the salient word, which is consistency. Game 1, we saw IND win. Game 2, we saw TrustDProcess win, yet it's actually Entity who are number 1 already this early on into the tournament, yet they haven't got a chicken dinner.
It's because they got that 5th place result on Game 1. It's because they got their 2nd place result on Game 2. You mentioned it. It's so true. Consistency is so key. That's why when you look in the top 4 in the overall standings, Entity in 1st, TrustDProcess 2nd, IND is 3rd, and ETG.Brawlers are 4th. Realistically, 1st place, consistent. 2nd place, not consistent. 3rd place, consistent. 4th place, not consistent. But let's not forget, we're only 2 games in. This is only the 3rd game. We still have another 15 games ahead. It's a long road. It's going to be over the next 2 days as well. So mentality, getting that good sleep, having a look back on the VODs, it's going to be so important for these teams to look into coming into the next couple of days.
What's also important for these teams as well is rotations. We can see, as you said, Camp Militar, TrustDProcess, SynerGE. We've also got Godlike as well towards the top eastern side of the map. They're going to have to potentially rotate towards La Cobriela and then come down Trailer Park, come down El Pozo to try to get inside this circle, because if they just simply rotate in, look at how well situated Entity Gaming are. Rip Official, ETG.Brawlers, for example. That's going to be quite the hard barrier to break through.
And yeah, and you know, like last game in Sanhok, I mentioned about how it can generally be okay to go for a straight line rotation in Sanhok. With Miramar, knowing the map and rotating in a circular motion towards the center of the circle if you're outside it is so important. And rotating if you're on the west or the east coast and getting that good spot is going to be detrimental to your late game position and your late game result.
Megastars here just simply splitting up for the loot, 1-1 and 1 apiece. Obviously, they are close enough to where if action does kick off, they can help each other. However, we always mention the 2-2 split. It is quite rare to see teams go for that risk where we see how spread up ETG.Brawlers are. Something as well I'd love to touch upon if you wanted to, Imperium, is currently Seoul in 5th. We've seen 2 games in a row now. They've had very poor starts. In fact, on the last one, on Sanhok, they had the first death with Viper going out early from ETG.Brawlers, if you remember. In that first game as well, they had 3 players going out at the start. On Erangel, ClutchGod managed to get all the way into 3rd position.
Definitely.
But they've had poor starts, but still had solid showings. What happens if they have a good one?
What happens if they get a good one is that they prove to everybody around them that they're still in with a fighting chance and that they're still in with the passion and the emotion and the drive to get into either the globals or the preliminary finals. Because right now, based on what we saw from the first 2 days of play-ins, based on what we're seeing on the first day of the finals, they don't look like a team that are ready to take control. They don't look like a team that are ready to actually dominate at the world stage. And that is no disrespect and discredit to what Seoul have done up until this point. I'm just looking at it from this moment, from these past 3 days of games.
Ooh, I thought we were about to get a Rush Hour sequel there, but instead, Team IND are going to let Nepali HO NI just fly over the hill. Yeah.
I know, I'd love a Rush Hour sequel.
Yeah,
I'd love a Rush Hour
exactly.
sequel.
That's why I was hyping it
Yeah,
up. But obviously,
I'd love a Rush Hour sequel.
not everything can be delivered. Instead, we get sequels of films you don't even care about. Anyway.
Well, we do have a Bad Boy sequel coming out.
Wow.
You know? Anyway.
I'm not 18 yet. I can't watch it. Still,
I like it.
We have TrustDProcess and SynerGE towards the top eastern side.
Yep.
They haven't actually rotated yet. We mentioned time and time again the fact that the Phase 1 blue zone does near to no damage, so they're just going to be looting up as much as possible. But towards the southern side of the map, I mentioned the coastal line. Actually, 0 Degree were the ones that did the full rotation all the way down western towards Valle de Mar.
And then when you're talking about rotation, we are a good 7 minutes, nearly 8 minutes into this game, and IND have not gone towards it, closer towards the center of the circle. Look at the two teams that are in the center of the circle, Seoul and Fnatic. Yes, on the standings, they're not looking the strongest, but when you look in terms of strategy and forward-thinking play, and actually that pro-level strat, so to speak, Seoul and Fnatic are leading the way in this game.
Fan favorites, and maybe favorites for map 3 on Miramar. As well, for Fnatic, where they are, they can actually see a really good vantage point towards Los Leones. So if Orb Official were to rotate out of Los Leones into the open field that I mentioned a few minutes ago, Fnatic have such a strong vantage point to shoot them down.
And now we're seeing towards the closing stages of this Phase 1. Now we're seeing the teams close in. Most of them are taking a little bit of tick damage, and Entity popping off.
Yeah, popping off shots and emptying their clips and using a lot of their ammunition as well, which may not be the smartest thing to do 8 minutes in, but they're trying their best to take down one of the players from SynerGE. But unfortunately, both Katak and Aman couldn't quite connect the dots on that one. They're just going to get in their vehicles and, and go away.
See, and that's the thing, there's no point at that point as we see Phase 2 shifting down south. Entity should have been rotating towards the hills outside San Martin, because one, they would have been able to take more control and push off teams around them, and it would have given them an easier entrance, but at least they're connecting on and securing a knockdown for now.
Really well played there from Neo. As we already see Shagar go out, one of the first players to go. Actually, the first player, then Sax Leo, the second player to die. I mean, with the third one as well. Tempest from the official goes down. Ooh, let's see then. Doku using the car now as cover if he can, but he's being shot from the rear as well. Godlike join the fray and get down Doku. And now it seems like SynerGE may try and third-party the action that's going on the top of the hill.
Yeah, and honestly, TrustDProcess, they laid their own bed with regards to they landed in Camp Militar. They took too long to loot up and move out. If they were going to wait until the blue zone started closing in, they should have waited until at least Phase 2 even started moving in, because common sense and information would have told them that there was going to be teams in the north side, but SynerGE, last man standing.
Indeed, Doku is down. So actually, Saga may have saw Anto at the top of the peripheral of the hill, the precipice, excuse me. However, he may try and rescue his teammate. That could be a smart idea to try and play for the late game. However, it's so hard to find him. Actually does pull the trigger here on Anto and catches him far away from his team. Look exactly where Godlike are. Goes for more as well, trying his hardest to finish the job, and he does. Anto is out, and now at Saga, they know exactly where he is. He's inside the blue zone as well, so damage is slowly being applied, hemorrhaging his HP.
That spray with no scope.
Fair play.
Great job, but SynerGE, really accurate control of the recoil from himself early on in this game, but he has to get those knockdowns. He has to get those kills, because TrustDProcess, they want to hold on to their top spot. Like they said in the interview with Xerxes, when they have a top spot, it makes it easier for them to play the way they want to in the latter games. So let's see how it's going to fare out. But I want to touch upon how the other teams are looking around this map so far. 0 degrees moving in up. Fnatic just north of Chumasera. Nepali HO NI, who earlier on found themselves under a little bit of trouble getting closer to IND, have gotten in between IND and ETG.Brawlers as well as Fnatic. And then, of course, INS and Megastars on the west side of this circle for now.
Yeah, it almost feels like there's two mountain terrains that splits off the map where INS are, and then just below Fnatic as well.
And then, see what I was talking about? I mentioned about Entity should have been forward-thinking on Phase 1 and went onto the hills outside San Martin. Now, because they left it too long, they rotated it more up north. They got caught out somewhat by RIP, and they are now the hunted rather than the hunters. And that's not good for Entity.
Yeah, obviously losing a player early. You can see on our screens right now, it's SynerGE, the only player for TrustDProcess. RIP official of well, I've lost a player. SynerGE are down 2 players. Godlike Anto was obviously killed by an amazing spray from SynerGE. But for now, center of the circle is dominated by Fnatic and ETG.Brawlers. Potentially the favorites, as we said. And my goodness.
Okay, Phase 3. What a shift down south. IND instantly need to rotate directly west and occupy the hills above Minas. It is going to be so important that they are able to get on top of that hill overlooking Chumasera. It will give them pretty much the bottom, the southern half of that circle. Because Chumasera, that's going to be a cluster of teams going into the season. We're already seeing the rotations coming out, Alex, from these teams. It's a lot more proactive because they have to be.
SynerGE trying to get inside the circle. Orb official trying their hardest to do some damage, but couldn't connect it again. Seems like I keep repeating myself with that, where players are just spamming away, emptying their clip into the vehicles, but just cannot land those shots.
Yeah, of course. So we have Seoul on the northwest side. INS, you see them in La Drillera. It is a good spot for them. It's kind of high ground, but they have Megastars towards the southern area of them and Elementrix to the north side, so they will have to be aware. Plus, driving with those minivans is quite difficult on this rough terrain, Alex.
Ooh. Yeah, you can see Team INS, they spotted up Megastars at the top of the hill. We're like, we'll go get our own one. You can have that one for now. Obviously, they were suffering lots of casualties at the start.
Yeah, of course, and now we're seeing Elementrix. They've gone a little bit further, actually. Mr. Hauzu being that kind of scout for his team and going a little bit further ahead. But now we see Team IND connecting onto ETG.Brawlers. 2 members down, just like that, to drop the hat, and they do confirm those kills.
Yes, brilliant there from Kratos, catching out ETG.Brawlers, obviously the favorites from the play-ins. And now, Slayer here with his comrades as well. Just over the hill is going to be ETG.Brawlers, and they're coming back for some more action. A brilliant grenade as well, knocks down Trance, and it seems like Nova may be able to catch out 2 of the players here. Slayer going to be taking some shots and some fire. Dark's there as well, finishes off Trance. More pressure coming in as well as Dark comes around the side, and the hit by a spray actually gets exchanged, a 1-for-1. However, 2 players from the top of the hill. It's Kratos and also Daljitski, as it's going to be. Oh, it's actually going to be 0 degree that come into the fray. They want a bit of the pie. They want some of the action. They're going to finish off more players from Team IND, and this is disastrous for Team India.
What looked tough initially for ETG.Brawlers, they came in back hard. They pushed IND out, and that gave 0 degrees a chance to pull in. And 0 degrees, they're going to take an even bigger advantage. What? And we see ETG.Brawlers taking out once again in last place, Alex. What a disappointment start to the final stages for the top-ranking team after play-ins.
16th again for Brawlers. 0 degree, having such a strong tournament. They're keeping that form up as well. Just playing it smart. It feels like the most successful teams here just play passive, they wait for action, they third party at the right time, they win the duels, they get kills, they get points, and they just play for the center of the circle and get those placement points.
But all the while, we've hit Phase 4, shifted once again down southwest, outside of Chumasera, 0 degrees Minas Val on the side, in the circle, and INS in the center. But look at that. Nepali, Elementrix going at each other, Alex.
Going at each other, maybe an understatement here, as Poo Man has been excreted. And the rest of Elementrix is going to be going far, far and away. Nepali HO NI may actually hunt them, as they know they have the man advantage, but instead they're just going to be keeping calm and collecting their thoughts.
So two teams that do have a great position on the west side of the circle is Rip Official and Megastars. They hold on to the high ground. If they do kind of separate from each other enough that they can push onto the teams around them, that will be good for both teams. But if they come across each other, we could see the third party come in, but Scout spraying onto 0 degrees.
Yeah, 0 degree at the bottom of the hill. We always speak about the importance of the high ground, and maybe this car could deal some damage to SynerGE. Seems like they were fully understanding what could have happened there. As over across the other side of the map, Mr. Hoyozo from Elementrix is downed as well. But look how bad this is for 0 degree. At the bottom of the hill, we constantly mention the high terrain in favor of Fnatic.
And it's funny because before we actually panned over and saw Scout fire a couple of shots, I had noticed that Scout had rotated quite nicely on the east side. I wanted to mention the west side teams first before touching upon these east side teams. Credit to Fnatic with their rotation.
So 0 degree have Entity to the left of them. They have another team as well behind them. Couldn't quite see which team it was. It's going to be Seoul. And it seems like Seoul are going to be occupied as well with Team INS. However, Smixy taking down ClutchGod. Actually gets the kill as well onto ClutchGod, so he's out and done. Ooh, so much action going on across the different hillsides and hilltops here. But Scout spots out 2 of the players here from 0 degree. Ooh, actually manages to kill Viper as well. That's one of the players from 0 degree. So another poor start here for Seoul, 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, Viper being taken out from Seoul by 0 degree. 0 degree, even though they have the low ground, even though they're pinched a little bit, they still look very strong. Fnatic, they're ignoring 0 degree. They're now heading off onto Mayhem's direction.
I think what's making this so action-packed here in Imperium is the fact that the circle has forced all the teams that are in Camarera to rotate around the same angle of this hilltop here, and that's why we have Mayhem. And actually, Mayhem on our screens right now as we're about to enter chaos between 4 versus 4. Fnatic about to try and take down Vampire. Let's see how the action's going to go. Grenades coming out as well to apply even more splash damage to the players from Mayhem. And actually, Smoke is the first person to go down. Fnatic Scout trying to see if he can scout over the top. He's got its KK to the right. Red's in front of him as well. Let's see what can go down. The red dot scope works wonders as Reds is down. It's a 2 versus 4 now as Ronak as well goes in for more. Vampire finished off. And Oace could be here to clean up 3 players from Mayhem. Let's see how it's going to go. It's KK, jumps in the sky, but actually jumps out the server instead. And just like that, Mayhem are out 14th, TrustDProcess are out 15th. Whoa.
Fnatic showing strong with their team fight potential. They held on to the high ground very nicely. We just lost another team indeed. And I want to touch upon that Fnatic fight because it was very tough. Even though they had the high ground, that hill, that clip was so deep. It was such a kind of degree of an angle that it could have gone against Fnatic, Alex, but they played it very well. They rotated with their position, so when we saw Scout OP take damage, he fell back and the rest of his team supported him.
What is this? Phase 5 circle is on top of the hill. This is
Fnatic. Fnatic's been gifted.
I know, we've seen some absolutely outrageous circles here in this one. My goodness, well, Naruto goes down. Actually, one back for 0 degree as Bishma is taken out of the picture as well. But look at this. It's more of a cluster of teams just trying the hardest to get close to this hill, which has been chosen by the gods of PUBG Mobile.
And 0 degree, they have the center of the circle. Yes, like I said, they're not exactly super high ground. They've got to be aware of Fnatic, but they're focusing on Seoul and Nepali HO NI.
Oh, like shooting fish in a barrel here for Entity as they have the high ground over 3 teams, Seoul, Nepali HO NI, and Megastars as well. But they have to be wary because Fnatic have the highest of the high grounds. As we're going into some crazy, crazy situations here. As 0 degree, God thankfully managed to land in the dip there, so he will safely be revived.
Exactly, and you talk about 0 degree. They were on 7 kills because they had the center circle position for so many of those phases, working very nicely for this team.
Scout spots out more players here. Godlike as well have entered this battle.
Now, I would like to see Fnatic split a little bit kind of more thinly. All of their members are kind of in a bit of a cluster. Yes, they have the high ground, but it would be, in my opinion, a little bit wiser to gain more vision and awareness of the other teams by splitting up.
Orb Official And INS dealing lots of deadly blows here. But speaking of deadly blows, K-Lay was not expecting to lay down dead instantly from Aman, who goes in for more as well. Junior's there just behind the vehicle. Let's see then. Oh, brilliant position there from Scout. Couldn't quite connect it though because Blazy manages to prone just at the right time.
And then Scout backs away, realizes it's not worth it. Disconnect connects onto a member of Elementrix. You still have full 0 Degree squad. You still have full INS and full Orb official squad. But SynerGE eliminated in 10th place, now down to 9 teams. And with this next circle shift, Alex, it's heading into phase shift. It's phase 6. It centers up and 0 Degree are the only team that are comfortably inside the circle.
Once again, the circle is favoring 0 Degree. Elementrix are out in 9th. Soul as well, 2 players remaining, Mortal and Regaltos, and right now it's a toss of the coin whether or not they're going to survive because a man has such a good angle here onto Mortal. He's still able to get away, 4 bullets remaining for the Scar. Maybe just finishing off Regaltos here as he can't quite find Mortal anymore.
And the tough thing for Fnatic is they need to go down this hill. That's why I talked about in the previous phase, split up so you can spread yourself thinly and find the information so you have a clearer rotation. Now they're kind of rotating a little bit blindly, although they can still catch a couple of these teams out.
Bishma, low HP, going to be healing himself up. Mazik is down 2. You can see here, Trigger just hops over the top. And actually, I'm speaking about INS, but actually goes against them in their favor. Bishma is downed, and now we have the overall head view of the map. Mortal is out, Regaltos is out. Unfortunately for the fans here, Soul is also out in 8th. And yeah, I mean, to the east, we've got Godlike Dash. To the west, we have 0 Degree in the best possible position inside the circle. INS 2 with a comfortable position.
And you know who this kind of really quickly favors the most? Entity Gaming. They're still in this game. They're on top of the table, and they're looking consistent once again with 10 kills already.
But who's going to come out on top in Game 3? Orb have been spotted out now by Smokey, as he's going to try and smoke 2 of the players. Let's see, Max Cash is getting sprayed down. 1 player down. Godlike Dash as well from above, just like a god. Comes down with 1, and look at the HP there for Mazik. He's just dwindling away from death. 1 bullet, a breath of fresh air. Even being touched by someone, he's going to go down.
But they're not in the circle. That's the most important thing. They
is.
have to get those kills, take out Orb of Visual, gives them more space, but they've got to instantly focus and turn their attentions onto Godlike, Entity, and Fnatic.
Oace is down, and that could mean only 1 player. Yes, 1 player remains now for Fnatic, 1 player for Nepal HO NI, 2 for Entity Gaming, 2 for Godlike, and then 4 for INS, and also for 0 Degree. It seems like it's these 2 teams who are in the paramount position to try and close out Game 3.
0 Degree. They played that play to go into the center circle early stages. They faced pressure from Fnatic. They survived, and they are reaping the benefits.
Yep, 2 more players from Godlike down. Godlike now out in 6th. Ironic because there's the number of the beast. However, God himself, my goodness, what a array of words this has been. Now sandwiched between Entity and another team as well, just slightly above them. It seems like Jonathan and Aman just want to wait out and weather the storm here.
And what 0 Degree are doing really well is they're playing their position so effectively and using every inch of the hilltop of the mountain areas to their advantage.
Climbing over the hill, shooting into the smoke, hoping to connect the bullets through it to try and finish off Bishma, but he has been revived onto low HP, instantly down again by Surya. However, it's Smoker this time with the hipfire up close with 1, tries to get away, but he's down. Blazy as well in the midst of all of this is getting shot from the side. Everyone is currently in a chaos storm, but look at the Mac-10 from God, just up close, ramping everyone down. Trigger as well, actually winning the exchange with the Scar. AK, 2 bullets from Surya, has to reload. He actually reloads for the extended mag, but Joker with the Scar wipes them all out. And just like that, 0 Degree out in 4. 3 teams remaining, only 2 players. Joker has to survive and revive 2 players, but he's being shot at. It seems like from behind, but it's so hard to tell. Actually, no, it's towards the west. Disconnect is alone. Entity Gaming might just finish off Disconnect here. We're about to get into whoa. We're about to get into something very strange here. About to get into a 2 versus 2. Disconnect, fair play, mate. He stayed quiet, silently, waited for everyone else to kill each other, collected 3rd place for his team.
What did I say? Entity, 12 kills, 2nd place, 3rd game in a row in the top 5 with a bunch of points and a bunch of kills. But who's going to come out on top? Because it is 3 against 2.
INS Trigger coming to the flank near the airdrop, gets spotted out in the open there by a man. Brilliant play from them, using the airdrop as bait as he gets more shots into the toes of Joker. Joker to the left. He also has Smokey as well to the right. A man going for everything here, trying to solo the play. Gets one kill, finishes off Trigger, goes in for more. Oh, he does actually slow down the pace here. Thank you very much, Observer, for the split screen. It's very hard to follow this one, as you've got Joker just trying to heal up from the side. Didn't anticipate exactly where Jonathan was.
2 against 2, 2 against 2. Although in saying that Joker is knocked down, so INS under pressure.
Here we go, Smokey just with the car as well. Damage dealt to him here. Jonathan just on top of the rock, being able to hit fire them both down. And just like that, it is the win for Entity Gaming. They came, what, 5th after just 2 games. Now with the chicken dinner here as well, they are going to be propelled forward.
5th game 1, 2nd game 2, chicken dinner game 3. If you're looking for a team to focus on when it comes to consistency, Entity are your team right now. And I remember when we first started talking to the other guys, Illustrato was one of the first people to point out Entity as a dark horse team. And by God, is he proving himself right. I would love to see him. I would love to hear from him touching upon that when it goes to the analysis desk. But what a great game in the Fnatic. Fnatic looked pretty strong for a lot of the game. I touched upon their rotation being very effective on the East Coast, and they held on to it nicely. But remember when I talk about being 1-2 steps ahead, they had a full squad, and they done the split push in previous games. That was the time that they should have gone split pushing, because if that circle, like it did, shifted far away from them, they had nowhere to go, and they instantly went down to just one player left in the next couple of minutes, and that was all because of their own doing, unfortunately.
I want to speak as well and touch upon Nepal HO NI. There were 6 teams left. If you remember, there were 6 teams. 2 teams had 1 player remaining, and Nepal HO NI was one of them. Yep, Disconnect was just chilling in his vehicle, in his hot ride, down at the bottom of the hill, and managed to survive versus 3 more teams and collect a plethora of points for his team. So fair play, job well done. However, this isn't a situation, Imperium, where we're thinking, just survive, get top 16. These teams need to get top 5 to have any chance of progressing forward. So we need to see more.
Yeah, and I know Nepal HO NI will be a little bit disappointed with their performance so far in the games. Yes, when we look back at the play-ins, they left it till the last game of the second day to climb themselves up into top 16. Yes, did they end up in 5th? Of course, but that was all because it was a weird situation where ETG.Brawlers had taken the majority of the points, but this is much different. Like, you look at the points difference after 2 games between 1st place and 16th place, it's only 31 points. That's pretty much a chicken dinner. Whereas when you looked at the group stages, it was a lot kind of deeper at this point in the series because ETG had been so aggressive.
Well, let's see the analysis desk delve deeper into that matchup. That was game 3, Miramar. Jason, what have you got?
Well, the first thing I got for you is the fact that it's been 3 matches and we've already had 3 different winners. Very different than what we saw on day 1 in the prelims, but you know what? Entity are a force to be reckoned with, as they have shown time and time again now, not only in chicken dinners here in game 3, but in the amount of kills they've been racking up.
What place were they in coming into this game?
1st place.
With no chickens?
With no chickens.
All kills, and then this game they finally get a chicken dinner with a ton of kills to boot.
That's exciting to watch. I mean, you do love to see a chicken dinner with a lot of kills behind it. I mean, it's not just any kind. But also, I want to shout out to my boys INS. They performed really, really well up until the very end there as well.
Yeah, I mean, Joker alone was fragging out from the team. We caught him a couple times taking out Orb, taking out 0 Degree. But then at the end, INS had 3 alive versus 2 from Entity. They started to make the push. Entity, Jonathan was just defending so well right there behind that ledge, able to take them down and out, getting the win for the team.
There we have it, 14 kills for INS, 15 for Entity Gaming. What a good match from them. I said it in the beginning, Joker, he loves this map. He's so amazing at it. It feels like it was just designed for him. And right below them, 0 Degree and Nepal HO NI, 2 teams that we were expecting to see come alive a little bit today. They were very quiet in the first 2 games, and now they finally come into the arena and say, hey, we're still here.
Yeah, and then, you know, Fnatic making a showing, getting 5 kills with 7 placement points. Godlike, 6 placement points, 3 kills. Orb official, 5 placement points, 3 kills as well. And Soul, 1 kill, 4 placement points.
It does have to go, it has to be talked about though. The two teams that we were looking at earlier today now finding themselves at the very bottom-ish at the scoreboard. IND and ETG.Brawlers now going out at 10 and 12. Very disappointing performance from those guys.
I mean, disappointing for them, but kind of opening up the leaderboards for everybody else, because TrustDProcess also went out pretty early on. So with the top 3 dogs going out besides Entity, that allowed other people to try to make that jump to that top 5 spot.
Well, let's look at ETG. Even though it says currently 12th place at the end of that game, that's not actually where they went out. They went out in 16th place, but luckily had 2 kills before that happened. And guys, that's 2 matches back-to-back that the Brawlers have failed to stay out of 16th place, or a comp for 16th place, depends on how you look at it.
I think this is the time when ETG.Brawlers have to think they might have been changing a couple things over, and it's just not working. Maybe they need to go back and try what worked for them in the first match and then just keep trying to replicate that, because clearly what they're doing here, it's just not working. Despite the fact that Miramar is one of their strongest maps, they've just fallen short here.
They let me down. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I was gassing them up going into this game saying, hey, last 2 Miramar games they played, they won. And they got a bunch of kills. This previous game, it just all fell apart for the team. I believe they got one member taken down pretty early as well. And then once again, these rotations are just not working out for the Brawlers here today.
Well, we had an interesting, we talked about third parties. We haven't talked about fourth parties. We did have one of those happen, though, with ETG, 0 Degrees, IND, and Orb as well, and that was just a very awkward fight.
I'll be honest, I think it's also one of the reasons that IND and ETG went out so early. As we said a while ago in Sandhawk, ETG not the best team not the best equipped team to handle fighting more than 2 squads at the same time, even more than 1. They like to take those individual fights one after the other and then go from there and use that to position themselves deeper into the circle. When you have more than 2 squads, that's when they start panicking.
I mean, the Brawlers and IND were neck to neck. I mean, they were trading left and right. I mean, 1 knock over here, 1 knock over there. It came down to 1 player on each squad trying to secure that fight. Next thing you know, you mentioned it, 0 Degree coming in from the west, Orb coming in from the east, picking those squads apart.
And they probably saw each other like, oh, it's IND and it's ETG taking each other out.
Oh, for
we
sure.
should probably knock these guys out now.
Well, you're going to eventually see it over towards Shumasera eventually happen, and obviously towards the later stages of actually this match too, we had an interesting kind of fight where Fnatic had a phenomenal high ground, and the only one that really could have challenged them was Orb across the way on the same kind of position, but the potential to actually confirm a kill from there was not going to be happening. But it all came down to, I think, one of the circles after that, where all the teams had to start to collapse. They had to start to get towards the zone.
Yeah, Orb actually had some pretty good sight lines on 2 teams with very strong positions. Not only Fnatic, but right here they can also look into 0 Degree, who just kept getting favored with the circles. They had the high ground on all those teams down there on the road, and they also had a little bull to work with. So they could peek over that bull, get a couple shots, say one of the members get knocked, they can go back into that tiny little bull, get the revives. Orb, they had sight lines on him. Like I mentioned, Orb was actually taking shots at him. So 0 Degree, they had to smoke up that little tiny bull, and they waited it out. Eventually, Orb was forced to push out of that high ground from the zone.
Yeah, and I think Entity actually had a little bit of cover with that crate dropping in the middle, so a little bit lucky, added extra luck for them. Now that's luck.
We also need to look at, well, a couple of different things. The fact that Entity is just fragging out constantly. They're keeping themselves afloat, not even afloat. They're pretty much taking this first place position hands down. Is this a pace you can kind of keep up over the course of this tournament? It's only day 1, right?
Yeah, I think this is the way that it has to be. Because if you want, again, if you want to be a tournament-winning team, you can't just go for those chicken dinners with low kills. You have to be moving around. You have to be active across the map, finding kills left and right. And this is exactly the kind of playstyle that wins tournaments from Entity Gaming.
I mean, like we said, they were in first place without the chicken before this game. I feel like this chicken is just an added bonus. Like, hey, thanks for the chicken. I mean, we don't really need it.
We're vegetarian.
We're vegetarian, so we'll give it away later.
Let's look at our top 5 players from that last game, and you have to look at this. Amon, I mean, 8 kills for him. It's exactly what you want to see out of the team. If they can continue this pace, Neo as well at 4 kills for himself, and we're having a lot of players out of Entity to make the top 5.
Yeah, it is none other than Entity Man. 8 kills for him, 7 for Smokey, I think is how you pronounce it, and Joker with 5. I thought it would be a little bit more than that for Joker, but still nice to see his name up on the board. And then 602 damage for him. That's a pretty good stat right there.
Yeah, I mean, I like to see Entity up here as well. I like to see him getting the chicken dinner, especially after the previous game. I feel like they kind of threw the chicken. They sent Neo to go do their solo mission. They got taken down and out. But this previous game, they played as a squad. I like to see it. INS fragging out as well. 0 Degree, like we said, they had such a good position. It was circle number 4. They took up the east side of the road and pretty much were overlooking the valley. The road was pretty much a valley, and on both sides was the mountains. Next circle pops, circle 5, it goes to the east. 0 Degree had the best position to take down all those teams that had to cross that valley down into from their high ground. They took them out. That's how they racked up so many kills.
Well, one question I've been asking you guys over the course of not only today and the last 2 days is, will teams change their drop positions? We actually had 0 Degrees change up things here as they went towards Valle de Mar instead of towards Puerto. And Seoul actually normally drop Picado, didn't go there either. So is this like an adaptation from the last 2 days? Is this them feeling a little bit uncomfortable with how they've been playing so far? Or is this maybe their game plan coming into the finals?
I think it's Seoul, for Seoul at least, I think they're feeling a lot more confident today, especially with the performances they've been showing. And that's definitely reflecting on how they're even dropping and taking fights. Now, as for the other teams, I definitely think that some of them are a little bit more apprehensive than they normally are. You would think that Entity would be one of those teams, considering the fact that they've been missing Chicken Dinner's late games, but it's not the case. In fact, I think Entity's getting more and more aggressive as the days go by.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the new drop from Seoul. It's not like they did anything crazy the past 2 days. You know, they were in 15th place, so changing it up now, definitely recommended, especially if it works. I mean, they got 2 more maps to go when it comes to playing on Miramar, so they're trying to find what works. This previous game, about average, I want to say. So
Okay.
maybe
Well, you know what?
they might go somewhere else.
Let's take a look at the overall stands, actually, get an idea of how far ahead Entity are and maybe how close up players like, or sorry, teams like number 2 and 3 are going to be away from them. And you can see that is a fantastic scoreline, 73 points. INS at 48. They really jumped up the scoreboard.
So on the first day, we start to see one team really getting ahead here. That's obviously Entity with 73. That's a pretty big difference from INS, who's now sitting at second. I'm just going to say, what did I tell you, boys? These guys like to come in late. They're going to come in late at the end of the tournament, getting those points in. 24 kills for them, 48 points. What a game. And trust the process, too.
Yeah. Hey, they're trusting something here tonight. I mean, look at the point cap. I mean, already 73 points, and then below that, I mean, 50 almost and 40 from there. So they are definitely setting themselves apart from the rest of the pack. And if this is anything like the past 2 days when it comes to play-ins, the Brawlers, they did the same thing. Nobody can catch up to them.
Yeah, maybe, but it's hard to say because there was IND who did come up and really catch up
close.
Came close, but it was still a few.
Like 40 points.
Yeah, I think it was 20-something. Yeah, but Fnatic, though, they're underperforming. It has to be said. 23 points for them, only 9 kills. This is a different Fnatic from what we've seen in the play-ins.
We can see there are 9th through 16th place, and well, Megastars not really living up to their name, not looking like stars at the moment, currently in last, but Nepal HO NI able to finally work their way up the board a tad bit. But again, Godlike, who had a couple of good games yesterday, has fallen short here yet again.
I think we're going to start to see teams really develop a disparity in terms of the scoreline because of the fact that we are playing more and more games. This time it's like, I think, 18 games, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And that really just will push out the more veteran teams ahead.
Nepal HO NI. They showed up on last day, shooting up the leaderboards, I believe getting 5th place at the end of the day. They started in 20th place. The question is, can they do the same thing here? Can they let that spread, you know, increase and make the comeback on the last day? Is it going to be enough time? Personally, I don't think it is. The last 2 games, we got 2 more games?
Yeah.
Or 3 more games to go?
3 more games.
3 more games to go. The last 3 more games to go. They need to do something else. I mean, they need to change it up. Thankfully for them, I believe we are playing another Aaron goal today, so they didn't do too hot on Aaron goal this morning. Maybe they can change it up, do a little better, end things off on a good note.
Well, we do luckily have Entity on the stage to talk to. I wonder if they're getting this amount of kills because they're using the official smartphone of the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals, the Z1X. What's going on at Xerxes, and maybe you can ask them.
Congratulations, NTT Gaming. You didn't just get the chicken dinner right now, but you are on top of the table 3 games into day 1. Congratulations. How do you feel? This was a part of the plan to come in slow and just take the whole 16 by storm?
No. It was not part of the plan. It just happened like suddenly. Because in the semis, we didn't get 1 chicken dinner. So we were looking forward to get 1 chicken dinner. So yeah, we got 1 and it feels like very good. For this man who got like 8 kills.
You are like the most kills this game, if I'm not mistaken, right? And where did you strategize? कुछ Did you think of something specifically when you were going for it, or you're just like, ta.
मैंने बस अपना नॉर्मल गेम प्ले किया है, बस थोड़ा सा अग्रेशन इस गेम में ज़्यादा था, बिकॉज जो फ्रंट लाइन है हमारे टीम के उसमें से एक डाउन था और एक साइड का पूरा एरिया कवर कर रहा था जो कि जॉनथन है. मैं सपोर्टर रोल हूँ, बट मेरे को अभी अग्रेशन करना पड़ा इस मैच में, बिकॉज वी नीड सम मोर किल्स, बिकॉज पॉइंट टेबल जो है वो बिल्कुल डिफरेंट हो चुका है पिछले बार.
So basically, as a supporter, you started and then you adapted along the way because there was one guy defending already. So you were just like, I'm just going to go all offense. And you took over the entire team. And with so many kills, that is a very good thing. What's the plan? 3 more games to go for day 1, top of the table. Clearly, the teams might be targeting you next because you came out of nowhere. First chicken dinner in these last 3 days. So what do you think the teams are going to do and what do you think you're going to do?
Exactly, टीम्स तो लाइक अभी हमने बहुत सारे ड्रॉप लोकेशन तय करके पहले ही मतलब टूर्नामेंट से पहले ही बहुत सारी चीज़ें हमने वो मतलब स्टडी की है. तो भाई आने वाले टाइम पे हम लोग ड्रॉप लोकेशन तो 100% चेंजेस करेंगे, क्योंकि हाँ सबको खेलना है, राइवलरी होती है, सबको ऊपर आना है, तो ऑब्वियसली टारगेट तो होंगे. तो फिर उस हिसाब से हम लोग प्लान करेंगे, मतलब गेम चालू होता है तो उस हिसाब से चेक करेंगे कौन सी जगह हमारे लिए बेटर हो सकती है, तो उसके बाद तो नेचुरल गेम चालू हो जाएगा.
So basically what you just said is that you have made strategies of where to land already, but now that you're on top of the table, things are going to change and everyone's going to attack you. So you're going to change your drop locations on the fly and decide what you're going to go to, because that's basically how you can make sure that if teams are targeting you and they know where you are headed, you're going to dodge them. Best of luck for that. Aman, you're also the MVP of this round, so congratulations for that. Next round again, some more kills, or you're going to go back to supporter?
Right now it's supporter, because we didn't practice for this thing.
Because हमारे टीम के ये दोनों मेन लीड है, थर्ड मैन, मिडल मैन, एंड आई एम द सपोर्ट इन बैक. सो ये दोनों एंट्री करते हैं, बाद में अमन रहता है. बट अब अभी यहाँ पे नियो मर गया था, इसलिए वजह से ये दोनों ने लीड किया है पूरा का पूरा गेम, और मैं पीछे से बता रहा था क्या करना है. बट इन दोनों ने जो गन पावर दिखाया आज, मतलब मजा आ गया देख के भी, हमें भी.
So basically what you're saying is that the main roles are that you guys are the attackers, you're the supporter and you're the supporter, but you improvise this time and you're proud to see how he's improvised, but you're going to go back to the original strategy where you guys attack again. In case someone drops dead, you know you have a backup attacker in your team. That sounds perfect. Best of luck, NDT Gaming. Hope you keep the lead. We're going to go into a little break, but we'll come back with game number 4 right here. Stay.
You from becoming the real deal. Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No. Not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Lite Halo Weeks. We're happy to bring you our Halloween-themed mode, Survive Till Dawn. In this new mode, players will undergo 3 days and 2 nights of harsh trials. Survive the attacks of zombies and other survivors to become the last person standing. Do you want to see dawn break on the 3rd day? Then you'd better remember the following tips for survival. Collect as many supplies as you can during the day. You can never have too much ammo or medicine. Before night falls, search for a good building to hide in and prepare your defenses. Zombies appear during the night. The zombies can find you no matter where you hide. So your best tactic to fight the zombies right now is to squat inside a room with only one exit and kill the zombies with cover from your teammates. We've prepared an even greater surprise for you. Other than the normal zombies, a mysterious organization will use airdrops to distribute their biochemical experiment, Payman. This powerful elite zombie descends from the sky and tries to kill all enemies within sight. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. The map shows your repayment will drop from the sky. Kill it to get powerful weapons as your reward. The M134 minigun and flamethrower. These 2 Survival Till Dawn exclusive weapons can definitely help you survive these 3 days and 2 nights. But remember, zombies aren't your only enemies, as other survivors are also a threat to you, so don't hesitate to eliminate them. Once you manage to survive, you'll get the unique achievement Until Dawn. Team up with your teammates to play Survive Till Dawn during Halo Weeks.
What's up everyone and welcome back to PMCO South Asia Final के टीम इंटरव्यूज में और अब हमारे साथ जुड़ी है टीम INS. So thank you so much guys अपना टाइम निकालने के लिए इस इंटरव्यू के लिए और बेसिक चीज़ों से स्टार्ट करते हैं सबके इंट्रोडक्शंस.
Hello guys, my name is Brishma Shah. मेरा IGN है INS Brishma and I'm from Gujarat और मेरा रोल है IGL.
Hello guys, my name is Gaurav Joshi and my in-game name is INS Joker FTW. I'm from Rajasthan and मेरा role है Sniper.
Hey guys, my name is Shekhar Patil. I'm from Karnataka. My in-game name is INS Smokey FTW. My role is Assaulter.
Hello everyone, my name is Shubham Singh. My in-game name is INS Drigger Cartoons and I'm from Haldwani, Uttarakhand.
So this question I think is for all of you. Which player do you admire?
I admire ऐसा कोई है नहीं admire मैं नहीं करता किसी.
ये तो बहुत मतलब politically correct सा हो गया कि just to say same. एक तो होगा एक ना
एक नहीं मैं almost सबकी देखता हूँ you know कैरी हो गया स्काउट हो गया मावी हो गया उन सब के गेम प्लेस देखता हूँ एग्जिस्टेंस हो गया तो जो है जो असॉल्टर्स हैं जो यू नो दे गो आउट एंड दे किल मैं उनको देखता हूँ उनको फॉलो करता हूँ कोई एक पर्टिकुलरली कोई एक है नहीं कि जिसको मैं एडमायर करता हूँ सो ऐसा कोई है नहीं बट हाँ आई फॉलो एवरीवन आई वॉच देम प्ले
सब पे नजर
है
ओके जोकर
लाइक अभी PMCO जो है अपना फॉल स्प्लिट इसके अंदर 24 टीम्स आई है तो हर टीम के अंदर कोई ना कोई एक ऐसा बंदा तो है ही जो मतलब लाइक बहुत अमेजिंग खेलता है और जिसका गेम से लाइक हर कोई बहुत लाइक सबको अच्छा लगता है उसका गेम देखने पे तो इसलिए किसी एक को बोलना लाइक वो लाइक सही नहीं रहता मेरे हिसाब से तो मैं तो लाइक सबका ही सही रहता
दोनों भीष्म और जोकर एक ही जैसे सब पे नजर रखी
शुरू से साथ में ना जरूरी है
ओ पुरानी दोस्ती
बहुत बड़ी पुरानी दोस्ती
स्मोकी मैं एडमायर करता हूँ घातक से उसका आईजेल से वो बहुत उसका आईजेल बहुत अच्छा एग्रेशन दिखाता है तो मेरे को उसका आईजेल बहुत अच्छा लगता है. ट्रिगर
I do have many favorite players. Like internationally, mainly they are players from Illuminate Indonesian squad, Illuminate Matoy, and from our side, just another squad member, Cartoons, which is not here just due to his exams. That's why. So yeah, both.
Okay, so as Trigger mentioned Cartoons, how do you feel that Trigger and Cartoons, what's the difference between their play styles? How are they similar?
लाइक कार्टून्स जो था वो लाइक हमारे लिए बहुत अमेजिंग सपोर्ट था एंड लाइक जितना हमें पता है उससे बेटर हमारी टीम का सपोर्ट कोई और बन नहीं सकता तो एंड जब बात आई कि कार्टून्स नहीं खेल पाएगा तो उस टाइम पे हमारे पास ऑप्शंस बहुत थे बट दिमाग में एक ही चीज़ चल रही थी वो थी ट्रिगर बिकॉज लाइक जब से गेम आया जब से हम खेल रहे हैं उस टाइम से हम ट्रिगर के साथ में हैं एंड वी नो कि कार्टून्स को रिप्लेस सिर्फ ट्रिगर कर सकता है और कोई नहीं तो उसके बाद से ही ट्रिगर पे फोकस हो गया.
Okay, so अब आप लोगों के फ्यूचर प्लान्स क्या हैं इस लाइनअप के साथ?
फ्यूचर प्लान्स तो अभी बेसिकली हमें यू नो जो कब जॉब करता है जैसे ट्रिगर है उसकी भी स्टडीज़ खत्म हो चुकी है तो प्रोफेशनल करियर में थोड़ा देखना पड़ता है सो अभी के लिए तो हमने सिर्फ PMCO रखा है PMCO के बाद कोई टूर्नामेंट आएगा तो हम सोचेंगे क्या करना है आगे उसके बारे में बट फॉर नाउ हमारा फोकस PMCO ही है बाद उसके आगे कुछ नहीं है.
Really great to hear from the boys at INS, and we can't forget about the fact that Cartoons was unable to be here due to exams, and Drigger having to come in and fill his shoes, fill his role for his team. They've been able to do a fantastic job and getting very close to getting that first chicken dinner done for them. But hey, they worked out the settings. They started to finally climb their way up and finally get up there. And it's nice to see that the team, with having a roster swap come in right before the event, have been able to be successful.
It's hard to be a player and at the same time a student. You have to learn how to balance those things at the same time. But good on Cartoons for, I think, pursuing a really, really intelligent endeavor, obviously, is the studies. And I admire that, absolutely.
I'm a student in PUBG Mobile. That's that.
So do you have like your bachelor's degree yet? Your
going for my master's in PUBG Mobile.
Okay. Maybe we'll call you Dr. Dave, Mustache Dave, one day.
No thanks.
One
No
day.
thanks. No
Anyways,
thanks.
let's actually take a look at some of the top teams we've had. Actually, Entity being one of the top fraggers, actually the top fragger so far and of course INS as well. And you can already see, I mean, the kills, there's not much of a difference between the two.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the difference between damage and kills, there's hardly anything separating them. It's less than 1,000 just from that last match alone. I absolutely love it. The grenades as well, just 1-0. Really nothing separating these two teams. Just goes to show how dangerous these two teams can be when they get into the zone, and we're definitely seeing that now.
Yeah, looking at the healing though, they are about 2,000 over, so that leaves me to assume that Entity are finding themselves in more gunfights. But like you said, almost matched when it comes to kills, so just not being able to confirm the rest of the kills. So you got to wonder, where are they going?
Here's my theory on why that is, Dave. It's because of the fact that Entity, they like to run around and assault teams. They like to go in first. Where INS, they usually rely on Joker getting off a pick first. And that really leads them to have more safe engagements, and I think that's why they have to do less healing.
We're starting to talk about some players. So let's actually take a little bit of a deeper dive into this between the two teams. We're going to have Amon and Smokey to actually talk about here, as these two players have been able to stand out very well.
Amon, though, look at the damage. He's already done 1,142, got 8 kills on him. Not as much healing as his counterpart, though, but more distance traveled for sure in the same amount of headshots. So I'd say pretty balanced on the both of these sides, but you have to admit that Amon has been getting those kills and that damage in a lot more than Smokey.
Yeah, I mean, this is only from last match as well, so both teams just fragging on out in game number 3. And we heard in the winner interview from the side of Entity that they're actually going to be looking for more kills.
Yeah.
And they said coming into today, the previous games, they played 2 support, 2 fraggers, and moving forward, they're going to go 4 fraggers. So they're calling off the support. They don't feel like they needed any more support, especially after getting that final chicken dinner previously. They are confident the pressure is off. So I'm curious, with 4 fraggers in the front line, is it going to work out for the squad?
I don't know. See, here's the thing. If you look at the healing done, there's a lot on the side of Entity. That's because of the fact that they have those supports that they can rely on. And with the way that they play, I think those supports are going to be absolutely vital. Now, having 4 frontliners, that's very difficult because there's no one to res you or help you trade if you don't play in pairs. So we'll see how it plays out. But I do like the idea that they are getting more aggressive.
Yeah, they also not only mentioned that they're going to change to 4 fraggers, but also said that they're going to change up their drop locations because they feel like other teams are already going to start to target them. So I don't know. They're doing really well. Do you have to make a change right now? I don't know. That's
I mean, you still have a lot of games to play.
Exactly.
So, right? It's 18 total. You have 15 left to go. I do like, though, that they showed that they can get kills without getting a chicken dinner, but the confidence boost that must come off the back of that, of finally getting over that hurdle, right? Of finally getting that first full victory under your belts has to really push them forward.
My opinion is that playing well and not getting a chicken dinner is better than getting a sloppy chicken dinner. So that's exactly what I think Entity Gaming is doing. They're not getting all the chicken dinners, but they're playing as a really good cohesive squad.
So you're the type of guy that has all your food separated. You don't mix your mashed potatoes with your peas and your chicken.
Well, sometimes I do.
Okay. Sometimes you like it sloppy.
Yeah, I like
all right. We also heard in that little clip from INS, they admire no one, but they follow everyone. I feel like that means that they follow other people's strategies, they keep tabs on them, but we're not scared.
Definitely not, and
I don't think you can be scared. I mean, if you want to be the best, you need to, play the best, beat the best, but also act like you're the best, right? You got to have some sort of ego to be a professional player. And if you want to represent your region, you want to represent your country, your team, yourself, your family, you got to be able to have a little bit of ego and that confidence.
A little bit of swag as well. I mean, you can't go and be the best and be kind of timid and afraid of everybody else. You got to bring it a little bit, you know what I mean?
We're the best.
Hell yeah.
All right, well, thank you. You actually boosted my ego there. We need to have some maybe teams boosted in terms of their ego, considering how the games have been going for them. We need to see some new winners. We need to see some new teams rise in the ranks. And hey, speaking of new, we're also going to have some new commentators, John Allen and Blake.
Hello. Welcome to game number 4. We are ready to get underway with some Erangel action here at the South Asia Regional Finals. My name is John Allen. With me, Xander Blank Padwick, and we are going to be getting underway really soon. Really soon?
Shiny Erangel. Nice new map for us to jump into almost immediately here. We're going to have a west to east playing path. Nice and easy, but Obviously, it's very nice to be on the last 3 games of the day. It is the finals day. It's pretty cool. You can see all the teams getting geared up. We've got some fancy new production magic coming through with the AR on your screen.
Oh, love it.
Very nice to see indeed. All the players in their booths, and we're getting ready to jump into the plane for match number 4.
Tell you what, it's very nice to see as well. It's Entity's performances so far. They've been the talk of the town. They've been lighting up the green room with chatter. Backstage, we've heard all about their exploits. We watched them as well. But certainly everyone's singing their praises right now. A couple of teams that we're going to be looking for to step it up a gear. Fnatic failing a little bit to capitalize on their advantage in that last game. Seoul as well, another team that sometimes just losing players early on and not having the best of impact.
Yeah, I think it's ClutchGod really at the moment who's basically been bringing up the rear for Seoul. There's some insane plays we saw there on, I think it was the very first Erangel going for a ridiculous DP spray on about 1 HP, just laying it down. But yeah, Entity, these guys are definitely the big players, the ones to watch so far. They had a really strong group stages despite not playing all their games. Then their semi-finals was a little lackluster, and now coming to into the actual finals themselves, they're on fire so far. But remember, guys, we still have around about, I believe it's 15 more games to go.
It's quite a lot.
So it's quite a lot. A lot can change
including
over that time, including this one.
Yeah, we should be hopefully getting there's the first circle pop. It's going to come in a little bit southwesterly, not super dramatic, but everyone north of the river, everyone dropping Yasnaya over Lipovka as well, will have to make that westward shift.
But a couple of contested drops here. SynerGE, Nepali HO NI, both in Lipovka. You see TrustDProcess, Megastars up in Severny. Megastars currently quite split, whereas TrustDProcess are nice and tightly knit together, so really, it could be Megastars being picked off one by one here, John.
Not the best way to start it off. Do want to try and keep it on up. Of course, what we've seen from the play-ins was that every team was only playing 8 games, right? It was very much do or die every single game. This time around, you are playing for averages, right? We've had some pop-offs go on already, right? Entity Gaming, as we're saying, talk of the town, they're going to be the guys that everyone's looking at, right? They've started off really, really strong. But it's teams like Fnatic, it's teams like Seoul, who I spoke about earlier, that do just need to put in those consistent performances and look to get over to that 12-point average that will probably see you into the top 5 spots.
Like you say, John, in the play-ins, we only had 8 games per team. Now, obviously, because we're not having teams switching out, we don't have groups, we just have these singular 16 teams for the grand finals. It's a grueling 3 days and 18 matches to be played. But again, Entity might be on top right now, but there is a long game to be played here. You could have a team that comes out, has an absolute corker of a day tomorrow, and slams themselves all the way to the top of the leaderboard. It'd be interesting to see. So again, we were talking about this in the green room, weren't we? Consistency, it's key. You need to make sure you stay on top. And so far, Entity with a 5th, 2nd, and 1st place finish, that's exactly what you want from this team. Even when the games that they weren't hitting those chicken dinners, they were still posting very, very good scores.
And another factor you have to consider, right? These teams are going to learn each other incredibly, incredibly well across all different maps, right? They're going to know exactly how the meta of these games are going to go. And as we progress forwards, you know, we've already started to see it shift just a little bit and see what they can do, but they're going to learn every single drop, every single rotation that they like to make, which means that it's going to be on the adaptability of these teams, on the ability for them to figure out that game and to give their team the best strategies moving forwards. That is going to see them towards the top of the tables.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, how many strategies were you able to withhold during the play-ins, or did you have to give it all out then just to make it into the top 16? Over time, these teams are going to have to do a bit of a topsy-turvy when it comes to switching up their play style. Obviously, you can see Entity on your screen right now. Pretty much, they have the pick of the litter in Yasnaya. There's no one else here actually really contesting them at all. You see a couple of the stats coming on stream from our beautiful production team over in the wings of the stage. Chicken Dinners 1, they're in position number 1, 2, and headshots 8, and damage at 5.4. Really, really well played to this team.
Aman has been fragging out of his mind so far. So many kills going their way. Over 3 games, that's 10.5, wait, 10 point something. 10 and 2/3 kills per game on average. And that is insane. That is a really good showing for any team on any game, and to do it 3 games on the trot, that is phenomenal stuff.
It's seriously incredible. Now, you see Elementrix in North George, Rip Official, they're in South George, looting the crates area. Now, we know Elementrix like to take position up on Everest. Now, this would be a good position to do it, especially with the circle basically rounding out just towards the bottom of Sosnovka, coming up and then enclosing around Gatka Fields and just a little bit of farm. But 0 degree, though, they're in Rozhok. They'll have a nice and easy rotation coming southwards should they choose to make that. This is a team that's really impressed me so far. I think they weren't quite able to close it out last game. But having said that, there was a lot of attention on them. People were really trying to get up onto their position because it was the best position available to them on Miramar.
Everyone thinking about rotating. Not going to be pushed in just yet. Entity from the F9 needs to come on in. Of course, a little bit of a scrap going on now between Orb and INS. INS faltered at the last hurdle in the previous map. It seems like they don't want to put themselves at any sort of disadvantage here already. Joker is just sending for the hills, back over to Gatka Fields, back to the safety, the waiting arms of the rest of his team, and it looks like Orb have a similar idea, just heading back into Pachinki. They were venturing out, they were scouting, and they thought, oh, maybe I'll get a pick, and then they were all both like, oh, no, I'm going to go back.
Come back. Now, Mob Official, they're an interesting team to look at here.
Yeah.
The past 2 lands, they've missed out on that grand final position by just 1 point. This time, in the PMCO, one of the most prestigious tournaments out there, they make it into the top 16 by 1 point only. So they're on the other end of things right now. But this is a team where I'm thinking, have they expended everything in play-ins, or can they light it up now in the regional finals? Having said that, though, they didn't have the greatest performance in group stages, and they have played a lot better now in the play-ins, and I want to see more of that here in the regional finals. Seoul, though, a big team to talk about.
Yeah, they absolutely have taken the Indian and South Asian scene by storm. They have incredible support, and at the moment they're sat not too far down the tables, doing relatively well. They will need to try and push up those numbers. I think they're currently sat on 27, 28 points at the moment, which over 3 games it's below that 10-point average, which isn't what you're looking for from a top 5 team. But they absolutely have the support. I mean, you can see Mortal on your screens. They're currently in 6th. 10 kills as well. That's pretty decent. It's a pretty decent showing. But they do need to pump it up just a little bit. 6th, just below that 5th spot, which is really where the cutoff is. All of these teams are going to be gunning for. But speaking of change-ups that you were talking about earlier, Blank, from the group stages to those play-ins, ETG.Brawlers, right? They had a huge impact on the first day of those play-ins. Second day, not so much. They said, we're just trying out new strategy. We're just changing it up. We're doing some things differently to how we were doing them before. But today, again, they've just fallen short just that little bit early on. So we're going to be looking to them to change up what they've got and show us exactly how strong they are.
Exactly. Now, taking a look at another team that has garnered a lot of fame so far, been picked up by one of the big Western organizations. It's Fnatic over here. Scout OP obviously leading the charge. Slayer from IND, DP tries to get it done, but Scout runs it out of there. But now he's a solo man, but he's used to playing like this. Really, a lot of time it's the team playing around him.
It's unfortunate, though. He is going to get knocked out. IND guarding that bridge. And it's going to be Kratos.
Oh, no, don't do it to him.
The death bells are ringing, and they are ringing pretty loud right now. Should be able to confirm it. Scout first eliminated for Fnatic. So they still have yet to cross that western bridge. IND holding it down beautifully. You can see they've spread out. They're covering every angle, so you can't have Scout just come across and send out wide and instead go for something else. They have got them covered.
Scout seems to be just doing his own thing right now. Paratosh now moving back towards his team, who are about really 500 meters away out. Really, Oasis is more like 1,000 meters out. Next circle pops on your screen. It's over towards Pachinki. But again, let's talk about Scout a little bit more, because this guy has been leading the charge for his team. We've seen it where he goes out early, the team starts to scramble. He is that IGL, he tells them what to do, he tells them where they're going, and really this team is there to support him. He's the one making a lot of the aggressive plays. Now we're really wondering, can the Hydra operate with one of the heads now cut off, and arguably one of the larger heads?
It's going to be pretty tricky. The rest of Fnatic obviously out to prove themselves in it. We've had spectacular performances from the rest of the squad, but we'll have to see what they're able to pull out of the bag this time around. Game 4 of the regional finals. Certainly the place where you want to do it is right at the end, with the potential of qualifying through for Malaysia.
Indeed. ETG.Brawlers now on our screen. Very, very popular hillside that's contested a lot just west of Pachinki. It's a very, very strong hillside to control, lots of angles that you can hold down, a lot of visibility everywhere you can see. This is a team that hasn't performed so well in the Grand Finals, despite having one hell of a play-ins. I believe they had 4 chicken dinners by the end of that one, and then they kind of tapered off during the second day.
INS at risk at the moment, actually, down to 1 player.
Yeah, this is not what I wanted to say. I mean, these are the winners of the last map that we just saw on Miramar. An excellent job to finish that one out, and I believe that was versus ETG. Oh, no, ETG.
No, Entity. Entity did take them down.
Yes,
yeah, but they were very, very close. They had a really great scoreline coming on through. INS currently on the western side facing off against RIP Official. 1 player left alive for them. It looks like they are going to continue to go for it. The drop out in the water. The Groza and the Brawlers now defending their compound against Elementrix. Doing quite a good job of it as well, but they have lost Iconic in the process, and they have to be worried because at the back, they've got, I think that's Nepali HO NI starting to aggress onto their compound and spotting out what they can get done. Bishma is still going, by the way, currently in a 1 versus 3 with RIP Official, and 2 of them have just been knocked out. He might just be able to survive it.
Pretty tough fight here right now for both these teams. Got Elementrix on the hillside. Not doing too much. Hyozu lobbing down the nades. It's Orange who will get taken down through the smoke there. And Pooperman and Junior just on the high ground. Junior healing up. Junior, a really strong player from this team.
Has been doing so much work for Elementrix. Time and time again, just filling up his Santa sack of goodies and dishing them out to the rest of the squad. Saying, here you go. Have 5 kills. Have 6 kills. Have 7 kills. Have a chicken dinner.
We're watching Brawlers again right now. Not too much going on with this team, unfortunately. They're kind of just holding down the compound between them and Elementrix. We do have this crunch between Pachinki coming downwards. We've got SynerGE, Soul, Clutch God over here, Orb Official playing around this area. 0 Degree really there at the Motorist right now. They're clamped between a lot of teams. We're about to get the next circle to pop in, but we're looking at Regaltos right now versus Megastars. Megastars have got one hell of a run up this hill already. RV, he's puffed out. He's on the floor, knocked.
Not too great of a position at the moment. It's going to be tricky for the rest of the team to come and back up their down player. They're pretty isolated right now. Now there's 2 of them on the ground. Not really going to be the best situation. It is only Vexy left up with Final Boss having already gone down, and he is not going to be trying to push on forwards. So 2 of the Megastars now going to be dead in the dirt, and 1 player left for the Megastars.
Yeah, it's a great start for Seoul, really. Now they control much of the western side of the circle. RIP Official are coming just underneath them, but it looks like shots are just being fired off between a lot of these teams. You can see where every player, they have the orange square around them. That means they are firing upon a different team, so you can see how much action is going on right now. Got the AWM in the crate. Nice little bit. I believe that is actually on Military Island, though, so no one's going to really have anything to do with that.
No, the Orm is going to remain unclaimed as the center of the circle, hotly contested now to the south of Pachinki. These hills, so strong, but so overpopulated right now, and it cannot hold this sort of population. There is just not enough resource.
There's not, no. 0 Degree, though, they've got this compound. Now, they had a much similar thing on Miramar where they had that really strong position. They were not able to hold it down in the end. A lot of pressure was put onto them, and it felt like they kind of broke and crumbled underneath the weight of all that. Let's see if this time they can try and hold it up like Atlas, hold up this compound, remain steadfast, really. We'll see what happens going forward. SynerGE have been putting up a marvelous performance so far, holding down this hillside and throughout the rest of the play-ins and the beginnings of this finals. But it is very interesting as we have 15 teams, 53 players alive in this number 3 circle. We're waiting for that 5th circle for when everything starts to go down and it gets very chaotic.
Certainly does. Chaos can reign supreme and sometimes can crown a champion in the best situation. At the moment, Nepal HO NI sending one of their scouts on in to try and claim the Harry Potter Tower. Will make it, but they do know that there's someone relatively nearby. SynerGE up the top, 124 in hand. Pretty devastating with the right sights, and he's spotted out TrustDProcess as well. Nice scouting, nice information gathering for SynerGE.
The M4 here is super deadly at the end of the day. Scar in hand now, looking at the players rising it down the hill. Nepali HO NI have been having a really tough time with it. They've just been swinging from place to place. LR2 in the building. So it's safe here in the Harry Potter Tower. You just have to get in.
They are just going to try and send it on through. If they can, but you say, they are just holding it down. For now, everyone, as I said, just poking out for these spots in Pochinki Hills, in the south of Pochinki. I'm trying to see what they've got. At the moment, Entity edge guarding Godlike. I think that might be a pretty unfortunate situation. Two players are further on south, and the next circle just about to pop. IND, real strong right now.
Yeah, excellent shot from Daljit there on the snipe from the Kar 98K. Blasts away the players in the compound just over yonder. And again, Nepal HO NI, they've been like swung all over the place.
Yeah, they've managed to find a little bit of respite though, as we were saying earlier, in this Harry Potter tower. So many teams will be rotating past, so many teams will be looking their way. They just need to try and weather the storm. And the next shift, it's going to be brutal. Over out to the northwest, actually zoning on to half of Pochinki. And Seoul, right, slap bang in the center of it. In with a decent shout, and IND already rotating in round behind them for Pochinki Hills.
It's Rip official over the top. IND, again, like you're saying, John, they're going to hold the western side, nice hills to play from. But Seoul, they've been consistently taking this central position, but when you take center, you're expecting teams to come fight you, come take you out. At the moment, I don't think Seoul has quite got that firepower to work with. Right now, we were saying before how potentially Fnatic wouldn't be able to cope without Scout on board, but really they've had a very nice rotation coming from Sosnovka military base to get all the way to the northern side of this circle, position themselves in a great place to start making their ingress towards the circle.
They've been continuously just moving counterclockwise, and looks like Entity have the same rotation in mind. This might prove difficult for Fnatic to hold off against current tournament leaders. It's where they need to prove their mettle, but at the moment, speaking of tournament leaders, ETG.Brawlers, leaders from the play-ins, going to be facing off against Seoul. They're aware of each other's position. On the hillside, a dominant spot is up for grabs, but a nade over onto TrustDProcess as well. Oh, finding two.
I think it was a triple, actually.
A triple nade coming out. Nicely done. But at the moment, Seoul still holding it down. They don't really want to take too many more fights. Entity encroaching onto Fnatic's position as well, as IND have been spotted by Seoul.
Let's remember that Vex from Megastars, he was their final player on board. That's a 1v4 that he's just pulled off. Ridiculous plays coming out from this guy. Believe he is just still alive. Yeah, Megastars, that one player up. But this will be a very interesting fight for Seoul. If they can take down ETG.Brawlers, be a huge boost of confidence, and I think that's exactly what they need right now. They need to remember that they came from playing last team.
Another nade.
Oh my god, this guy's on fire.
Bomberman.
Yeah, ridiculous. Seoul came from playing last time, came into finals, and they just really turned it up in a big way. Remember, still 15 games to go. There's still potential for that to happen.
It's just sat down in the shack at the moment. SynerGE, very, very low. TrustDProcess was one of their players down. He's holding it in. Level 3s. Fantastic. All abound. The SKS and the AKM. Pretty devastating duo. High damage output, certainly. Close range, pretty tricky to handle. We'll see what he's able to get done. At the moment, everybody has now found their way into the circle. TrustDProcess losing one, though, in the process. As it was the player who was down in front of the position that we have at the moment on our screens. Vex doing so much work. He's got 4 kills for his team.
I think there's people just slowly dying around him, or he just let them go. And it's because there are so many teams here. Now things are starting to get a little bit more spicy for the Seoul team, with now 2 teams beneath them. Nepal HO NI surprisingly still got many players on board. Now we're watching Entity. Couple of nice nades coming through.
This is over onto Mayhem, just to the north side, the northwest side of Pochinki. They're controlling the high ground at the moment, but Reds has oversight. It's not really using it, though. Not at the moment. As Mayhem is struggling. Entity, though, trying to remain control with Arn going down. They don't have their full force at the moment at their disposal. Next circle comes in.
Right on top of Seoul once again. They're just off to a little bit south. It's Orb Official holding it down just outside Pochinki Fields. IND, though, they slowly made their way in from the west. There's a nice rotation from them, but it's this southern side where it's so crunched up. But all these players on the hill, now you're watching Clutch God once again trying to make it happen.
He's going to be able to rain down a little bit of damage, but he gets knocked from 0 degree. The rest of Seoul need to try and scrabble to hold on to this hillside. Entity and Fnatic all making the push as well over into the zone as Seoul just heal up. No one really aggressing onto their position at the moment, but up the hillside, it might just be a little bit of 0 degree pushing on through. Fnatic coming into contact with pretty much everybody on the map. 2 of them down, 1 left alive. Over on the northwestern side, they're trying to find a little bit of a foxhole to hunker down in, but they just can't seem to find it. No respite, but there's 3 of them still alive. They still have a chance.
Seoul have been blasted on all sides from SynerGE. They've had 0 degree, ETG.Brawlers, Nepal HO NI down there too. But it looks like 0 degree are really holding down this slightly elevated position. Lacake so low, just 1 shot will lay him low to the floor.
Blazy looking for it, but gets a little bit of flak chucked his way. Has to hit the deck in the smoke. Gets some healing on board. Fnatic eliminated as well. They are going to go down. Fortunate for them, they needed to try and pump them those numbers, but it's just not going to happen.
Major Alpha here now taking shots onto 0 degree 2. 0 degree got themselves in another situation like last game where they've taken too many fights with too many people, and now everyone's looking their way.
IND out on the western side, probably the most isolated team at the moment. Speaking of teams that are isolated, there's none of them on your screen right now. They're all just going for the fight. They're all chock-a-block, all on this hillside, laid bare. SynerGE trying to push on through. They had a great set of kills in the previous game. They're trying to replicate that. They're coming on in. At the moment, sat with a couple of kills to their name for now. 5 total, and all 4 alive.
Everybody here in the struggle, cuddle, trying to stay alive as long as possible as everyone gets a little bit too close for comfort. But IND, very interesting. We're going to take a quick side note here. They played passive most games, and they're going for placement points right now. They're going for that consistency. Looks like they might try and make that push for the #1 spot towards the end of the finals.
Nice nades coming out from SynerGE. Actually, Sirvi able to land one. A little bit of damage might be found as the most of 0 degree grouped up there. The nades rain on through, trying to hold it down. You can see the smokes being laid out by 0 degree, trying to send it on back, but Seoul is at their back as well. They're going to have to try and push through. Seoul will be moving their way for the next zone, so they need to be incredibly careful. They're going to be taking fights on all fronts.
Yeah, everyone on the southern side starting to squeeze upwards and getting ever closer to one another. Regaltas goes down.
Oh, the ETG.Brawlers starting to go in. It's only 2 of Seoul left live and kicking as the Brawlers right around the corner. Viper and Mortal hunkering down around the corner. It's Sangwon trying to get it done. He knows they're in there now. Goes for the spray. Looking to potentially confirm onto Regaltos. Will be trying to distract it just a little bit. They're trying to go for the spray downs. 1 goes down, 2 goes down, and Seoul, they're knocked out. Very, very low. And they're not going to be able to make it any further. 4 points for them as ETG.Brawlers try and regain the crown.
And that is exactly what Sangwon's known about. This guy is an aggressive IGL. They switched him most recently. He's been doing wonders for the ETG squad. IND now, they've finally come into contact with Entity Gaming, who will be now shut down. But it's 0 degree who have their number.
SynerGE, 8 kills at the moment, the dominant force in the circle. 0 degree, however, doing a lot of work on their own part. 2 points already. Not too many kills for now, but the zone domination that they've had is incredibly strong. SynerGE taking a lot of damage. Nepal HO NI sending it back, but they will get eliminated themselves. And now it's just more points under the belt as the kills go their way.
Every team here been taking so many fights here, John. You can see how damaged the gear is on most of these players. Great spray from God there onto ETG.
Dark goes down, Nova is down as well. Looks like it might just be Sungwon left to try and hold it out. 4 points, and he has to hold off against so many teams, IND and 0 degree, both gunning for them as everybody crunches on down. The southern side so deadly. At the moment, Elementrix and Orb sat relatively safe over on the northern side as the chaos continues to push.
IND will finish off. ETG now, nice shots onto Sangwon from then. Still 4 players alive. They like to prioritize having many players as possible for that increased amount of angles that they can hold down. Just Blazy here, making his way down alongside God, but so low on both of them. That will be 0 degree out. SynerGE have made a major hike up this hill to remain in this game, all the way into the top 5.
Doing incredible work. 5 teams now remaining. As you say, 12 kills, a huge number right now. There's so many more left to get. Rip Official chiming in. They've got 7. They're doing pretty well as well, it has to be said. But next circle, just about to pop, and it heads south towards SynerGE. Domination continues to come through.
Rip Official, that team you just mentioned there, John, have been doing really good this game. Surprisingly so, and I think it's mostly down to the fact that the circle has favored them the majority of the way through. Despite that, SynerGE. They've got the walking boots on and they are walking towards this chicken dinner, doing a very good job for themselves, but that is JHADAV going down. Junior, Hyozu, remember this team lost 2 players very early on and surprisingly got all the way to this top 5 spot. Could be going quite well for them, but Major Alpha here with the spray, tapping away at them.
Looking for it, Junior hunkers down. 1 player left. They are going to try and out-survive it, but will not go their way. Gets eliminated. 13 kills now racked up for SynerGE. They were sat down in 9th place before the start of this game. 9 kills total, so they've more than doubled that. 22 points overall, and IND just get rattled off. They're giving these away.
Just Slayer alive right now, SynerGE. What an amazing game. This team is very quiet for a little while, and then suddenly they come out of nowhere. But look at this. They are so low on equipment. Every single team you can see, red icons everywhere, goes for the steal as well.
Rip do get it away, though. They sneak that one in. Up to 9 kills themselves. High kills at the top of the scoreboards this time around. Might isolate a few teams towards the top of the overall standings as well, as IND looking for it, but SynerGE finish them out. 3 teams remain. Orb really on their last rags, trying to push on out as Mazik, the last alive, trying to out-heal the blue zone. Rip official down in the shack, and it looks like SynerGE have everybody on the ropes right now. They're currently climbing up to the top turnbuckle, ready to drop that people's elbow.
That would be quite painful indeed for this team, but really, like you say, John, Rip official, they're down in their love shack, and SynerGE, they want to join very, very shortly. 4 members, 2 on the side of Rip official. Strider takes a bit of a better position right now, gets a little bit closer to them. The US creeping its way down the hill, just like SynerGE themselves, placing himself forward. This Molotov could be excellent. A nade comes through, bounces over the top. What a throw off the top of the roof!
Strider gets down, and now it's 2 players for Rip. The Molotov is out. It's guarding them in. SynerGE sending it out wide. Check out where Sivy is right now. He's headed out to the left. He's breaching. He's sending it. But the cover is so hard for Rip official. They have to leave this shack, however. The next zone going to send them away. They have to move out to the west. And all that SynerGE need to do is wait this one out. They can just hold it down, use those smokes, and play around this ridge line. There is very little that Rip can do.
Rip will have to leave, like you say, John. It's going to be so tough. It's a 2v3 scenario. The only advantage the Rip official have for it right now is the fact that they have as much gear as they want. They have the vest, they have the helmet. On the other hand, SynerGE, they're lacking that quite drastically, and just a couple of shots from these heavy-hitting weapons will take them down. Rip official, you've got to make a move now, lads.
Blue zone is going to push them in. They have to make their choice. Out into the blue zone they go. It's going to be Tempest trying to heal it. Sky going to go for the kills instead. He gets down, and Sky, he's going to get shot out, and it's SynerGE claiming the chicken dinner. Beautiful stuff to happen there. 16 kills. I think it was 15, 16 kills at the top. A great game for them. They're able to take it home.
Massive chicken dinner coming out from the SynerGE boys. 3 members alive. They held the hilltop, and I think we can quite happily crown them king of the hill there. Extremely well played to them. Soul, on the other hand, again, like I said before, they take that central position. They're just unable to hold it down. ETG was so close to them, I swear they could hear them breathing through the wall, but they were just not able to make it work. Sangwan, Dark, excellent, just peaking advantage there. We get a shot of the crowd right now. They're loving it. We can hear them through here in the caster's room.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Great support coming out. Team that I was slightly disappointed in that final circle by IND, giving away those kills just a little bit to pretty much every angle, or taking out some of their squad, and SynerGE just claiming some of those kills as well.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, for IND, really, it's like when you go to sleep at a friend's house, right? And they give you the blanket that's just not quite big enough for any part of your body, so you're trying to keep it on somewhere, trying to get a little bit warm, but always some part of your body's sticking out, be it a toe, be it your chest here. It's just bad for them, and that's what IND couldn't do. They couldn't hold down all those angles at the same time, couldn't predict all of that. Slayer was desperately looking everywhere that he could, but it was in the end, he got shot in the head because there's one team they could spot him out.
Absolutely. Beautiful finish on the game. SynerGE going to be catapulting themselves up the scoreboards. Worst out on 23 points. They're going to have a whole lot more right now. They should be pretty happy with themselves. I think it was a 35, 36 point game. So they do come on through. See
Yeah.
right there.
That's the kind of rocket fuel game that will just like take off and send you towards the top of the standings there. Really, really well played to them. This is going to give them that bit of security going forward in the day. Obviously, we've only got 2 more games to go, and they'll be able to recuperate at the end of the day, have a bit better of a VOD review there, just because they'll feel a little bit safer towards the top of the standings.
And not only that, the teams at the top of the standings didn't do super well. We saw Entity go down very early. We saw INS go out without doing too much. Seoul as well did not terribly, but INS to boot. And it's just not the top teams coming in with the performances. Fnatic is another team that didn't really push on up. So with that, SynerGE open up the doors to try and creep on through.
Vex from Megastar actually was one of those players that really gave SynerGE a bit of a hard time too, but we'll leave that stuff to the desk. We're going to delve a little bit deeper, and we'll throw this one back to Jason on the desk with the boys.
Seems like everyone wants to chase that kill streak we saw out of IND with their 20. Somehow SynerGE gets so close yet fall a little bit short, but take home the victory nonetheless and played so amazingly well. Let's kind of dive into how they did that here towards the end of the game.
Honestly, before we get into that, I do want to point out one thing you just saw on the replay. That thing where Seoul was, 2 members of Seoul, they were both hiding inside this compound. I don't know what was going on in there. There were 2 members locked inside. They shouldn't have been inside that. That was such an easy trade for the members, the members who cleaned them up. It's flabbergasting why they would do that.
Yeah, it kind of all started around Circle 5 and 6, which we're looking at right now, where SGE started to kind of pinch on and gatekeep a couple teams such as the Brawlers, such as 0 Degree, and from there they were just dominating the edge. Just look at this, already 13 kills. The
Almost
DP action.
Yeah, they're at the very end of it, SGE, they were looking so good, taking fights left and right. It was like their members, one individual member at a time. They were just taking fights left and right from each and every angle and winning one of them. Each and every one of them, just picking off people. It came all the way down to sort of what was like a 2v3 at the end, which had some very questionable decisions for me. Like, I forget, who was the team inside the compound at the very end?
Rip?
Yeah,
Little Shack?
Yeah, Rip. The time that Rip actually got that nade down, that's when they should have left that little hut and should have started taking the fight closer to SGE, but that never happened. It took them until the blue zone actually bit them in the back before they actually left that cabin.
I mean, it doesn't hurt that they also had a couple crates as well. SGE, they're kind of crate hunting there. We saw Shredder at the end, super aggressive, no helmet, just going all out over there. I mean, 16 kills for the team, 36 points as a whole. I believe, is that the record so far today when it comes to points?
So.
Okay, so they're going to be setting the record. And I think, Jason, you mentioned they were what? What place were they?
They were 9th place before this, and they only had 9 kills.
Okay.
I think they're going to be probably somewhere safe around 4th or 3rd after this one, though.
They had 23 points before this as well, so they went up 13 points in terms of what they earned from this game alone. They went up in 7 kills. Like, that's a performance you need for SynerGE, and what a way to do it as well. That was at the end of match 4.
Yeah, but the question is whether they can recreate that success later on.
We'll see. But one team I'm really disappointed in, I'm not going to lie, or official. I'm disappointed because, once again, they dropped over there in Pachinki, and we saw the circles continuing to favor Pachinki, so they didn't really have to move very far this last game. With that being said, they only have 3 kills. I feel like they had so many opportunities to try to third party, even get into engagements themselves, but deciding just to camp it out in the compounds. I get it. Go for those placement points, but come on, team. You got Pachinki all to yourself. You should be racking up some kills.
And this should actually really change up the scoreboard here. INS, previously they were at 2nd place. Now they actually dropped all the way down to the bottom. I think they went out around 1st, I think, in this map. I'm not too sure. They only got themselves 2 points total, which should really, really make it hard for them progressing, as well as Entity Gaming, who was #1. I wouldn't be surprised to see a new #1. Well, maybe not just yet, because Entity had a lot.
Yeah, they had a lot of points there, but we have to talk about Fnatic here. Obviously, I don't want to be too harsh on them, but let's talk about it, because we did see them drop military. TrustDProcess left them alone, didn't drop towards them this time. But then Fnatic, when they tried to rotate out that western bridge, Scout got caught out, Scout got killed, and when Fnatic seemed to lose Scout, they seemed to lose control of what they're going to do.
I'm so confused by that decision from Scout. He just went in straight across that western bridge. Didn't even bother to check. I guess that's his job as scout, but there's so many other options. You could have taken the east bridge. You could have went and looked for maybe a boat to take your team across. There were so many other choices, but instead of patiently waiting and trying to find out whether there's a team camping west bridge, Scout just ran straight through.
I mean, they also had Paratosh with Scout, so thankfully for the team, Paratosh was able to retreat from that position. IND, though, 100% going to be camping Fnatic moving forward because Fnatic, they like to drop military base. Even if the plane doesn't favor it, they get into vehicles, they still drive all the way down there. So if I'm Fnatic, I'm going to have to come up with some type of plan to make sure not to get camped out by IND once again. I do like how Fnatic, though, instead of going over there, when things weren't working out, they were able to use the East Bridge. They wrapped all the way around in through Pachinki. A circle actually favored Pachinki, so I was like, okay, Fnatic, finally, you're looking good, you're in the zone. But then it went outside of Pachinki. They took a little too long to push on out, and squads were already prepared to fight those squads moving out of the town.
I think it's that indecision that's really hurting Fnatic here as we look into the circle. You'll actually see that rotation happen. This is where Paratosh actually goes all the way to the center of the bridge, and then he has to fall all the way back as well. So had they come up with a better plan earlier, this would have never happened, I think.
What confused me was that we had Fnatic, I believe, towards like the northwest side of Pachinki. Then they kind of ran straight through it and lose 2 players on that transition. And I don't know what it is, but it seems like when Scout is down early on, they just don't have the right call being made. I'm not sure what's going on. They seem to struggle without the big aggressive player that he is.
I think Scout has this thing where he makes a lot of space for his team. I mean, he's a scout, he gets information, he makes room, he makes space, and with that, it allows the rest of the team to breathe a little bit. Now, without that, you're changing your playstyle of the team by so much because of the fact that you don't have as much information. You don't necessarily know where you're going in the next step, because that's what Scout does. He helps them plan ahead.
Yeah, so we just saw that previous circle. This is what I'm talking about, Orb. I mean, you're in the circle, or at least a majority of them, and they just let IND walk right past them and get in front of them. Yes, we had one member left from Orb actually trying to go for the heal off, all right? I commend that. Not enough bandages, unfortunate. We saw the mollies come out from our team at the end there, and it wasn't able to outlive. So Orb, 3rd place, I believe that's their best placement so far. Yeah. You'd like to see some kills. I mean, you can't stress it so much. I mean, we saw before the last game, Entity had the most kills, no chicken dinners, and they're still in 1st place. So kills are so important in this tournament.
But it is also live by the sword and die by the sword. You just saw it. Entity was playing really aggressive. And this might be because earlier they did say, as you mentioned, that they are now playing full assault mode. And that, I think, bit them in the back in this game.
Yeah, we didn't even see them in the top 5, so that's interesting.
Well, speaking of top 5, you can see our top 5 players from that last match that we just had on our angle, and you can see SynerGE having a couple players in there, and that's pretty much deserved considering they ended out with 16 kills. 2 of the players having 10.
You love to see it. I mean, you love to see a team that just comes out from the bottom. I think when they qualified, they were way below. I think around 14, 15, somewhere there. Now they're definitely going to shoot all the way to the top. I wouldn't be surprised to see them around 4th or 5th. RIP Tempest, though, look at that. 825 damage and only 5 kills from him. Just goes to show you that despite the fact that he was locked into one position in that house, he still managed to find some kills in his favor.
Yeah, and on a good note, looks like RIP, they are going to have South George all to themselves. They had it in our first SynerGE game. They had it in this last SynerGE game. And unlike Fnatic, nobody's camping the rotations quite yet.
Yeah, they had full George actually in the first game, but this time we had Elementrix take the northern side of it. So we're seeing teams adapt. We're seeing teams change up their drop spots. But what does that really kind of tell you about the mentality of the team? What does that make you understand about the inner workings if they're already changing things up into this first day?
I think it's getting to their heads. I mean, we are in the playoffs. We are in the finals here. And I think that some teams are starting to crumble, changing it a little bit too much. Sometimes you want things to go for things that just work, such as with INS. They actually went to the Gatka area, which is a place that they used to go to like all the way back. And you can just see Fnatic. Oh, man.
Yeah, personally, I would like for teams to change things up after the day is done, all right? You got a game plan for day number 1. Just follow through with it regardless of the results you're getting. And then at the end of the day, do the VOD reviews, see what went wrong, see what players need to improve, and then change it for day number 2. If you're making too many changes throughout the day, at the end of the day, it's like, what are we even doing here? Like, we don't even know. We're changing it on the fly. It just doesn't fly for me that way.
I'm going to agree completely. I mean, if you have a plan, you better stick to it because most of the time, if you just make up a plan on the fly, it's just not going to work out.
Well, let's take a look at the overall standings and currently where the teams do lay at the moment. Remember, top 5 is the teams who gets through into the globals. Obviously, it depends if you're first and second place or third through fifth. But we can see Entity able to maintain that first place in SynerGE. Well, we said they were 9th place before. They hop up to 2nd place off the back of that one victory.
Wow, what a jump that we've just seen here. It's only the 4th game of the day. We're already seeing some dramatic changes here. Fortunately, Entity Gaming, despite that performance in the last game, they've made enough of a padding for themselves that they can, comfortably fall if they do, and they did.
And what is really standing out to me right here is that IND, they're getting really good placement points, but not a lot of kills, because if you look right underneath them, INS, they got 25 kills, so that's 10 more than them. So if INS can just try a little harder, get a little more placement points, they should be able to overlap IND at the end of today. And then, of course, TrustDProcess kind of falling off, kind of similar to their day 1 performance. Hopefully that's not the case. Here's squads 9 through 16. Megastars, they've been in dead last all day long.
Yeah, and also team number 13, man, Fnatic, you've got to be feeling for them. One of the favorites to take home this whole tournament. They're sitting at the very, very bottom. Something's going to have to change, but what on earth is going wrong with Fnatic right now?
Well, I can tell you, I think Scout's thinking about that right now. We saw him earlier with his head in his hands, probably trying to figure out what they can do differently into these next matches. One team we're not seeing there that I did want to touch on 8th place was the ETG.Brawlers. They have been slipping down the standings as each of these games have been going on, having a really good first game performance, but as the games keep coming on throughout this day, they're just falling further and further behind.
You said it, man, peaking too early. It might be a little bit of a case of that. They came on strong early on, but now it seems like getting into their heads a little bit too much. I think it's just do another mental reset for them, try to start stronger a little bit later on in the upcoming matches.
Yeah, in the past 3 games in circle number 1, they lose a member, like right out the gate. So that's very unfortunate. That's not something that you want to see. And then after that, it seems like it's just Mayhem from there. Not the team Mayhem, but Mayhem on the squad, because they keep getting pinched on the rotations. Not once, but 2 times this previous game. So it leads me to think like these rotations are not working out. Yes, they're not getting favored like they were in the last 2 days, but we'll see what happens.
You know why, though? I think it's because Mayhem is such a team that is so mobile. They like to get those kills, and by getting shut down, they're having a problem.
Well, I do want to say this. If you guys are watching from home and you're currently located in New Delhi, well, let me ask you, why are you watching from home? Come on down to the JHADAV Indoor Hall. Free tickets to get in. Come watch your favorite players live here in action. Maybe meet Mustache Dave in person, and make sure that he'll probably follow you on Instagram if you follow him back. But anyways, that's enough from us here at the desk. Let's head over to the stage with Xerxes, who has an interview with SynerGE.
Team SynerGE, your first chicken dinner in the last 2 and the third, first day of finals. You've been consistent. You are always in your top 16, hanging in there, not attracting any attention to yourself. And 4th game of the first day of finals, chicken dinner. Was this a plan?
Yes, actually it was. We were just so much excited right now that in words I cannot speak anything right now.
You're accepting the fact that it was a plan to lay low in the play-ins. Oh, so you're like, we're going to stay underdogs and then suddenly we're going to take away the dinner. Good stuff, guys. That's a good strategy. So now, are you going to stay in this form, or are you going to again go under the shadows? Because now you're team number 2 in overall standings.
No, now we won't leave this lead. We will be performing our best in all the games, and we won't miss any and not make any silly mistakes. And we'll just give all out, and we'll just try to maintain our lead.
And let's hope you go to number 1. But before that, you have Strider here, who without a helmet was just going for the kills, became the MVP. Damn, where did you get that courage from to start with? You're just like, I'm in the open, I'm going to go tuck, 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 tuck. So what was the strategy there?
So there was a strategy of teamwork. In the first 2 games, we kind of choked, in the first and the third game. And this was a game where we needed to prove ourselves. And to be honest with you, I really wanted to be here giving the interview from the last 2 days. So yeah, it was a good feeling.
Okay. What are your expectations from the next 2 games of the day, the final 2 games? You got Vikendi coming up. And expectations, anything?
Consistency. We'll be trying to be as much consistent as possible. We won't choke.
Okay, wish you the very best. No chokes, just chicken. That's coming your way. This is me, Zerx, is going to take you out for a break. Do stay here. We're going to be right back. Bye.
You from becoming the real deal. Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Lite Halo Weeks. We're happy to bring you our Halloween-themed mode, Survive Till Dawn. In this new mode, players will undergo 3 days and 2 nights of harsh trials. Survive the attacks of zombies and other survivors to become the last person standing. Do you want to see dawn break on the 3rd day? Then you'd better remember the following tips for survival. Collect as many supplies as you can during the day. You can never have too much ammo or medicine. Before night falls, search for a good building to hide in and prepare your defenses. Zombies appear during the night. The zombies can find you no matter where you hide. So your best tactic to fight the zombies right now is to squat inside a room with only one exit and kill the zombies with cover from your teammates. We've prepared an even greater surprise for you. Other than the normal zombies, a mysterious organization will use airdrops to distribute their biochemical experiment, Payman. This powerful elite zombie descends from the sky and tries to kill all enemies within sight. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. The map shows your repayment will drop from the sky. Kill it to get powerful weapons as your reward. The M134 minigun and flamethrower. These 2 Survival Till Dawn exclusive weapons can definitely help you survive these 3 days and 2 nights. But remember, zombies aren't your only enemies, as other survivors are also a threat to you, so don't hesitate to eliminate them. Once you manage to survive, you'll get the unique achievement Until Dawn. Team up with your teammates to play Survive Till Dawn during Halo Weeks.
And welcome back to the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals. Once again, a big shout out to Vivo for being the title sponsor of this event here. And well, speaking of here, we're 4 games in, going into Game 5, going into Vikendi for the first time of today. And this is going to be an interesting one. We have the sniper map. We have obviously a lot of teams with some phenomenal snipers across the board. But will anyone start to stand out today?
Well, if there's any team that I again look at, it's INS Joker. Probably, I've said this time and time again. They have one of the best snipers, and I know you're laughing because I've said this earlier. I haven't made their prediction in a while, though, just to be fair. But now that we're playing in Vikendi, he should be able to come up and be okay again.
So looking at the point distribution, top 5, Entity, they're about 19 points ahead of SGE. SGE, they're 7 points ahead of IND. IND ahead 1 point of INS, and then INS ahead 8 points of TrustDProcess. So between first and second, we're starting to get a little bit of a gap, but not too far like we saw in the previous stages of the play-in.
It's not too crazy, especially with Entity dropping games like that. It's probably going to shrink more and more if they don't perform well. I do want to say, I'm going to make a rather bold prediction as well here. I'm going to say this is going to be a big IND game, simply because IND on Vikendi is going
I know,
on.
you said INS, now you're saying IND.
Magic
if
two
you keep
letters.
going, you'll say every team eventually. But let's actually take a little bit of a closer look at the two top performers from that last map as we move into Vikendi here in just a few moments' time. As you can see, we have to talk about Strider. He really popped off, as well as Tempest. I mean, look at the damage difference and the kill difference. Those two players were going head-to-head.
There's like nothing separating them.
We were speaking to Strider on the interview. No chokes, all chicken. That needs to be like trademarked
That's
very
a bold
soon.
statement.
But they're super excited, saying that finally they get a win. You know, they have a decent lead. I mean, only 7 points, not too shabby. But they plan on holding that lead by avoiding all mistakes at any cost.
Well, let me ask you something. They said in the interview that they were laying low in the play-ins on purpose. Do you think that's actually true, or do you think they were talking a little bit of smack there? Come on.
I think it's true.
You think it's true?
I think it's true, yeah. A team like SynerGE, you know, actually earlier on we saw glimpses of how good they can be. They just never took home those chicken dinners. They just got enough to qualify. And I think that's a sign of a team that's like sandbagging a little bit, maybe.
I don't think so.
No.
I think they're just talking big?
I think they're talking. I mean, hey, they should feel confident after that win, so it's to be expected.
Well, you can see Strider as well, looking at survival time. He actually died almost 2 minutes earlier on than Tempest and still had the extra kills, still had the extra damage, a lot more healing done. But I feel like that was a lot due to the position they did have, obviously, on that last map. So as we go into Vikendi, will things change for them?
I think so. I think it's going to be different. SGE, I don't see them as a Vikendi kind of team. They're probably going to struggle a lot here and do better later on, but I don't see them doing that well here.
I'm going to stick with the Brawlers one last game.
Really?
Hopefully they can pull it through and not get yoinked with these circles coming into Vikendi. Vikendi a little more forgiving when it comes to it. Circle number one usually favoring a majority of the squads. We'll see if the Brawlers can pull it off and make a comeback in the leaderboards.
So you got them. You have INS or IND.
Yeah. Oh, he's got two.
You're taking two. You want one more mustache?
Entity.
Okay, well, you heard our predictions on the desk. We're going to head over to our commentators as they'll bring us through Vikendi and maybe give us their predictions of themselves. It's John Allen and Blake.
Hello and welcome to game number 5 of the regional finals. My name's John Allen. With me is Blank. And Jason, you asked for our predictions. In general, whenever you ask for me for a prediction that a tournament that Fnatic is in, I'm going to predict Fnatic. I have to, every single time. Some slightly disappointing rotations, I'll give them that. I'll give them that in the previous games, but I am thinking that they can pull it all back together.
All right, well, predictions from my side. I think I'm going to go with IND this time around. I think it's a very passive team, a very calculated team here on Vikendi, where they can stay safe towards that end and pull it out as we head towards that final circle. I think it's IND who can take it all the way. So just like Mr. Illustrator on desk, I am INS, IND, I am IN.
Setting to the skies yet again. A southerly plain isolating a lot of the map. Quite an unusual start to a Vikendi. Haven't really seen this one before in the South Asian region. We'll see where everyone decides to go.
Do you know what we need now, John?
What do we need?
It's a perfect Vikendi.
Dynapod circle.
We need the northwest heavy circle shift.
I'm sorry, but you're wrong, because that's not a Dynapod circle. That isn't what you said, and that's the only right answer for the best style of Vikendi.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I messed up the multiple choice question with only one choice on it.
Absolutely. You circled the question mark. It just doesn't happen like that, I'm afraid.
I want your teams to me. Most teams are going to try and go for that middle of the map, see where they can rotate from, just make it as easy as possible. So, surprisingly, are going to head down on the southern side of the map here, which is not where they usually go off to.
And there's two teams right next to them as well. They might struggle to get out of there scot-free, but quite a lot of teams moving up northwards. Moving in and trying to take some ground. There's Dave's prediction, moving towards Goroka, just to the south of it at the moment. Looks like they're going to be looting it up there. Seeing what more they can get done. Spread out just a little bit at the moment, though. there's a little bit of contention. You've got Fnatic as well, just over the southeast.
Come on, Soul. Come on.
Orb trying to take the fight.
Are you kidding?
It's going to take 2 to take him down, and in response, they will get the kill. Should be able to get the reses, but that's a lot of damage thrown on towards Soul. The only... Okay, we'll talk about that in a second, but the only thing that really they've gained there... Oh, no! It's not too great. The Molotov, it's just going to zone them in. What he can do is if he has an HE, can go out to the window. I think he might just be doing it and watching out for it, but could just send that nade in. But the rest of Orb now, they are circling. They're pinning out this doorway, and Soul at risk.
Sinister waiting here. They all really need to do here is go for the refrag. Let's run in. Next one runs in, goes for it. Mazek's here with the Vector, so he can pump in some damage extremely quickly. Out comes the smoke, making the push a little bit harder, but Megastars, they're in the wings. They're ready to start walking in third party this one.
This is what I said. Soul drop around 2 teams. One of them gets knocked. They're going to try and go for the res. Sinister looks for the corner at the moment. Clutch God hiding away. Okay. They're going to be able to shut down 1 and 2 on the push. Soul holding it out for now, but there's still so much more to do. Rip are in the wings as Orb. They get eliminated early on.
Huge plays coming out from Soul, but now they've got to worry about Megastars. No healing on the side of Soul either. You wonder if they've got the ammo to work this one out, but full HP team are now coming in. Great Molotov to block off the stairs whilst they buy themselves some time, but Kidslate is going to run in there.
Oh, he goes in early, freshly off the block. This team is looking for the push. In they go. Final Boss makes first contact, sends some bullets through the doorway. The rest of the team now looking to follow it up. Soul need to do or die right now, and it looks like Megastars, they're holding on up. They're trying to hold it down. It's just 1 for Soul, and Soul are down. Megastars, third party. They come on out, and already 2 teams eliminated, Blank.
Huge plays here. Soul, they will acquire themselves 5 points from this game, but it's not what they were looking for here, Job. Now, let's talk about that northwest circle. Disgusting stuff once again. For Kendi and South Asia, tends to be very much out in the water a lot of times, sadly, for these teams. Elementrix, TrustDProcess, they're going to be happy with this one, but every single team on this eastern side, there is quite a lot of them, will be having to make their way across into the circle.
Do you bring your wetsuit?
Because you better Dom, because you're going to be in that water quite a bit if you need to rotate around the southern side. Mavatra, just north of there is a huge amount of compounds, and sadly enough, in this area, it's going to get very, very close very quickly. A lot of these teams are going to start cuddling up, huddling together like a couple of Emperor Penguins in Antarctica. It's going to be tough.
Oh, hopefully not like the Emperor Penguins. They all face inwards. What you want to be doing, maybe huddling up, but facing outwards. Checking those angles, making sure you got some of that ground covered. But already early on, Dobro Mesto, as you're saying, occupied. Everybody else will be rotating in a little bit late for my liking. A central position in Vikendi is so much more important than on any other map. The compound style of play that you have is exactly what you need to be finding.
Yeah, it tends to be that once you take that central position, that's it. You don't move from there after that. Entity, though, looking at them in Cosmodrome, I think they can make that rotation over Zabava, over the north bridge, downwards, past port, and just slip into the circle, hopefully unseen. That is the intentions. But all these teams had to start thinking about moving, and moving quite quickly here, John.
See what they can manage to get done in the meantime. Coastal positions in Vikendi, generally favored early on, but as it gets later and later, can be a little bit difficult to move out from. It's quite hard ground to cross, but Fnatic and Elementrix both taking that risk, although Dobro Mesto does give you a little bit more of an inlet into the land. You can move through that urban environment just a little bit better. Entity, the secondary prediction coming out from Dave, I believe. Still yet to rotate, as you're saying, have to go past Zabava.
A lot of teams, obviously with this really southern playing path, will be expecting teams to come through Dina Park, come past Abbey, past Tovar. This is expected for them. Elementrix, on the other hand, this was the team that got nice and, we'll say, lucky in Dobro Mesto. They got set up nice and early by the coastal side, giving them a nice bit of cover towards their backs. They just have to look outwards, like you were saying earlier, John. Try to catch these teams off guard. Currently, Mayhem is just driving around in a buggy like in a racetrack, trying to look for somewhere that they can dig their heels in and stay for a little bit longer. We've got Entity Gaming. A couple of stats on the screen there, John.
Yeah, some decent performances. Obviously, currently sat in first. Huge numbers of kills over 4 games. They racked up 33. A really nice performance from them. Last game, a little bit lackluster, however, going up very, very early on. Not the sort of situation you want to find yourself in, but they have still got a 19-point buffer between them and second place. So they should be pretty happy with that. Jonathan just get the practice on, getting that practice swing. You see the Vivo advert with the cooling, where he's holding the pan.
Gets a bit too hot for comfort.
Oh yeah, not with a Vivo though.
Not with a Vivo though. It's going to keep you nice and cool and ready to frag out when required. Mayhem though looks like they finally found themselves a little bit of place to call home, a little bit of comfort. Kick the feet up, put the fire on. It's Godlike who are razzing it past. Remember, these guys were down in Winery and they've made their way into a pretty central position and unharmed in the process.
There's plenty of firewood out in the forests, but it's players that these teams want to burn. And they are trying to cut off these rotations, as you say, Blank. Not going to be able to find anything just yet. It's Godlike and 0 Degree now, both occupying opposite ends of the same compound.
IND taking a hugely long time to come into it. They're coming through the southern side. But like you say, John, the big storyline on screen right now is 0 Degree versus Godlike. Both these teams performed fairly well in the play-ins. Godlike coming in 4th, I believe, on the standings.
Oh, nades pulled on both sides. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Godlike, 0 Degree, both edging out. Oh, it goes straight in. I don't know how much damage it did. It's not quite on the screen at the moment, but didn't do too much. Fortunately, both of those nades not quite sailing on in. Anto, earlier for Godlike, did send out and actually go for a wide angle. 0 Degree have a similar situation on board. So they all can have a little bit more pressure, but the advantage that Godlike have is that they have that crossfire. You can see him just at the top left of your screen.
Yeah, but I believe that, look, Syria's up there too in the tree line.
I think he's been spotted though.
Yeah, Anto is holding him down. In comes Rip Official. It's like they are just moving past, trying to get to the circle as fast as possible.
It looks like at the moment 0 Degree and Godlike happy to just hold this compound and decide that Tempest is not going to have any more part in it. But Anto on the off angle finds God on 0 Degree. That's going to mean that they have to react. They have to figure out what they want to do. Do they want to push on? Do they want to try and regroup and retreat? But Godlike, they have their own plans as well as Anto regains with them.
Now Rip Official is Tempest who is starting to fire upon Godlike. This could be the break in the action that 0 Degree needed.
Ooh.
Blazy, though, takes down Croton.
Should be able to just fold back into the pack, get the res off. So now they're in a similar position to what 0 Degree were in about 10 seconds ago. The res, very, very much achievable here. And I don't think the 0 Degree want to push out. They don't want to go for this fight. Yeah, it looks like that anyway.
They can just hold on right now. They know that Rip Official are just over by the curtains, ready to unleash hell onto them. Nice Molotov comes over the top. I don't think it's quite far enough, but Anto is making a mad dash out of here.
This guy just does what he wants. He goes where he pleases, and he's going to be sending right up to the ridgeline. They have their exit strategy now in place. If they opt to, they can move up to that position as they go for the fight. INS clashing with ETG.Brawlers, and actually Brawlers go very, very low. They're going to get eliminated. Okay, all right, just a straight-up wipe. And the Brawlers yet again with a lackluster performance. Sorry, Dave. Not going to happen anymore.
Smokey doing work over there. You know what, Dave? You know you said the circles like to yoink away from them, but I think ETG.Brawlers can really only win when the circle's right on top of them the entirety of the game.
Seems like that way anyway. And INS picking up the kills as well. So Illustrado definitely winning out on the death predictions right now. But Fnatic are still in it for me. Is your squad still in it?
My squad's still there. They're right on the southern side, coming up past Dino Park. We'll see how they do.
Oh, we're not really probably going to see a Dino Park circle this time around, unfortunately. Not a perfect Vikendi game. Too bad.
Too bad. We got the 2 out of the 3. We got the awful plane path. We got the awful circle. We did not get Dino Park. Our prayers were not heeded, sadly. Here's Fnatic, though.
I'm gonna write an angry letter. A strongly worded letter.
Is it going to have some berries in there? Some absolutelys?
Completely.
Indeed.
terribly.
Reprimandables.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. Thoroughly disappointed. I think that's like the headline.
That's the
That's
headline.
the title.
R.E.
Thoroughly disappointed. Oh, dear. Well, ETG.Brawlers are going to be sending a similar letter, I believe, to each other, just sending it around, because that is not what you want to be finding. I mean, they are still sat right at the top. So
just passing the note.
Just passing the note around. But they are still sat right at the top of the scoreboard. 78, I think it is, 79, something around that. I'll have to double check that. But with a 19-point buffer, that's still going to allow the teams below them to get quite a few on board, and they can still maintain it. But they're burning that candle, right? They're burning that advantage that they have. And it's so early on that you do not want to be doing it right now.
It's, like you say, it's quite early in the tournament. You want to stay towards the top of the standings and really... And as if you watch the Be The One documentary, Scout said in there that with the previous scorings, where it was 30 points per chicken dinner, we are currently on 20 points per chicken dinner. You become unbeatable once you get towards that top standings, because you can just really rack up the scores. But with 18 games ahead of us, you get the similar type of thing. A team can really pull ahead here, so you need to stay within firing range, stay within like reachable distance towards those top teams if you want to make it to the top 5 that do go to Malaysia.
Ooh, Legend taking a lot of damage, but will be able to find some cover. Inside the building he goes. Looks like SynerGE are trying to push onto Fnatic as well in the meantime, down on the coast.
This has been an action-packed for Kendi. Usually we're used to it going very slow.
All right, Entity now trading off with TrustDProcess. Looking to try and get it done. I just realized I was talking about Entity before when I was talking about ETG.Brawlers. Sorry about that, unfortunately. But the Entity squad are still very much in it. Still very much going. And Neo, going to do a lot of work. 1 versus 2. He gets it done. He gets the job out. Jonathan holding around the corner as well as Shigar falls down. And now just Doku stands between them and a squad wipe. 4 kills now, and Entity continue to push.
Entity cleaned that one up magnificently. They just drew the napkin round the plate and it came away clean. Very, very nice from them. Neo there putting on an absolute show for us on the stairs. Now it's Elementrix versus Rip Official. Nade comes through, but we're watching Fnatic on the screen being pressured upon by SynerGE.
Oh dear, Scout has already gone down, and if we know anything about Fnatic, it's that without Scout they seem to sometimes run around without a plan. We'll see if they're able to come up with something on the spot this time around. Godlike going very low as well. Ronak trying to hold it down against SynerGE. Currently, still have all 4 players left standing. Playing it nice and safe. Oasis is still up and kicking, but Ronak is on fire. Needs to try and get out of there. The first aid is going to get popped, remains in cover. Level 3 is all over as well, so he should be okay for just a little bit. Paratosh getting the res, but SynerGE don't want the fight. They're going to send it back. And in fact, they're going to try and take the fight even further on against IND, who were looking to maybe third party this, but looks like there's some protection waiting in the wings. And SynerGE just send straight onto IND and leave Fnatic alone.
IND seems to be the bigger threat here. SynerGE, Austin. SynerGE are absolutely tearing it up right now.
They're going to keep on going as well.
My God.
But there's some chiming in from Slayer. Able to get one. The Mike Ruzi doing so much work. The second knock comes out. The people inside are there. Another knock looking to happen, but no, he can't get it done. Has to hit the deck. Goes on up. Looks for the spray. 1 versus 3. Is he going to be able to find the 4th? Slayer looking to try and get it done. Only 1 player left standing. Low HP as well. Needs to try and push the building. The rest of his squad is down. He's spotted him out. He knows he's outside, but there's a third party. Oh no, Fnatic. They come on in and it's a waste to shut down IND. SynerGE saved by the bell, leaving Fnatic alive. They're saving grace.
IND just got wasted over there. SynerGE going to be sending their regards from a distance to a waste. Thank you very much, sir.
Beautiful stuff coming out. So disappointing, though, for IND, and Fnatic now going to push onto the position for SynerGE as we catch up with Rip Official as well, trying to hold it down against Elementrix. Fnatic wiping SynerGE off the back of that fight. They may have given them a little bit longer to live, but they are the death sentence. Rip Official got eliminated as well.
Oasis just destroyed SynerGE from a distance too.
They just rolled on up to the compound. They took it back. They knew SynerGE were weak. They saw what was going on. They knew only 1 of them was left standing. And they capitalize beautifully, nicely weighted, and now Fnatic, they found their rudder. Will they be able to steer themselves to victory?
Awace, an extremely calm man in person, and calmly makes the call there to immediately move across, finish up the pieces that were remaining on SynerGE's side.
0 Degree holding it down as well. A team that has really surprised us time and time again with consistency. 5 kills already on board, so they've done a lot of work, but they've got the Megastars to handle right now. We'll spot the guy going up the stairs. Molotov's going in. Blazy. Setting a Blazy to the bottle. But they are just holding it back. Kisley at the moment is down on the floor, so only 2 actives for the Megastars, a 0 Degree circle.
Elementrix have remained completely still during this entire match over in Dobromesto. So much action has unfolded. This is what we were talking about at the beginning of play-in. Sure, the South Asian teams tend to start quite passive, but they really rack it up towards the latter half of our games today. Han Singh on the stairs. Just waiting it out. So very hard to push up the stairs within Vikendi. They give so much advantage to Megastars here and any team who is on the upper floor, because look at the angles that they can hold.
Yeah, third person giving so much advantage to the holders on these compounds. This is really the story of Vikendi, though. This is why we say that Vikendi is a compound-based map. There's so many available, and not only that, in third person, you have such an advantage being the defenders in those situations. So trying to hold it down a lot better. You can see 0 Degree, they're just waiting. They're biding their time. The next circle, nowhere near, as we're down to 8 teams already, and actually 28 players in the third circle. This is a very early out for so many, with 2 teams dropping in the first loot phase. This is what's going to happen, apparently.
This is a really crazy Vikendi game. Usually, Vikendi is very slow for me and you, John. The first 13 minutes at least. But now it's RV taking the burn. We're getting roasted alive by the players from 0 Degree, but 0 Degree are also taking fire from yonder. I think it's Elementrix are starting to chime in themselves.
This is the problem. Even if they don't leave their compound, there's still a spanner in the works for anyone trying to make the plays. The nade goes in over the top again. Surya lobs in that Molotov, but Megastars, they know that they can use that advantage to try and push it on over. They push on in as well. Pan Singh makes the breach, looks for 1, takes a lot of damage, but gives it back just in kind. And they push onto the sidelines. Now it's just 1 for the Megastars. They go in, the reload is there, the weapon swap not fast enough. 0 Degree hold it down.
Megastars now 8. Out they go. Well played to 0 Degree there to take it. And they had to take it soon, right? Because the circle is now encroaching. And what 0 Degree currently hold with this compound is quite large, but it's an extremely powerful one, especially as we head towards the later parts of the game now, where the circle is going to start to move away from the water towards the land. This could potentially be a really good spot for them. You can see Entity coming down. It looks like they've got a straight line path towards 0 Degree are currently holding. And 0 Degree, they've got information on Elementrix too, so they've got a lot of things to play around with here.
The thing is, though, there's so much space in this circle, and it's basically no teams left, right? In terms of what you usually see in Phase 4, we have 24 players alive. 24. That is a ridiculously low number. Everybody's just going to be safe unless they actively try and seek out a fight.
Right now, most teams are going to play it safe, like you say. If you can ladder up here, a lot of the points have already gone over to a lot of these teams. You see Megastars with 8. 6 for SynerGE, Soul on 5. A lot of kills have already come through, so you want to really be looking for that chicken dinner towards the end of the game to try and ladder up as much as possible.
Speaking of points coming through early on, 0 Degree, 8 kills already. This team, maybe not topping out the charts every time, but consistency. That's every single time you see them on this sort of screen, in this sort of situation. Maybe with a little bit more time on the clock, as we do almost always see them in later on, but still 8 kills. They're in the top, 7? And they're doing fantastically well.
We can absolutely call 0 Degree a dark horse coming in from the group stage. We did not expect this from them, but the firepower that comes out from this team, and a lot of time in South Asia, we have commented on how there is sometimes that firepower lacking from these players, but 0 Degree showing us that they really have the strength to make it work.
And not only that, they have the patience. We saw that in the last fight. We saw how they were able to just wait it out. They knew they didn't need to touch it. They didn't need to go for the push. In the end, it was the third party coming in, but the circle is going to pop.
Elementrix now have an awful push for them. 0 Degree, they know where they hold in the circle. PUBG Mobile, an intel gathering game, and 0 Degree have all the intel on Elementrix, which is why you will see Elementrix start to make this rotation to the south. They know if they move straight eastward, 0 Degree is just going to blow them to pieces.
See Entity making that rotation. They've found themselves a compound now. They're going to be safe and secure on the northern side. And again, it comes down to the fact that it's an early circle to have this few players, this few numbers of teams. So it should be, everyone should have the ability to find somewhere safe. But at the moment, though, Fnatic sending out a scout over towards where INS currently are. Elementrix make a huge southerly rotation, and Mayhem right on their tail.
Mayhem drop out the vehicle.
They're in the circle.
It's dangerous being in a vehicle together, but now as the circle starts to get smaller and smaller and the ring starts to close around these teams, you start to play a little bit more on foot.
Elementrix crashing into INS, and INS holds strong for now. They scatter on the rocks and instead look for somewhere else to try and hold out. Entity at the moment, they are moving more and more central as time goes on, and Fnatic now have found their way in. Mayhem looking to try and go over. Fnatic will hear this one out. Will they be able to spot it? Oh, they all jump out right into the sightlines of Oasis. First knock goes over, so it's a 1 versus 3. He hits the deck and stays alive now. Blank nades over the top as Mayhem spread out wide, but there's the damage coming on through as Flank comes in from Reds. Is going to be able to get one. Ronak hits the deck as well, but they spot it out. And it's Mayhem getting rattled, but at the moment they're giving as good as they get. Fnatic goes super low, 1 player left standing. It's just Paratosh. He needs to come up big against 2.
Pan Singh is even shooting into this fight from about 300 meters away. An incredible play from them, but it's Fnatic versus Mayhem right now. This is the do or die time.
Oh, he's coming in. There's the burn coming through. Reds super low. Oh, he's spotted him. Fnatic able to stay alive. They eliminate Mayhem, and they have now got a position on the south side. These reses need to come through. INS might try and play spoiler.
0 Degree also know where they are, but INS staying nice and calm here. They have the compound. Next circle pops directly on side of Entity. Entity have taken all the space in the world right now. Really good rotations coming out from this team. Nepali HO NI, they're on the eastern side of the circle. Got a compound for themselves to play around.
Fnatic will be able to loot up as well, and they should be able to send it on in. But it's a difficult push. They're going to be going parallel to INS, who will be aware of their position. The question is, will INS hang about for it? I don't think they will. They've got a long way to go themselves, Blank.
What they do, I think right now Fnatic's best hope is just to head northeast, hit up the next compound, gather some information, and then move into the circle from there. 0 Degree all mounting up, vehicles left alive from earlier on in the game, but they're going directly towards Entity.
Pushing on in. A team we haven't really talked about too much, Nepali HO NI still in it, still going, but Elementrix spot out INS, and looks like Bishma. Well,
come on.
Oh, okay, there you go. Let's see who's able to finish off that kill as INS lose their scout Bishma, but the remaining core 3 players still alive. Fnatic yet to move. They've got 30 seconds to choose what to do.
0 Degree just barely make their way onto the corner of this circle right now. They're about a toe over the line. But like you say, John, now it's Fnatic's turn. They have to make their way into the circle. INS also in. They have to contend with Elementrix. Nepali HO NI currently control literally all of the northeastern side of this circle. They've got a really good shout coming to this game, especially with 4 players alive, John.
Away sending it on forwards. They might just be able to spot out the split line from INS. I think he's figured something out. He knows someone's in that shack, the vehicle outside. Dead giveaway there for Fnatic as they find themselves on the edge of the circle.
So far, away. I was actually talking about this in the green room, that Scout has just been leading the charge, but it's not necessarily been the best leading possible for this team. I was saying maybe they hand the reins over to Oasis for one game. This man is very calm. He knows what he needs to do. And with Scout going out so early, it looks like all the weight has fallen on Oasis, and he's holding up perfectly. He's doing really good for this team so far.
INS take another knock. They're not going to be able to give it back either. Joker is not going to be able to hit it. And now they know where he is. They know where he's firing from. Nepali HO NI, 0 kills, by the way, but dominant in this circle. Just goes to show rotations are all you need here, right? It's all you need to have to try and push forwards. And they're doing exactly that. They're doing their country proud. Nice entry from Nepal, of course, and Elementrix as well, still in the running for them. I'm a big fan of the fact that there are very, very few players left alive in this circle. It means that it's going to be intensely tactical, and there's going to be a little bit less chaos coming on through as, okay, maybe a little bit of chaos for INS as Dryger goes down, and Oasis actually picks up the kill there, so 7 kills now for Fnatic.
You have to love this man on Fnatic right now. He is making the Fnatic fans absolutely proud. Circle drops down to the south. This provides so much good room for Fnatic to play around.
Oh dear, yeah.
This could be their shout into the game. This could be their shot going forward. 0 Degree, they are now out in 6th.
But a huge number of kills, bringing them up to 16 points on the game. And now everyone's going to be looking to try and push on through. Nepal HO NI looking to try and exit their compound now. Elementrix with their entry. 3 players still alive as Entity make that rotation as well. And they're all looking to hold it down. About a minute left as Nepal HO NI need to try and figure out their exit strategy. Mr. Kyozu not quite taking the shots there.
Joker directly in the center of the circle all by himself. You could pretty much bet that the only option he has left is to do a little bit of interpretive dance and hopefully come out on top after it.
Hard cover being built by Oasis as he knows where Elementrix is. He knows where everyone else is as well. Entity right in front of them, trying to strike out. Joker just hoping against hope that nobody's going to look his way. Last hope for INS and trying to get it done. Nepal HO NI have started to exit, and LR2 is going to be able to pick up that crate in the meantime. Don't know if he's right on top of it or if he's managed to get it already. A nade is pulled. He exposes himself, but puts it back away. Puts the pin back in. Instead wants the firefight. Paratosh has been knocked in the meantime, so the southern power for Fnatic may be a little bit knocked away.
Yeah, dwindling a little bit now. AUG in the hands of LR2, very, very accurate. We know these boys on mobile can absolutely control the sprays with the gyro in hand, but LR2 gets a nasty spray from Jonathan, which will take him down. All these teams starting to come together now, John. The circle will push them ever closer. Aman looking for disconnect.
Nepal HO NI making that push. This is the time they need to start to try and get those kills, but disconnect going down early to Entity. As they hold it out, they're playing spoiler. They know that they're playing around this care package, but it is not in this circle. They will get pushed on through. They need to make some smart rotations, try and figure out what they can get. There he goes, but he's already down very, very low. Will get knocked as well. 2 players now for Nepal HO NI, and they're all out in the blue. Maybe just looking to try and heal it away, but don't think they're going to be lasting too much longer.
Big story from this is that Joker here will now ladder up into 4th place if they should die outside the circle. So close, Joker can feel the bullets zipping past his face.
Bunker down, try and stay alive for as long as possible. Nepal HO NI not quite done, but they will get knocked. LR2, last standing now, tries to get the kill point, will be able to get it done, and looks to try and make the run. I just don't think he's going to be able to do it. Blank goes down, and with it, Nepal HO NI out in 5th as Joker falls in 4th, picking up the kills just in time, but now Fnatic and Entity clamoring for this next circle, but Entity have further to go, and Elementrix are in the way.
Oasis gets knocked now. Just Ronak and Paratosh alive. They're looking to go for the res, but it's Aman who's starting to send the hail of bullets on the way over to Elementrix right now. The hot lead is hitting the cold floor.
Junior goes down, one of the strongest players for Elementrix, as we said, so they're going to have to bide their time, go for the res, as Jonathan makes the breakout wide, looking to try and push onto Fnatic's position. Hopefully they'll be able to spot out just what is coming their way.
Fnatic absolutely need this. It's the burst of confidence towards the beginning of the tournament, which potentially give a little bit of an adrenaline boost going forward.
Continue to go forwards. Jonathan, I think, has got information now. Will start to go for the shots, but they know now that the tree is the risk factor. They think it's the rock, but no, he breaks out wide. The nade's coming through now, but Oasis gets knocked. Jonathan able to find the opening as Paratosh goes down as well. Anthony trying to play spoiler, but in come Elementrix, saving the day. As Fnatic, they're given chance after chance, and they are going to try and figure it out. Elementrix spoiling this push, but everybody going to have to move on forwards.
Aman pushed by the circle. Ronak knows he has to move in, gets over towards where Oace is just about to drop out. Does not get him down. Instead, decides to take the spray onto Junior. He will have to run in as well. It's Aman and Ronak. He's trying to move the vehicle around, give himself a little bit of cover. Surprisingly survives for as long possible. Aman now moving in, 2 down. Hyozu still alive. He gets it. Entity towards the top with just 1 man remaining. It is Aman.
Fantastic stuff coming out from that squad. Aman, time again, showing up for Entity Gaming, claiming yet another chicken dinner. Beautiful stuff. And they regain their strength. They keep their power alive.
Gatak, everyone praises this man, but is Aman. All cheers round for this guy against all odds. Towards the end of the circle, dealing with Elementrix, dealing with Nepal HO NI, INS, as well as Fnatic. They make it happen in that last circle. Incredible game from Entity, and they remain steadfast on top of the standings.
Huge numbers of points being racked on up, getting 15 kills, 35 points. If you top that up to the 77 they started with, they're now on 112. They are sailing clear of everybody else on the standings right now.
Oh yeah, there is some winds a billowing for this team as they go ever forward. And you said about Fnatic to get their rudder sorted at the beginning of that game, but it's instead Entity who just get the sails up in time and move forward. Incredible game from them. Incredible composure that entire time. The rotations as well were so strong, John.
Absolutely. I think Vikendi might be the map of Fnatic. It might be where they find their strength. And with the strength of the rotations that they were displaying, I think I'm valid in saying that because, of course, it's a little bit more liquid, it's a little bit more fluid on a lot of the other maps, whereas it's very node-based, compound-based. On Vikendi, Fnatic have a very clear plan and they can execute it perfectly.
There's one thing we can say here. Byfield's telling me all the time, the Spider-Man quote, if you're nothing without Scout, do you deserve to have Scout on board? They've shown us today here that they don't need Scout to succeed. Oace showing incredible performance today. So strong, so proud of this guy going forward. And this is what Fnatic needed. They needed a little bit of that confidence to bring back, puff out the chest a little bit moving forward.
With so many teams going down early, the chaos happened before the final circles. It allowed a much more tactical finish and potentially even allowed Fnatic to keep on going. Entity as well, with their IGL Gatak doing so much work. But we are going to head back over to the desk where they're going to break down the action. Jason and the boys, take it away.
Well, there we go. I think we need to have a name change come in for a certain player within the Entity roster. A man no longer fits him. A legend is what he should rebrand to because this man has been able to do it not once, but now twice for his team and get Entity a second chicken dinner.
What was that, a 1v3? I think at the end that he was able to win and that he isolated that fight beautifully. Took one fight on the left side, changed angles, able to take a lot of people down. My gosh, a man, a myth, a legend, definitely here today.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy because it was 2 members from Entity, 3 from Fnatic, and then 3 from Elementrix. I believe Ronak at the end providing a good distraction, allowing Jonathan to kind of get in there and do their job. I mean, having the numbers disadvantage, but that wasn't the only fight. Entity, they also wiped out TrustDProcess early on. Neo, Jonathan, definitely the star players here today from this last match.
And I think they were also the ones to, I forgot, they wiped out a squad earlier on in like a 2v4 situation. Somehow still coming out on top of it. That play in the stairs with Entity, just so nice to watch here. A lot of high-level games. A lot of interesting early plays, though, especially that one that we saw with Team Seoul. They got absolutely camped by 2 squads. It was one after the other. They weren't ever able to leave that building they were in, just that compound.
Well, they took out Orb, all right? So they got some kills to kind of go with it and at least walk away not empty-handed. But almost immediately after taking out Orb, we saw Megastars pull up 2 seconds later and breach them. I believe Seoul had about 4 members in that one little room. Then the spray and pray was just non-stop from there. So here is the standings. All right.
Yeah, you can see Entity yet again. Look at that. 35 points from that game. 15 kills for them. What is it with Entity and showing up so far today? This team was, I'm not going to say non-existent in the prelims, but definitely were not on this kind of form.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them have a good game every here and there, But today, it's like they're showing us what's up. I mean, every single time they come here, they probably had one quiet game today, but everything else was an absolute banger. Absolutely beautiful work from them. Fnatic, though, also finally showing up. It took this long, game 5, for them to make a good appearance, for them to make a good placement. 3rd place, 8 kills.
Yeah, I mean, remember, one of their interviews, NCT said, we had 2 subs, not 2 subs, we had 2 supports.
Yeah.
2 supports coming into this game, and we're changing all the rules to straight up fragging. So now they got 4 fraggers, and not only is that working when it comes to kills, but they got another chicken. So 2 chickens today from the squad.
I think it really works on a map, especially like Vikendi. In a map that you can be very tactical and you can take a lot of fights, because there is a lot of cover more or less in Vikendi. So I think that's working out for them. On the bottom half, though, SynerGE not able to recreate the success that they had earlier on, but still finding a good placement within the top 8. Nepali HO NI as well, they've been having a very quiet tournament up until game 5. Now we're starting to see them come up here. 7th place for them with just 1 kill, though.
There is one team I want to focus on before we move into 9th through 16th. It's Fnatic, because the reason I'm doing this is that Scout did die early again. This has been 2 or 3 games in a row where he's not really been able to be with his team later on. However, this time, they were finally able to hold on into the later echelons of that match and take some points.
Honestly, I'm going to give you a little bit of a counterpoint here. I'd say that the only reason that I think Fnatic survived this long is because their butts got saved quite a couple times by other teams right there. I think Fnatic was the one to come in and kill the SGE members, as well as the IND members, so they got those points coming for them. But after Fnatic, after that, Fnatic got saved, I think 2 or 3 times by other teams.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts. I mean, we saw Fnatic, they had 8 kills there. They were fighting SGE, and when that was happening, IND came in for the 3rd party. We saw a great play from Slayer with the Uzi drop shot. I think we're going to be checking out here in just a moment. And then, of course, at the end, Fnatic getting the final kill onto the SGE for the cleanup, so they did get 8 kills that last game.
On the bottom side of the scoreboard, though, 9 through 16, it's going to be Seoul, Mayhem, RIP, IND. So IND not having the game I thought they would. Seoul as well. Mayhem, I admit, I think they got relatively unfortunate. They got sandwiched between like so many teams at that part there, though. And ETG.Brawlers yet again finding themselves at the bottom, 15th for them. What exactly is happening to these guys?
Yeah, I mean, we see Godlike 13. You were talking about these bottom teams. Only 2 points. They were getting camped by 0 Degree for some time. There was one moment in that game where 0 Degree were tossing some mollies at the compound that Godlike was camping in and blocking their exits from the doors, keeping the pressure on, keeping that squad pinned down, forcing them to pretty much just die out on their own, because not only were the mollies so critical this last game, but a lot of players were throwing mollies and then running through their own mollies for some reason. So my head was, I was scratching a lot back there. I don't know what was up with the mollies this last game, but a lot of self-damage was occurring.
All right, well, we talked about a couple of things we did want to take a closer look at. And the first one has to be within the first 4 minutes of the game, Orb versus Seoul. Not going to share the Megastars point of it because they came in to clean it up eventually, but look at the action, break it down right off the bat.
Yeah, I want to break this down just a tiny bit here. Look at how Seoul positions. Their crossfire honestly was just not good. When you set up a crossfire, you really want multiple points where you can have multiple intersections between your crossfire. That's why they call it crossfire. However, they just seem to be hiding in neighboring rooms right beside each other. That's why the crossfire was so ineffective, and the trades were so easy to come in with the squad that followed this. I mean, sure, it worked for Orb, but right after that, they got swept.
And you got to point out how Seoul, they had 2 down right there. They were able to get the resets and the heal-offs from the whole squad. So Myzik had a pretty nice molly to kind of block them off from getting on out of that room, but they didn't apply the pressure quick enough to flush them out.
I'm going to agree. When you have a team pinned in like this, you should just be decisive. If you get 1 down or 2, they're on the back foot, the crossfire is broken, that's when you got to go in. We saw that earlier on with the bait and switch with the crossfire earlier. I'm not sure I remember the team, but it was actually really phenomenal the way that they broke the crossfire. We didn't see that with Orb, but we saw that with Mega X, who came in to clean up.
Well, it's a little unfortunate for Orb too, because they were down a player as they were fighting Seoul there. So maybe if they had 4, they would have closed it out. But I would imagine Megastars would have finished it up in the end. They would have mopped that one up.
Yeah, and Megastars definitely need all the points they can get. I mean, the entire day, dead last on leaderboards. Not many kills, not many placement points. Unfortunate once again for Megastars.
Yeah, I thought they were going to get a good start this time because of how well they did earlier on, but I guess it just wasn't to be. Maybe not on Vikendi, maybe a little bit later on, but we know that they do have the potential for it.
Well, one more thing we do need to talk about. What's up? What's up?
I'm just pointing.
You good? Okay.
What are we going to talk about?
We have another highlight to talk about, actually. It's going to be, well, you talked about Fnatic saying they got saved a couple of times. What about them being the savior, as we saw with the SGE IND fight? They came in to save SGE's butts there, but this was another hectic fight.
Yeah, at this point, SGE had really the decisive move here. They could have actually went in, swept, kept everybody alive. The reses were all available for them, but it was just Fnatic who third party in here along with IND, got that final kill and just made life so difficult for SGE.
There's that Slayer drop shot, so he's going to have to reload, popping down. Got the reload off, pops back up, and gets the spray right onto them. And then you think, oh, Slayer, we're good, we're safe. No, you get tapped in the back by Fnatic.
Yeah, it's unfortunate too because, well, SG had 3 players down, so it actually could have been them getting a nice couple of kills, but Fnatic saving them out. And, well, I guess good karma goes a long way for Fnatic as they had the Angel Redemption coming back to help them later on.
Yeah, I mean, they were non-stop action all game. That's why they had 8 kills. There's 1 point, Paratosh, the last remaining member alive from the squad. They had 2 members down on the team. They got the clutch. They were able to save the day. They got the revives, but unfortunate for them, the circle was all the way up to the northeast, so they had to kind of run across that open field. Didn't work out for them, but they got some placement points. Let's check out the top damage leaders.
And I think the last member on their squad just had a vehicle, and the moment he got out of that vehicle, he was instantly shot down as well. But as you said, top 5 players. Aman, no any surprises here. Aman just did so well. Surya to follow him, 6 kills for the both of them, but 682 damage on Aman.
Yeah, we got 3 Entity Gaming members up there now. Earlier we had 2, so we're just missing 1 more.
Yeah, just 1 more.
Well, they said they wanted to frag out, right? Turn everyone into an assault, everyone into a fragger, and well, 3 players are able to do just that, picking up quite a few kills in that game. But you still have to talk about Surya on 0 Degree, getting 6 kills for himself. And Oasis, look at him. He has a ridiculous amount of damage done on top of that, 759.
I guess everybody's looking at Aman because of what he did at the very end of that game, but I do want to point out how Jonathan was so good throughout the whole match. He was getting picks after picks, 2v1s versus 2v1s, time and time again. He was getting those downs for his team, and I think he's actually the reason why that they survived so long so far into the game.
Not only that, but I'm happy to see him up here because, you know, even before the whole event started, people, you know, you ask them, who are some players to look out for? Who are some players that just aren't in the limelight quite yet? And everybody kept saying Jonathan from Entity and Neo. And I was like, well, the stats didn't really back it up when it comes to the group stages, but I'm so happy that now they're finally putting up these numbers.
Well, let's actually take a look at the overall standings now, lads, because it is getting into the final game of the day in a couple of minutes' time. And, of course, you can see Entity. Look at that lead. Wow. I think that's 48 points, if I'm not mistaken.
That is a lot of
58,
points here.
if I can do math correctly.
It's almost twice, actually. So similar to what we saw from ETG.Brawlers yesterday. Now they have 2 chicken dinners. This is actually kind of crazy.
I'm trying to calculate in my head if it was 58 or 48. I can't tell.
I'll get you back. I'll get you back after the break. Don't worry about it.
All right.
You just keep doing your hosting over here. You're doing a great job.
48.
2 chicken dinners.
I did it myself.
Okay, he's got it. 2 chicken dinners from Entity, though. I mean, definitely not something I expected. I like that they were fragging out at the beginning of the day, and now with these chicken dinners, they are getting that 40-point gap. This is kind of reminding me of the play-ins, not gonna lie, with the Brawlers after day number 1. They had a 40-point lead, at least somewhere around there, and no one was able to catch up to that team.
Here's the thing, though. For ETG.Brawlers, they couldn't carry over the points. Entity Gaming, they'll be happy to hoard as many points as they want, because these ones you can take to the bank.
And not only that, with their trajectory that they're taking right now, they might go straight to Malaysia. They're not going to play in no prelims.
And that's going to be the best part, because you don't want to have to go through another round of fighting some of the best teams in the world. You want to go straight into the qualifiers itself, straight into the tournament itself. But let's talk about the people who may not make it just yet. RIP Official leading the bottom half at 9th place with 17 kills. Honestly, they're doing good in terms of the kills. It's the placement points that they're really suffering on.
Yeah, and kind of jumping around. I mean, that last game doing, you know, some work for Megastars. They are finally able to get themselves out of that 16th position. Orb Official still going to be around 13. Nepali HO NI, 33 points. I mean, definitely 2 surprises here. So, Brawlers.
Lads, on the Brawlers note, we got to talk about something in particular. After game 1, do you guys remember? Can you cast your minds back to what place they were in?
Game 1. Second.
Exactly, 2nd place. They had 21 points after that second game, or sorry, the first game.
Yeah.
and now they only have 35. They've only accumulated 14 points in 4 games, and they've been slipping down the leaderboards every single match. And luckily for them, it's not 8 matches in total they have to play this time. It's going to be 18, but you cannot continue to let this go. You cannot continue to be in the same form they were in the groups.
You know, I'm going to agree with Dave when he says you can't make that many mistakes. They're going to have to play lights out every single time they come back on the field starting in the next game. So whether it's taking a rest today, hopefully placing decently in this next game, that's what they got to do. They got to go ahead and wake up, play the next game as hard as they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get the last game, get a chicken dinner, okay. Tomorrow we're looking okay. We're looking okay for the top 5. But if they have another 16th place, I believe they had, what, 2 or 3 16th places today?
I think they had 2 16 and 1 15.
Yeah.
I mean, we cannot afford that
We
anymore.
know it. Luckily for them and luckily for us, we get a little bit of a breather here as we're going to head to a short break. But when we come back, the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals will continue, so don't go anywhere.
You from becoming the real deal. Fast downloading. They always get into the field quicker than you. Falling behind? No, not gonna happen. Stay calm and be cool. Nothing will stand in your way. A true hero must step up to defeat the enemies when there's no one to count on. Vivo Multi-Turbo, a real strong core makes you a real professional player.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Lite Hallow Weeks. We're happy to bring you our Halloween-themed mode, Survive Till Dawn. In this new mode, players will undergo 3 days and 2 nights of harsh trials. Survive the attacks of zombies and other survivors to become the last person standing. Do you want to see dawn break on the 3rd day? Then you'd better remember the following tips for survival. Collect as many supplies as you can during the day. You can never have too much ammo or medicine. Before night falls, search for a good building to hide in and prepare your defenses. Zombies appear during the night. The zombies can find you no matter where you hide. So your best tactic to fight the zombies right now is to squat inside a room with only 1 exit and kill the zombies with cover from your teammates. We've prepared an even greater surprise for you. Other than the normal zombies, a mysterious organization will use airdrops to distribute their biochemical experiment, Payman. This powerful elite zombie descends from the sky and tries to kill all enemies within sight. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. The map shows your repayment will drop from the sky. Kill it to get powerful weapons as your reward. The M134 minigun and flamethrower. These 2 Survival Till Dawn exclusive weapons can definitely help you survive these 3 days and 2 nights. But remember, zombies aren't your only enemies, as other survivors are also a threat to you, so don't hesitate to eliminate them. Once you manage to survive, you'll get the unique achievement Until Dawn. Team up with your teammates to play Survive Till Dawn during Halo Weeks.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split 2019 South Asia Regional Finals title sponsor Vivo. We are back from a break. I'm with one of the most crowd favorite teams, Fnatic, who's been having a slightly rough patch. But in the last game, you came to number 3. How does that feel to slowly gain your composure back and enter like a slightly higher part of the table?
Yeah, actually today we are not performing really well according to the crowd. But then this was our chicken dinner. We lost the momentum. But it's okay. Always played really well. He played really well. We supported him. But then the main thing is we are not 4-man always in the end. So if Scout is with us, then surely we can win.
You mentioned 2 players, Scout and OS. OS, you were the MVP in the last match, so congratulations. Did it feel good to be coming up on top? How does it feel right now, and what do you plan to do in the next one now?
I really don't feel anything, but I am not happy now because I want to perform much better than this.
And Scout, I see you like feeling the immense pressure of being called one of the best PUBG mobile players right here in India. What's happening? Is it like, do you feel like you're being targeted here, or what's happening?
No, I'm not being targeted. Just the thing is that I'm underperforming a lot according to the expectations out there. And one of my key players is Ovesh out there, and he's performing really good. And I really feel bad that having such a good skill set and still not able to support my team at such a high level, it really disappoints me a lot. But now the team is performing really good. So it's a long run. We will come back, and I'm pretty sure we are going to get back stronger.
Right, and that's actually the spirit of the game, because 13 more games to go in the overall finals. You guys are fine. Relax. Wish you the very best, because we are going to go on to the last match of the day, and we're going to go back to the analysis desk, and they are going to talk about the final game. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much there, Susan. Yeah, I actually loved hearing that from Scout. Like, he kind of realizes that he's not really performing too well today and really kind of banking on his teammates to help bring him up. And you know what? Honestly, I'm not going to count them out at all. It's just the first day. You still have so many games left to go, and I guarantee they can turn it around.
Yeah, I want to linger just a tiny bit longer on this, because I think this is the time that you really start to see the professionalism in the players here. Just like Scout said, he realized he's not playing to the level he should be playing. He just needs to get back into that mentality. And getting back into that mentality, that momentum, it's not the easiest thing to do. This is when maybe a coach or some like psychological coach here for a team would really start to come in handy, I think.
And you know what? It's a good thing that they already recognized what's setting them back, and that's not having 4 members alive moving through the mid and the late game. So they only got one thing to really work on. If they can improve on that, they should be looking pretty good. And after that 3rd place, they kind of have a confidence boost once again in their pep. So we'll see. Final game coming in will be Aaron Goal.
It will. And speaking of confidence, Entity Gaming. I don't know what they had for breakfast, but clearly it's working out for them. 2 chicken dinners, the only team to take more than 1, and they are flying through the leaderboards. If they continue on this pace, guess what? They're going to be representing here in the Global Finals in Malaysia.
I'll be honest, I think the reason why Entity Gaming is doing so well is because their level of aggression is hard to keep up with. I guess nobody expects them to be this aggressive and this decisive. And it's really starting to work. They said earlier they're planning to play 4 full assaulters, and it is showing that people are getting caught off guard by it.
Yeah, I got the real math, by the way. You guys were coming up, making up all these numbers. So first to second from Entity and SGE, 48-point gap.
Thanks for doing the actual math.
Yeah, the actual math. 48 points. And then SGE, INS, that's 2nd and 3rd place, only a 2-point gap. And then 3rd to 4th, INS and 0 Degree, 8-point gap. And then 0 Degree and IND, 0-point gap.
So I do want to point out that it's important to remember the top 5 are what we're looking at here. You want to place in the top 5. And the gap from 5th to 6th is 2 points, and below that it's 10 points. So really not much separating these guys at all.
So it's going to be interesting, but definitely props to Entity, I mean, they're just on fire today, and the leaderboard is showing it.
On RIP official side, still at 9th place though, so they're hanging on. They're hanging on to that 9th place. Not too pretty though. They have 41 points. The next two after them both at 35.
Well, if it's tradition, RIP will qualify in top 5 by 1 point.
By 1 point, yeah.
Yeah.
Or not qualify by 1 point.
I don't say that. I'm gonna stay positive. I'm gonna stay positive.
And obviously, going into this, we're assuming RIP officials should be able to get South Georgia Pool yet again unhindered. Elementrix potentially north. I'm expecting to see maybe some team change around, some drops.
We're going to say it's time for Mayhem to wake up and go into this.
Yeah, and Fnatic, they need to do anything in their power not to get gatecapped once again by IND.
Well, let's head over to our commentators for a final game of the day. John Allen and Blank, take it away.
Bow, bow, bow. We're down to the 6th game of the day. First day almost over. We're going back to Erangel. We're going to see some more action over there. A very, very exciting game last time around. We've got one more to go. Blank, what are you thinking?
Massively fun game last game, right? Really just everyone's going for kills there. Everyone's really jumping out the box and just trying to make it happen. Now we've got a bit of a fun playing path coming down from Hospital all the way down to Novo. So very much on the west and south side of the map, which leaves Stalby, Esnaya, Lipovka a little bit difficult to get towards. But last game, we saw some of the teams that we've seen underperform so far, like Fnatic, really, and Elementrix, who have just been getting close to the edge of that chicken dinner, not quite able to get it, really started to show up. Soul, of course, in the beginning, a bit unfortunate. Really good job from them overall. Loved it from that beginning apart from them versus Orb, but in the end it was Megastars who came in and finished at the job for Soul. So Soul again looking to get into that top 5. That's really important for them here on the last game of the day. Not only to keep them in contention for that top 5 spot to go to Malaysia, but also to give themselves a little bit of confidence going into day 2.
Confidence is key. Confidence is king, but who will reign out supreme at the end of it all? That's what we're dying to find out. We're only going to be a third of the way through after this game, Blank. There's still a long way to go for everybody dropping out of the plane on your screens at the moment. Looks like Fnatic going to go back to Old Faithful Military Island, but there's a lot of teams dropping out late with them. Looks like Nepal HO NI, TrustDProcess, Godlike, all out around that area. Godlike, Imagine, are going to go to Milta. But 2 teams potentially in Novo that might be seeing a little bit of conflict.
Nice little kind circle here. It encompasses pretty much all of the teams. Let's remind ourselves of the stakes here, John, because just over a quarter of these teams will be heading over to Kuala Lumpur to compete in the Malaysian Global Finals, a huge event. 3 will be going to prelims, 2 will go directly into the Global Finals themselves, will not have to play the prelims over the 23rd and onwards. Be very interesting to see exactly who we send. So there is still a lot up for grab, but you do not want to catch yourself underneath that top 5 spot, otherwise you will be unfortunately not going.
Soul slap bang in the middle at the moment. Rosok playing around school as well. What needs to happen is Fnatic figuring out those rotations away from Military Island for themselves to get a little bit more strength moving forwards. IND last time around gate kept them really quite well. Scout going down early, which as we know, pretty disastrous for them. But on your screens at the moment you can see Mayhem and TrustDProcess. It was in fact 3 teams dropping out early. I think that the green colors of both Mayhem and Nepal HO NI kind of camouflaged into each other and gave us a little bit of a false count on the number of teams actually heading out that way. So Nepal HO NI sent all the way over to the peninsula with
Now, interesting to think about is Fnatic's current position on the map, which is in Sosnovka military base. IND, Kratos knows Scout's rotational path, so they're going to go just north of Ferry Pier, walk down towards this western bridge, and then wait for them to cross. Really, Oace and Ronak coming from Team Soul last time around, they're much more comfortable with the school apps rotations. So it's all down to Scout here. When he went down so early before to Kratos, it left Oace, Ronak, Paratosh in a tough spot because then they've lost their IGL, right? It becomes a lot harder for them to make these rotations. Sure, Scout's still there with them, but he's not in the game.
No one really clashing just yet. Still all 64 alive. Despite relatively close proximity of these two teams, nobody else is close to each other really at all. Probably the next best example there is Rip Official in crates in South George Entity, just in the South George town, North George, currently occupied by Elementrix. But really, not too much conflict going on early on. Seems like these teams have figured it out.
This is most likely where we'll see the action occurring on your screen. Like you say, John, Mayhem versus TrustDProcess. We know that Shagai is a ridiculously strong player on side. This guy hits shots like there's no tomorrow. We are going to head back over onto IND. We're on board with Daljit over here, an extremely good sniper. We've seen him before in the spring split. Wonderful player indeed. And Fnatic this time, they're staying nice and close together, looting up C block. And you wonder, did they make their rotation over to the eastern side, try and pass through ETG.Brawlers and Godlike, who have been having a little bit of a tough day today, or pass through IND, who are much stronger?
So previous iterations of IND, they actually used to drop on military base and then go for the rotation along the eastern bridge. I used to praise them for it last split for the PMCO when it was the India region, just the Indian teams playing in it. They actually went for this rotation along, and I praised how they operated. What they did was what I like to call a pepper pot style of play. You send one team forwards to get a forwards outpost, they set up, get that baseline of fire, then you send the back lot in front of them, and you're moving up like a salt and pepper shaker as you go, always having that base of fire and always having some movement on board as well. It's a really effective way of moving across such a narrow funnel that it can have a little bit of an impact. So maybe Fnatic want to try and take a couple of lessons there. IND able to pull it off a lot successfully last time around. Obviously, different iterations of the team, and it's changed up quite a lot.
Exactly like I said before, you can see it on your screen, Fnatic are moving over to the eastern side. Trying to take their chances here versus Godlike and ETG.Brawlers. ETG.Brawlers, they're trash looting farm, so they're not going to have the best of loot on board, which is why Fnatic might be going up this way. They're going to be tanked up from C-Block and military base itself, so they might just have enough gear, enough utility on side to make that push explode, pass through military and farm into a better position on the map towards the north.
Fnatic currently sending all the way over to TrustDProcess and Mayhem, and looking to potentially guard them out. The circle still being on them means that they have plenty of time. Soul just looting up some compounds at the moment. Just finding some loot, but nothing really going to be happening around this sort of area. The rest of the teams all still just finding their location. Nepal HO NI might struggle to move on to the west, but you can see now on your screens, Fnatic, they're spreading out. I don't know if they've spotted anyone. Scout is sending it out.
Nice shot.
Some damage onto Mayhem, but he finds the trunk of the tree for some cover. Looking to get a little bit more done, but that is going to give the game away as well to TrustDProcess. They might be caught unawares. Cloak out wide on the rock. Looking for some shots potentially. But it looks like TrustDProcess have managed to extricate themselves in the meantime, but the rest of Fnatic are there.
Far away from his team, and this time this is what we want to see from him. A little bit more reserved play. Come back to help his team. And it's Paratosh moving his way up towards Ronak. And it's TrustDProcess who are laying it on thick right now.
They're pretty low as well. A couple of them, Ronak will go down as they are going to try and send it away, but they are going to trade it back. Scout now has rejoined with the rest of his team as two players from TrustDProcess go down. Fnatic holding strong. Paratosh on the hillside has to swap weapons, but he cannot get it done in time. Now it's just down to Scout. Looking to try and find the sidelines. As TrustDProcess wipe the majority of Fnatic off. Oasis and Scout trying to be this two-time, trying to drop it up, and they will get it done. Two players alive now for Fnatic, holding off TrustDProcess, but you have Mayhem, who have slipped through the cracks, and they've now rotated into a dominant position to guard the push on the eastern bridge.
Just two players alive. They'll have two vehicles, two strong vehicles in the form of the US. They need to make this rotation, need to make it quickly if they intend to get toward the northern side. As we can see on our map side, we know that towards the north of them, Farm, Potato Hill, School and Apps, Rozhok, all very, very clear of players. Everyone else just congregating around Pachinki Fields just towards the southern side.
A little bit of fire going on towards Pachinki with Soul. ETG.Brawlers trying to stop that rotation. Orb as well, very, very close to them. You can see INS off in the wings. Playing around those Pachinki Hills, of course, where we finished last time around. Maybe going for a repeat performance here. We'll see where the next circle shifts. It's not too long in the future. We're going to see that one come through. Everyone finding their foothold to move forwards.
Fnatic opting to run down back into military base right now. Wait and see what happens with the next circle. Not a terrible decision from them, to be honest with you, John, because when the next circle comes through, IND will probably be most likely looking for a better position within the circle to hold up. And Fnatic can take the Western Bridge, and oh no, that is really not a good circle for Fnatic whatsoever. Now it means that regardless of what they do, someone will be holding those bridges. They're a little bit trapped on Sosnovka for the time being.
Just a little bit. But the teams on the west really going to be crunching together. Maybe the Eastern Bridge is a better option, but I don't want to run into Mayhem. And Godlike's going to be the team that would be guarding that. I think that maybe the evil that you know is better than the one you don't, and sending over towards IND might be a better situation for them. What we saw last time around when they got their troops diminished, their numbers diminished, moving forwards, was that they were a little bit haphazard in those rotations. But this time around, they've maintained Scout. A waste there to back him up as well, a super strong player. So they've got that duo who can try and push through. The Western Bridge might not be a bad option.
Yeah, this is probably the most powerful duo they could have towards Phase 2 with just 2 alive. We've seen Ronak and Paratosh be a little bit lackluster. Ronak often going down first. We saw towards the play-ins, he was often the player who was left behind on the team. Maybe just not having the best of days so far here in JHADAV Hall. IND, though, they're staying strong on the coastal side. Godlike, they're occupying Sharkfin. It's a nice, strong position. Really good road to hold here. Most teams will have to make that rotate towards Milta should they want to go that way. You can see everyone now starting to come down. Entity just behind SGE. A bit of wacky races going on.
See if they can play a little bit spoiler. Dick Dastardly and Muttley bringing up the back. See what gadgets they've got to give as they are chasing each other. They split off, however. No argy-bargy just yet. But IND are out there. Soul are out there as well.
Incredibly tight-knit right now. Hyozu with a 2-wheeler over the top. Nicely done from him.
ZeroDegree not able to pepper it on down. And they'll be just about okay. Nepal HO NI as well. Remember, last time around they made it super late, playing on the northeastern side. They're currently sat there again. Potentially going to remain untouched. If they can play soft edge, a lot more viable, by the way, on Erangel than it is on Vikendi, they might be able to just have a similar performance and continue to rack up those points.
They've got this cool little 2-2 split going on here where they're just gathering intel at all times, still close enough to regroup, relink should they need to, but also far enough apart that they can get some good off angles going, a good crossfire. Megastars, they'll pick up a nice little loot crate in their path, and we're currently looking at RIP Official, ETG.Brawlers on our screen. ETG.Brawlers, they definitely want to have a good game this time around. They want to re-spark that same kind of vigor we saw from them in the play-ins.
We've got SynerGE as well, waiting in the wings around those coastlines. Everyone seems to think that these cliffs offer a lot of power. Well, they might be right. We'll have to wait and see. Depends where the next shift comes. If it goes towards those cliffs, if it goes more central, then absolutely, they're going to be laughing. But if it goes inland, my, are they going to be in trouble? Those vehicles will be super crucial.
Entity attack. The IGL for Entity does go down. Not the greatest for them and will be completely finished off. Elementrix now taking fire onto ZeroDegree. Is Shoyu going down again? Their scout player for the team. And SynerGE, this team that has been doing marvelous work, still on our screen right now, just pushing on their way over to RIP Official on the coastal side, trying to keep as much of their back.
INS currently trying to assault onto Entity, but the nades are out. The barrage is in. It's huge amounts of damage. Look at them roll. Trigger just going very, very low, able to get away with a sliver. And they're going to hold on for now. Not too sure they're going to be able to take it down for Bhishma, but the nades were back on in. And look at this. Soul coming in the wings, using this opportunity. But all of the utility being thrown on through for everybody involved. Bhishma confirmed now. INS down to 3 as Entity take an even fight from this stage blank.
INS just backing up. They know they want to leave. Joker trying to get towards a tree line. Drigger running as fast as his little legs will take him. Now it's Aman coming down the hillside. Neo spots out Viper. You might be another team, but you're not getting away scot-free today, son.
Oh, gets away with sliver of HP, and IND make the same rotation, and they make the same mistake there. Trigger still waiting in, but he's got 4 players to contend with, not to mention the entirety of Entity in the meantime. He is going to go down, and now IND take over the fight. They're going in with 3 players up, 1 downed, but still revivable. Entity need to make their way into the circle. Fnatic are bringing up the rear, by the way. They might crash into this one if they're not careful. We'll see what they're able to do, but Entity, you can see them trying to disengage as best as they can. They spot out the vehicle. Aman does not want to give up the Ghost. He's trying to hold down the backline as IND do manage to get the res. We hop on over to SynerGE, currently taking a fight with Rip Official. Looks like they aren't going to be super lucky there. Will get eliminated. SynerGE are down. Oh, not quite. It is just one team down and out, but SynerGE do take a heavy, heavy hiding.
Look at this. Fnatic on our screen are making the rotation all the way clockwise to the north end of the map to where Potato Hill is and Seoul are currently residing. But currently, Entity, their priority. IND, remember, they have to move in. So far, Slayer, with a 1v3 from last game, he's feeling good about himself. But he wants to get that chicken dinner on board. They're feeling very hungry so far.
1 player now alive for SynerGE. As Entity continue to try and play the edge, IND slip past in the night, but they aren't going to go unchallenged. One of them going very, very low. Kratos, not going to be super lucky there. They spot Slayer along the hillside as well. 3 players on the road for IND, but Neo has to duck back down. The Brawlers have spotted him out.
ETG.Brawlers. Nice coastal side position here. Circle zoning in on farm and the fields that surround it. So many little roads as well that branch out from the middle where Orb Official are currently holding. Makes it very difficult for any team to make any swift rotations over them. This circle will just crunch the teams ever closer together. Crossing these roads is going to spell your doom as well because you're going to be so visible. See Vex here with the ghillie suit.
Oh, he's got the M249 on board as well. That's going to be great, and any sort of vantage point, which currently Megastars need to try and push in to find. They're taking the fight over on the northern side with JHADAV, last player remaining for SynerGE. So they've only got 1 player to dispense with for now. Soul make the rotation central, get knocked. A lot of them going down very, very low. It's unfortunate for them. Only Regaltos, I think, still live and kicking as Clutch got Immortal and everybody getting confirmed there. Mortal still down, but Regaltos is riding around trying to find some respite. Yeah. JHADAV, last for SynerGE, still clinging on.
Arguably one of the better players on SynerGE so far in terms of performance. Goes over the top side, but it will be Vex who will just completely finish him off with the AKM. I think it hits like a truck.
Yeah,
Strider definitely felt it.
M249 as well to back it up. Huge amounts of damage coming on through. Fnatic engaged in a fight now on the northern side with INS. They have spotted each other out. Oace gets confirmed, and now we're down to 1. It is just Scout. It's flipped on its head. What's he going to be able to do when he is without his team?
See if he can make it happen. He immediately Scarpers goes over to the eastern side of the map, see if he can insert himself this side in the US.
They've already got 4 kills, so they're not doing too bad.
This is really now just up to Scout to try and ladder up, just like Joker did in the last game, up to 4th place by himself. But it's Nepali HO NI still playing soft edge, and they are now taking shots. You can only imagine on the Scout.
Oh, he's going to have to swerve out wide, but he goes down. Fnatic eliminated. Down at 14th, 5 points total. Not the best of situations. But Mayhem go down in 13th as well as Godlike dispense with them on the southeastern side of that circle. Everybody now struggling to find their place. Entity playing the western side still against the Brawlers. Central being vied for right now by Orban. Rip Official with Regaltos bunkering down, the last player for Soul. Wait, Mortal, he's still alive.
Mortal somewhere. Not sure where, can't quite see him on the screen. But it's ETG.Brawlers, Elementrix. Elementrix obviously made their way down from North George. Nice little standard rotation over the side of Ruins. And now they're in position.
The Brawlers need to think about pushing past Entity, but they've got the wildcard of Elementrix to their northern side who know exactly what's going on, it seems. They're spotting it on out as they go forward. Dark. Wheel out on the buggy, not going to phase him. Even going over bumpy terrain, he's going to get that vantage point. Goes for a drift, goes into the tree. is going to try and hold down, but no, he spotted just an edge there for Neo, but he's not in the zone. Going to really struggle. There is a sliver, is a pixel. Is he going to be able to hit it? Neo finds a little bit more.
God.
Dark needs to get this heal off to stay alive, but Neo gets knocked. Iconic backing up his teammate beautifully. And now the ETG.Brawlers trying to push on through. 2 players standing for Entity Gaming.
Neo so far away from his team, forces the rest of Entity to move on the way up this hill, but remember, Elementrix just off the northern side with all 4 players remaining. They can come in and clean this one up. They do actually move in. This is so exposed, but if anyone's got the balls to do it, it's definitely Jonathan.
Certainly had an impact last time around. Taking out 2 players from Fnatic in a 2v1. This time he's going to be setting his sights on the ETG.Brawlers, but instead they might need to make that rotation. The next circle has come in. And they might just want to take a more central spot at the moment. Rip Official holding down a really nice spot as Regaltos still just right in the middle of it. I cannot spot Mortal. I think he's still alive. I'm pretty sure he is, but it might just be a bug on the map screen. No, Solar down to 1. Yeah, it is a bug on the map screen. That's why I was looking for him.
ETG trying to make a rotation through, but this is a team I was talking about before. It's Elementrix.
Oh, no.
They all split up. Really smart play from ETG.Brawlers. They leave 2 behind and let the 2 go in front. This splits the attention of Elementrix and allows at least 2 to make their way into the circle. Well played.
Eliminated on the northern side by ZeroDegree. Of course, we just said how consistent ZeroDegree are. They've already racked up 6 kills, all 4 alive, and they have a northwestern compound.
They've been so close to that chicken dinner, so close that they can touch the plate, but they just haven't quite got the knife and fork out as of yet. But they're certainly bringing the kills through. God on top of the hill. He's got the God sight. Well, he's definitely up there.
ZeroDegree have to hold off against Elementrix now. They didn't spot that one. He's just going to be able to get all the info there. He's on the sideline. As Entity now trying to hold off against the encroaching flow of ETG.Brawlers. And Elementrix actually taking it to ZeroDegree as well. Entity hold control of the south side as the north battle rages on it to boot. ZeroDegree trying to find it out, and Entity trying to play spoiler. It's going to be pretty difficult as Mr. Hyozu tries to roll on up, one of the 2 standing players. Mr. Poo Man as well, going through. Hyozu goes down, and I don't think they're going to be going any further. Elementrix not able to make the push up the hill. Unfortunately, ZeroDegree able to hold on. Only one of them down as well. They'll be able to res, and they're in the next zone. The Brawlers down to 1 as well. They're not going to be happy with that.
Not at all. IND, they're on the southern side. They're battling out versus Entity Gaming. They had a quick little encounter with them earlier, but now this is a full-blown meetup. Entity just going to try and leave this one out. It's Iconic as well, who's over there. Aman currently down.
Oh, if he takes a couple shots, he might just find a sliver, but Iconic able to shimmy back behind the tree. Regaltos still alive in the center for Soul, pushing as far as he can. Exactly what he needs to get done. Iconic trapped out in the blue. Jonathan has his number, and when Jonathan knows where you are, well, Jonathan's going to get a lot done, but the rest of Entity, not so lucky. And actually, it's Sangwon playing spoiler for his teammate, and Jonathan goes low as well. I don't think Iconic might be able to get in, but Sangwon very low, have to hit the deck. Might have been spotted out as Iconic crawls on in, crawls on through, and might have just made it safe for now. Looks to go for the heal. And might stay alive, but Jonathan, last standing for Entity as Aman is on the floor. Iconic falls.
Aman so close to exsanguination here, about to fall, crawling as best as he can back to his teammate. Jonathan, he wants the support, but he's taking bullets from yonder.
Iconic goes down and the Brawlers are eliminated.
Will he catch him?
They're on out.
He's just going to take the
Trying
loot.
to go for the res, but no. Jonathan now last standing for Entity. Hunkers down behind the tree, but he's only got 3 bandages and a little bit of booster left on the bar. Next circle coming in favors Rip Official. As Orb need to make the push all the way across, but they've got Godlike to the south. They've got Nepali HO NI players up to the north, and they've got a way to go.
ZeroDegree currently on 10 kills right now. They move down from the northern side, which they completely control. They have vehicles to set up Defilates too, and they're going to just hit the roadside. They're already taking shots onto Rip Official. Orb Mad Dog, though.
Oh dear, ZeroDegree. They take a knock. They're on 10 kills already. Consistency, yet again. They're pushing on through. Soul holding it down still. Regaltos, the central wild card, might be able to meet his match, but Orb are no longer going to push on in. Godlike might try and crash the compound instead. We'll see if he's able to hold it down. It's 1 versus 2. It's going to go for the knock. Looks for another as well. Needs to go for the challenge. Regaltos holds it down and Soul stay up. Oh, they're still in it. He's doing so much work.
Regaltos, this man is on fire right now. Regal in his name, and he is the king of this shack so far. No one can touch him.
Still going strong as well. 11 kills on the northern side. 4 teams.
Official down in the valley, feeling pretty good about themselves. They're not too bad at all. Megastars, a couple of players on board, 3 to be precise. It's Rip Official with the 4 members, ZeroDegree with the 3. Regaltos, all on his lonesome.
He's got plenty of armor though, plenty of players down around him. So he's going to be able to get plenty of heals on. The Megastars though, I think they know where he is. The nades might spell doom. Regaltos needs a miracle to exit this one. He needs to hope that ZeroDegree spot out the Megastars and draw the fire. That might be what he is, but where's the next circle going? Roll the dice, nobody knows what's he got in store for us. PUBG gods be kind as the blue zone encroaches.
Already though, he's laddered up into 4th place. An incredible showing from this boy. He will have to now move into the circle, but only a little bit to go. ZeroDegree, they have to move eastwards towards Megastars. Rip Official, they're forced to move from their compound. Rip Official so far have been doing pretty well to get towards the end of these circles, but it tends to be very passive play coming out from them, staying in these compounds for far too long, allowing teams to get the better of them.
Oh, ZeroDegree take a knock from Rip Official down from the south. They're trying to challenge out on 2 fronts at the moment. Rip take the initiative and move towards the zone first. Plenty of healing, remember, on board for Regaltos. He might just opt to go for the heal off in the end of it, but no, he drops the smoke. Might be looking to go further. ZeroDegree taking heavy punishment down to 2 players standing. They'll be able to get the res, but they are not in the best of spots. They have to move. They have to go. Legend takes the central position for Rip Official. That's going to give them the opening in the zone blank.
Megastar's got a completely good spot going for themselves. They can just hold on pretty in this tree line. It's a seriously open path that everyone has to run towards. And really, Megastars, they have the pick of the crop here. They're in a great position to win this game. ZeroDegree, they are the ones to play spoiler right now.
Consistent again. Once more, Rip Official trying to make that push. Regaltos trying to hold on for dear life. He's made it this far. He's ticking away, going for the heals, it seems. Should have plenty. We'll see. Is he going to be able to get through? Look at that 9 first aids. He is boosted up as well, just a little bit. The question is, will he try and make the break for it? Will he try and make the run? He's not that far away from the zone.
In front of him.
He is not that far. And look at him. He's got to go. He's got to break for the run. Is he going to be able to get the heal? I don't think he is. Into the zone. Oh, but he gets spotted out. Unfortunately, that is as far as Soul go. But 4th place, they're going to be dead chuffed with that one. And in the meantime, though, the battle rages on. ZeroDegree down to 1 player. Blazy lying down behind the tree as Rip Official take the fight. They will be able to get a couple of knocks as well as the push is coming around.
Just Blazy now, the Viper in the grass, but it looks like Tempest has spotted him out. Out comes the spray, but he moves just out of the way just in time. Shimmies behind the bark of the tree, which takes the brunt of the damage. Megastars, though, they'll know where Rip Official currently are. Blazy just trying to stay alive as long as possible, but versus 2 teams with 3 players on Megastars, 1 down, and 4 players on Rip Official is looking dire for this boy.
Megastars might just try and look out that way. Tempest goes down and Blazy stays alive. How long will this last, though? The smokes are out as Rip Official do need to move again. They need to be careful. Does Blazy have a nade? Does he have a Molotov? Can he try and play spoiler here? The Megastars pushing forwards. They have the forest line. They have the trees.
Blazy has to bet on Rip Official making a push soon.
Oh, no.
But there it is. Naruto takes down Blazy. The Molotov would have done the trick as well, but now Megastars is over there. Legend takes down Kisley. 2 players left on the side of Megastars. Rip Official still with 4. It's a 2v4 situation.
Trying to push on forwards. They're going to get for the confirmation onto Kisley. 8 kills now racked up for both of these squads. 2 alive for the Megastars. They're in the zone. They're trying to snake it on forwards. They are actually just out on the edge. I'll take that one back, but the Rip Official squad have a player in. They're now playing around this forest line. The smokes are out. Mega need to find the picks.
Hugely good smokes here, and Rip Official, they've got to walk into the firing line.
They're spraying in. Rip Official taking heavy casualties. one down. Legend very, very low. But the Megastars, both of them are there. Rip Official lose another one, but it's now down to a 1 versus 3, and he's not going to be able to do it. Rip Official tear through the competition. They make the push, they make it work, and the chicken dinner is theirs for the taking.
Rip Official currently been towards the top a lot of times, use that compound to great advantage. These players are very, very good at predicting where that next circle is, rotating it nice and early. They perform extremely well despite all odds. Blazy could have played spoiler there, really giving them the backstab, but they're able to remove him. And then the smokes are perfect to be able to cross over that open ground in front of the Megastars. By all rights, should have had that game.
I'm super happy with 0 Degrees performance as well. They've really, really stepped up, and this is consistency. That's the name of the game. Consistency over 18 games. That's what we need to see, and what a way to close out this first day. They should be absolutely proud of themselves. Doing a lot of work. There's Rip Official. Smiles across all their faces. Megastars, not quite as happy.
No, it's a tough game for them. Like I said, by all rights, that should have been theirs. Still, a very, very couple of happy chappies on that couch. A couple of smiles coming through. 0 Degree, they are deciding just how exactly they're going to get that chicken dinner, but they by no means look sad at all.
No, and they shouldn't either. Beautiful stuff coming through. They were sat at 54 points before that, so they're going to get a really solid average on board in terms of moving on up the tables. What you want to be looking at, if you're over 11 points, you're more than likely going to be, per map, if you're looking over 11 points average, then you're going to be looking likely to hit that top 5 spot and book yourself the ticket to Malaysia. The top 2, however, a lot more hotly contested. You want to be boosting up over 15, probably.
There's quite a large net, like I mentioned at the very beginning of this game. Quite a large net of players will be available to go to that Global Finals, that mega stage right at the end of the PMCO tournament. That's where you want to end up. And if 0 Degree can continue putting on performances like this, they're looking to hit into that top 5, but you know they want to stay in that top position, right at the top of the standings, because they want to get to either number 2 or number 1. Make sure they secure their spot in the Global Finals and don't have to duke it out in the prelims.
Exactly. That makes it all the more hard to get on through. It's really, really taxing to have those extra days of play. You can't dedicate them to research, to scrims, to practice. It does take its toll.
It does indeed, and the prelims are probably one of the scariest places to find yourselves in because it's filled with teams all on the precipice of heading to that hugely prestigious tournament at the Global Finals. Everyone's going to be clawing to make their way into that top 16 teams.
And not only that, they're going to be the teams who are in the top echelons of each of their respective regions. It is such a tricky field to find yourself in, but they have to make it all the way through the South Asia regionals to start. And we're going to send it over back to the desk to break down the rest of the day's action. What are we going to be looking forward to? What are we going to be looking forward to towards tomorrow? We'll have to wait and see. But Jason and the boys, you're going to have the breakdown.
Thank you very much, John. And you can hear the crowd here in the audience. We had 6 games played, served a chicken dinner to 5 different teams. But RIP officially come out finally in the last game. They qualified by 1 point, and now they shoot themselves up the leaderboards, I'm assuming quite high.
Yeah, stealing a game, I feel like, from Megastars. What should have been their game, a really good set of positioning coming from Megastars, and unfortunately for them, unable to capitalize on it. One of our casters, Imperium, said it was because of the lack of aggression and map control. I'm going to agree as well, but I'm going to say that RIP official, that low ground is so hard to fight. They had a little trench that they were buried in, and I really think that helped them secure the match.
I call that the rip dip. All right,
the rip dip.
The rip dip.
Rip dip potato chip.
Hey, there you go. They had a nice little dip over there. They were able to peek over it, take some shots. We saw them kind of just spraying there, mowing the grass, and then if they were to get tagged, they would peek back down, heal up real quick, and then pop back over that rip dip potato chip, as we are going to be naming it here on the desk.
I love it. I think it was a really great strategy. You would think that they were at a disadvantage. I don't think it was the case here. I think they were able to utilize that trench, very classic World War I style, and they were able to prevail beautifully.
Here it is. Here it is.
Yeah, there
the
you
rip
can see
dip right there. Ooh, what a nice. And here, this is what I was talking about. They just peek over. They're mowing down the grass. They're cutting it a little short, making sure that they get those snakes. And then they're even going to send Tempest out here to do the cleanup duty.
Yeah, it was actually beautiful. A thing of beauty. Stealing a match from Megastars. who had 9 kills in that last game, but RIP official coming out with 10.
If you're Megastars, I think you're happy to get a decent game under your belt considering where you were on the standings.
Yeah, it's taken them quite a while. It's taken them until the end of the day. RIP official as well, they weren't exactly sitting pretty either. And a team like Zero Degree, it finally feels like we have these 3 teams finally coming up and waking up. Now in the background as well, people cheering, you know, you want to hear it. Soul, they're cheering for that team. 4 kills on them. They played pretty decently, and I have to say, what a clutch.
4 kills on them. It was basically 4 kills on Regaltos. He was the one that held them on at the very end. He was basically the pain in the back of Godlike, almost single-handedly taking them down.
I actually thought Regaltos was able to possibly med off at the end. They had 8 first aid kits. They used one, they healed up to about 75, and then popped out, made it into the safe zone, but was immediately spotted. In my mind, I was hoping that Regaltos would use all 8 med kits, possibly outlive Zero Degree, because Zero Degree, they were also in a skirmish at the same exact time.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit antsy there. He popped the energy drink, tried to run into the circle, but then he went for the car as well. So by the time he got to the circle, it was 1 hit. I think if he went to the circle just freshly med-kitted, I think he would have been alive if he proned in time. So, but again, 2020 for hindsight.
Yeah,
you know
it's okay. It's okay. And then we see Entity Gaming. I mean, they were the top dogs coming into this game. Most likely still going to be up there. We'll have to wait till the overall comes into play. But doing some interesting things this game. I mean, we had 3 Erangel games, all right? 2 of them, they dropped Yasnaya, 1 of them, South George. Yes, I know the plane didn't favor South George, but we see squads, they like to drop early, get a vehicle, and then go to their spot that they're comfortable with. And I think Entity should continue to do that because this last game for them was extremely sloppy.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. But speaking of favored spots, Fnatic yet again dropping into military and then getting punished, losing 2 members so early, leaving only Owace and I think Clutch God at the very end. Sorry, not Clutch God. Who was the other one with
Ronak.
Ronak, there we go. I think they were the only 2 at the end. So they got eliminated so early on as well, only taking home 5 points.
Yeah, well, at least they got 5 points though. Yeah. I mean, they got a squad wipe out the mix.
The thing is, they didn't have an easy game nonetheless, because IND, if you look towards the Western Bridge, we're still guarding that one. Towards the Eastern Bridge, you had Godlike, you had ETG.Brawlers, so there was really no escaping that island very cleanly. And Godlike was actually there eventually to clean up the last players trickling through.
This is the point where if you're Fnatic, you really need to start considering dropping somewhere else because you know IND like to hold Western Bridge. You know a lot of teams like to camp Eastern Bridge. Either maybe start picking up boats earlier or go somewhere else because it looks like they're kind of getting targeted a little bit.
Well, not even targeted. It's just TrustDProcess. They like to go Nova. So, I mean, they only have a limited number of options as well if they want to take a boat or that bridge. So they're going to collide eventually. We did see that fight happen, though. Like we mentioned, they were able to clutch it out. And then after that, I believe it was Scout OP and Paratosh, the last 2 remaining members that were able to survive. They kind of utilized the same rotate that they did that previous game on Erangel. They went all the way to the north. Here's the fight, actually. And then came in through Pachinki. So Paratosh, great vantage point right there, able to get the spray down. But then almost immediately their spot is exposed. The peek up from both the members. The last 2 remaining members from TrustDProcess will be taking out Paratosh, but then here we go, always with another off angle. They were hitting them from all sides.
Yeah, they were definitely not in a good position there, and the Paratosh with that sort of middle ground, that's definitely kind of the worst place to be because there's people looking down on you and people looking up from you. He was totally trapped in that situation.
And then to kind of like finish the story on the Fnatic trend, they were in the north, all right? They were in their vehicles. They just couldn't catch a break. They ran into INS, lost Paratosh, and then next thing you know, Scout's like, this is my last game. I'm going to drive into the sunset and listen to my tunes. And they were killed in action. Unfortunate.
It's a very grim ending right there. Let's actually take a look at our top 5 players from the last match as well, because this is going to be important if they can carry momentum over into tomorrow's games. This is only a third of the way through, and you can see Naruto going to be the one leading with 5 kills.
Wow, well, Shadow Clone Jutsu all day long, 5 kills for him, 356 damage. That's pretty much a lot as some of the rest of the members actually appear here as Tempest also comes up with 828 damage, but just less kills, only has 3. I do think, though, that if you look at this lineup here, it's all teams that we haven't really seen all day long. It's Zero Degree, it's Soul, it's Megastars, it's RIP Official, finally making a little bit of an impact here in the last game.
And you know, Megastars, good for them, right? They got second place, they got a couple kills, they got a player up here on the board. coming into this game, I believe they went up about 2 ranks on the leaderboard. They were in dead last all day long. So the last 2 games, their best 2 games here today, that should put them in a spot to at least try to climb for that top 5 tomorrow. We'll have to see what the point spread is on the overall, if they even have a chance still. I still believe everybody has a chance.
Yeah.
You know,
100%.
at least coming into tomorrow.
Well, you know what? Before we fully move on from the last match today, let's actually take a look at the circles and how they progressed throughout that match. And obviously, you can see how the teams did progress around the map as well. You're going to see Fnatic, like you said, drive into the sunset there eventually.
I mean, that rotation, it's a little bit confusing for me, a little bit risky as well. It seems like they never want to cut straight through that the river, the kind of water, and just take a boat. They really insist on going all the way around, which I think is honestly hurting them more than it's helping.
All right, well, I'll let you have that one. I mean, we'll have to see, because they're obviously going to be pit in the same position again, because it doesn't normally go military base to circle. So, you know, your options are very limited with circle number 1. Here we go, the other circles, 0 degree on the edge. Once again, they're going to be camping out Megastars and INS. They are the survivors. As we see, those 2 squads were wiped out right there. Brawlers, again, getting pinched, this time by Entity. And guess what? It is Jonathan, the one person you do not want to be near today, because they're also on fire.
I just want to point out, this is the part that Regaltos just cleans up house and takes up the entirety of Godlike. Like, it was a, what, 1v4, I think, with a little help from other squads.
Little help.
Somehow managed to get it all, and those points will really help the squad going into the later stages of the tournament.
Rip official for live at the end. So important for them.
They might just do that 1-point qualification into the 5th place after this.
I'm cheering for it. I mean, especially with the Brawlers not putting on the best show today, that definitely opened up the leaderboards for these other teams that didn't have the best showings the previous 2 games.
Well, you could say Entity is doing exactly what ETG.Brawlers did in the prelims, able to take down 2 chicken dinners and really rack up the points. But I think for Rip Official, it's nice for them to end on a high note, right? They've had a rough time throughout the entirety of today, and marking the 1/3 of the way through the entirety of the finals, that's a good note. Go back to the hotel, you can relax, you can, well, not relax for too much, obviously. You need to look at the VODs, look at what went right, what went wrong. But it's a good little leeway into tomorrow.
There's nothing like a good chicken dinner at the end of the day, literally, and also in-game, to be able to sort of just reset you and get you ready for the next day. You want to go in full and ready to prepare, you know, to fight.
With the potatoes,
peas. Oh, and maybe stuffing. Oh my God.
With you and peas, that's the second time you mentioned potatoes and peas.
I like my peas. What can
All right,
I
like corn.
Okay.
Peas. Everyone likes their own little thing.
Okay.
Okay, that's blasphemy, I guess. Anyways, you know what it's time for, lads?
What's up?
Do you want to see
Standing! Sorry, I'm going to pre-up you.
Leaderboards!
Leaderboards!
All right, let's get them on the screen so you guys can see where we end out after day 1. And of course, Entity still going to be in the lead with 121 points.
Wow, look at that though. The difference between 2nd and 3rd is only 4, and right behind them it's like 9 for 4th. And in 5th and 6th, it is basically like, what, 7 points separating them?
It's late in the day, my math skills
it
have
is
gone
7.
completely out the window. All I see are numbers up there, but I can see how close those numbers truly are between all those teams. And Fnatic, give them credit, didn't have a great game, a set of games today. They're still going to be in 8th place.
That's actually
Able to hold
amazing
on.
to me, that the fact that Fnatic, despite how poor, honestly, sorry, how poor they've been performing today, they get somehow an 8th.
Yeah, and you know what? What's not a surprise to me, something similar to the plans, 0 degree in their consistency when it comes to fragging out. All they need now is a chicken dinner, and they should set themselves apart from those squads beneath them.
Yeah, and also SynerGE, they're hanging on, despite the fact that their last game wasn't that great, as well as IND and INS, they've been dropping out relatively early. Their earlier performances have been keeping them up in the top half of the bracket here.
Yeah, so tomorrow's going to be interesting. The midway mark out of our 3 days here. And Seoul, a team in 9th place, 47 points. They're going to be tied with TrustDProcess, 47 points. Megastars, 44. Orb Official, 40. Okay.
You know, it's
okay.
Megastars, it's Brawlers, Godlike, and Mayhem, who really can't seem to catch a break. They haven't had a single good game all throughout these 6 ones that we've had today. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, and I'm curious to kind of find out exactly what happened with the Brawlers today, especially after the past 2 days. I mean,
They
we
came
got
in
to
too
know.
hot, man. They came in too hot. The brightest
much
flames
swag.
burn out the quickest, is what they say. We're hoping it's not the case here today.
Well, you know what, Mustache Dave, you said you want to know what was up with the Brawlers. Luckily for us, we have them on the stage with Xerxes.
I'm right here with ETG.Brawlers. You guys came in from the plains with 4 chicken dinners at the #1 spot on the table. Now you're somewhere in the latter half. What happened?
Actually, the other teams, they checked the gameplay in the semis, and now everybody's playing center now. Previously, nobody played center. Now, 80% team are playing center. So we're not able to rotate properly. So that's the only issue.
So how are you going to counter that? Are you going to start with one of the other directions? What's the plan now for tomorrow? Because technically you're still not out of the game. Like, you get a streak of chicken dinners the way you got in Plains, and damn, you are back on top. Are you going to do something different? I mean, obviously you can't tell me that, but still, like...
I will do my homework. I'll have to go and check all the games and all, so I'll do my homework.
Okay, but like, is the team morale a little down, or are you guys like, okay, no, we're going to come back stronger tomorrow? What's the scene? What's happening in the mindset of the brawlers? I mean, come on, you guys are brawlers. You're not going to back down so easy now, are you?
We are fine. It's just that few matches we made silly mistakes, and it, like, you know, yeah, we were 16th in 2 matches, back to back. So that won't happen tomorrow. I'll make sure of that. So tomorrow we'll bounce back for sure.
Okay, fingers crossed for the Brawlers, brawling their way back to the top. This is me, Xerxes. I am going to sign out from the PUBG Mobile Club Open Fall Split 2019 South Asia Regional Finals, sponsored by Vivo. But before we go, I'm going to send it back to the analyst desk. We're going to round up day 1 of the finals for you guys.
Really nice to hear from them, as you obviously just had the lovely Xerxes interviewing them. And it's a little bit of a shame for the Brawlers, but you know what? Like we've been saying, it's day 1. You can bounce back from this. We saw what they can do when they're in their prime in the prelims, and I still would not count them out.
Yeah, we saw teams making comebacks like this. I mean, Entity making those comebacks in, I think, day 2 of the play-ins. They were able to do it. Some other teams were able to as well. I wouldn't be surprised if ETG.Brawlers were able to pick up the pace tomorrow.
Yeah, and we heard him say that coming into today, they figured about 80% teams took their strategy. They're playing center. I'm a little worried because I feel like they're going to go tonight, review the VODs, come up with a new plan tomorrow, and probably play Edge to kind of counter that. But they're not the only squad that's going to be changing up their game plan either. So I think for the Brawlers, continue trying to play Edge because I think tomorrow's going to be a lot more open because a lot of teams are going to change it up just like what they have in mind.
Yeah, the thing is, if I could sum it up in one really quick image, is that picture of Sandhawk, I think earlier, one of the games we had in Sandhawk, all the teams were inside the circle and no one on the edges
in the middle, exactly.
So that is probably what's happening. And for a team that loves to play center like ETG.Brawlers, it's probably got to be hell for them right now.
Well, you know what? Let's take a look at our top 2 teams of the day before we do head off, head back to the hotel, and get ready for tomorrow's games. You can see Entity gaming in 0 degree. And look at that, only 9 kills between the 2 teams. But that damage, it's a little bit different between the 2, but it's still relatively close.
Yeah, and including the distance traveled, I wouldn't say it's very far apart. Even headshots and healing are like tit for tat, exactly the same. The only really difference that I see here is that there's like 9 points of kills that are going to Entity Gaming that are not going to 0 degree.
Yeah, 9 kill difference and a 2 chicken dinner difference. So that's why we're going to see that point spread on leaderboards. But definitely in the race for that first place spot. If we were to end it right now, though, both these teams would have had the direct invite, and the 3 teams beneath them will be playing in the prelims. But fortunate for the other squads, that's not the case. We still got 2 more days to go, baby.
That's the thing with Zero, though, 0 degree. One thing I've noticed about them is they are so emotional. They're so reliant on momentum that once they get started, you're going to see them in like 2nd place. Question is how they're going to be able to do that and keep that momentum going into tomorrow.
Well, if you're one of those people wondering how they'll do, and you're in the New Delhi area, you know what? Get your butts down here to the JHADAV Indoor Hall. It's free to come in. It's free to sit down and enjoy all the lovely action. And there's even some meet and greets going to be coming through as well if you want to meet some of the players. Maybe if you're a fan of Scout, you know what? He'll be there. Mortal, he'll be there as well. Get some signatures. Maybe get them to follow you back on Instagram as much as they have constantly been trying to do for them. I don't think it's going to happen. You're going to have to let that one go, mate.
It's going to go. Oh, one thing I do recommend, though, the fans that do come tomorrow, bring a sign with you so you can write something on it. Because once when everyone starts to cheer, I don't know who they're cheering for sometimes. So if you got a sign, I'll be able to read it. And, I'll be like,
and the players will be able to because they're in the middle, so
yeah,
they'll probably be able to see it.
Maybe draw a picture of a mustache. I'll know.
I would go up there with a sign with a mustache, but I have to be down here, unfortunately. But before we end the day, final thoughts. What was your highlight of the day for you?
Honestly, for me, it has to be Regaltos with that 1v4. That was an insane play, isolation, quick thinking, as well as patience from him. It was one of the best clutches I've seen.
Probably Shredder with the drop shot Uzi. I love the up-close personal Uzi play. And all the players self-harming themselves with mollies. I mean, we saw too much on Vikendi. Yeah. Let's correct that tomorrow.
It's not a map for Molotov.
Yeah.
Well, once again, I want to give a big shout out to Vivo for being the title sponsor of the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals. We've all had a great time. Hope you guys here in the audience and at home have as well. And make sure you join us tomorrow at the same time, 2 p.m. local, for more PUBG action.
India has a lot of variety. The color, it's about the tradition, the religion. It's just the perspective that gonna matters a lot. They are right in their own sense, might be wrong to someone, but might be right to someone. I'm just basically a typical boy trying to live up on his dreams, trying to do something on his own.
I can set an example for this. They love me playing for India. I felt really proud that I was representing India.
I'm an esports player. And every esports player has that hunger to win. For us, the main goal is to become the best, nothing else.
I think it's the right time for esports to take off in India. PUBG Mobile has now come into India and taken over. The accessibility for mobile devices is so strong and so easily available to the general public. Once PUBG came out with their mobile version, it took India by surprise.
Started my journey playing PUBG Mobile, and I would always love India to be at the top.
The do's and don'ts of PUBG or something like that, I don't know. I still don't understand what he's doing. But that was fantastic.
This short clip will help you to understand how to aim properly and control recoil.
Twitter, I ain't touring, I am anti-com message board kid did everything that I say I did. Don't believe me.
It's gonna be your main man. It's gonna be Scout, and it has to be. Drop it down off bridge. The components on this player.
I need to get that world level trophy out there. So being a new team, we got picked by one of the biggest organizations out there, that's Team Fnatic. And for us to prove ourselves, to prove our followers, to prove our fans, and to keep that name high.
Yeah, my teammates would say that I'm the mistake maker, I guess, but I'm also the playmaker. I love to walk on the tightrope.
Cold shower, that's true power. Let me catch my breath, let me snatch what's next.
Comes the push right now. He does go down just standing with the rook. And the headshot will finish him off. Soul back.
1 versus 3. 1 versus 4, actually. Oh!
Massive. Excellent play.
Goi's taking currently no damage. Amami moving forward. He does not make it.
I just wanna read to you, baby, hold it up your head, baby, yeah, baby, yeah, baby, yeah, baby.
When you practice hard, when you give your best and you lose, that's okay. And everyone can see that, especially the coach can see that these guys gave it all and lost. But if they don't give it all and they lose and they come up with some stupid excuse, I can figure it out. That is my job. Yeah, these guys, they got a very big opportunity. There are so many people who are dying for this chance.
Every third person in India plays PUBG, I'm pretty sure about that. From a kid to an adult in the office, they play PUBG for sure.
The first PMCO that happened in India, 11,000 or 12,000 teams applied for that tournament. This is the trophy that every team tries for, getting the hands on the PMCO World Championship. It's really tough to survive that competition.
Being able to be called the champion in this is kind of like the milestone.
This year's PMCO, the points has been changed. So before it was like one team keeps winning, they get a huge lead, which is unbeatable. But now you can't get the huge lead if you don't have the kills. So if a team keeps on killing a lot of people, they're gonna get a huge lead. But if just a team wins with less kills and other teams starts killing more, the win doesn't matter because you need to have the skill to kill. If you don't have the skill, you cannot kill.
Viper tries to move out. Existence will just finish that one.
So from this new rule change, 3 to 4 teams are gonna benefit. One is Orange Rock Esports because they are damn aggressive.
Right now, the best team in India is OR, being one of the highest skill set players and the amount of coordination and synergy they have among themselves.
The other one is Team X. They've got 2 or 3 of the best assaulters out there in their team.
They have one of the best players India has produced, Scout.
VCash just over the hill here, and Scout is looking for him.
Plus always.
2 plays behind the rock, 1 goes down.
Then they have Ronak.
Comes around the corner. Sees 1, takes down 1, there's just 1 left, sees him in the grass and will finish it!
Apart from that, there's another team which is Team 8-Bit because they go for kills.
14 kills for Team 8-Bit.
Mega.
Here comes the massive push. There's absolutely no way he's getting away with that one.
MX.
Really bringing the swagger at the end of the game.
Entity.
These shots coming through from Entity. That will be the whole team wipe.
These are the really big and good teams this year. They're like way too good at the game.
I'm Team Soul all the way. They're my guys. My money's on them. Let's see how they do.
Team Soul, 2 new players added into the team. Definitely they have Mortal, one of the most fan favorite guy.
Guess.
Oh, Mortal just standing his ground right now.
And he got his back by Viper.
Viper gets the knock and it's going to be Carnage who's having Carnage spread around. It's going to be open.
So we are going to work on being a much more aggressive team. We are still working on that actually.
After that also we were having pressure to win, but like the fan expectations, the family expectations, that like they wanted us to represent India at that level. We reached that level, but now the pressure is to win it. My dad's name is JHADAV. My dad never knew about PUBG. He had no idea what kind of a game it is, but every tournament I'm playing, every game I'm playing, he's watching me. That makes me really happy that even though I didn't say him anything, I didn't teach him anything about the game, he knows so much about the games. He was born in Uttar Pradesh. Just after 1 year of getting married, he came to Surat to have something on his own. My father is a local packing material manufacturer and he's been doing this work for the past 20 years.
खाई 1 मिनट बैठ जाओ अंदर पहले.
पानी ले.
एक्चुअली मशीन तो सब इंडिया ही की बनी हुई है और इसको ग्लोटिंग मशीन भी बोलते हैं. और इसके अंदर एक बार में कम से कम 100 से 125 किलो मटेरियल वन टाइम में चला जाता है. अरे बापू को माल नहीं ले गए. अमेरिका से, यूरोपियन कंट्री से ही ये रॉ मटेरियल आता है और इसको फिर चारों तरफ से कट करना पड़ता है. आधा इंची, पौन इंची, जैसा वेस्टेज निकाल लो उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है. उसकी साइजें बनाते हैं, उसको बिछाते हैं, माल में सल होता है वो निकालना पड़ता है.
I used to hate to go to that place. I used to hate to go to the place whenever my mom used to say, you are free at home, just go visit your dad, help him in his work. I was like, okay, I'll just go to my friend's house.
वो अपनी दुनिया में बिजी था.
दुनिया इनकी पबजी थी.
खेलता जरूर था लेकिन दिमाग में ये रहता था इससे अपना कुछ मिलना तो है नहीं.
ऐसा कुछ माइंड में था ही नहीं कि हमको इसमें कुछ इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाएगा.
इसलिए उसको ऐसा लगता था काम तो करना ही.
काम करना ही करो. एक्चुअल में क्या है कि काफ़ी टाइम तक तो ये इतना बीमारी की वजह से ही हम मतलब उसको शुरू के काफ़ी टाइम तक तो बीमारी की वजह से इसके लिए परेशान रहते.
मेन क्या है जो इसके प्रॉब्लम थी ना वो डॉक्टर पता नहीं कर पाए
और उसको 2.5 साल तक कंटिन्यू हमने यूपी का कोई डॉक्टर नहीं छोड़ा था. मेरे एक फ्रेंड ने मेरे को जो चाइल्ड स्पेशलिस्ट के अंदर जो एशिया के टॉपर में से गोपाल के लिए हमने, मेरे को याद है कि हम लोग 10 से 15 दिन रहे थे दिल्ली के अंदर. और दिल्ली हमारे लिए अलग शहर था तो हमको वहाँ पे बाहर गार्डन के नीचे जो है वो पेपर डाल करके सोना पड़ता था.
क्योंकि वहाँ हॉस्पिटल में केवल जो बच्चा बीमार है उसकी मम्मी ही रह सकती.
जिस समय वो दिखाया था तो उसकी हाथ जो है वो इतने से थे और उसके अंदर से जो सिरिंज में ब्लड निकलवाना था तो उसके लिए मैंने और 1.25 घंटे तक वो सिरिंज को यूँ ये हाथ को दबाते रहे तब तक वो सिरिंज में ब्लड नहीं आ पाया. ये पोजीशन थी इतनी क्रिटिकल. तो बचपन की कुछ ऐसी यादें बीमारी के अंदर ही रही बस.
When I was a kid, I used to dream like I want to play soccer for my country, like being in the Indian national team. I have a rule in my life. If you like something, just go achieve it.
उसने क्या किया, स्टेयर पे चढ़ के छत पे जाके वहां से नीचे जंप करके भाग गया था. तो वो किसके लिए गया था, उसको फुटबॉल प्रैक्टिस करना था इवनिंग में और उसको मैं जाने नहीं दे रही थी. तो मैं सोई थी तो मुझे बिना बोले वो छुप के ऊपर से कूद के चला गया था. फिर तो मैं इतनी परेशान हो गई, मैंने उसके फादर को फ़ोन किया है, तन्मय कहाँ चला गया. फिर मैं दरवाज़ा खोल कर जाके वॉचमैन को पूछा, यहाँ मेरा बेटा गया क्या. तो वो बोला हाँ वो तो गया अभी. फिर मैं बोली कैसे गया, फिर वो इतना टफ है, टेरेस से नीचे कूदना आसान नहीं है. उसके फादर एक्चुअली उसके पापा उसको बहुत प्यार करते हैं तो वो तो उसको एक्सेप्ट करते हैं बट कभी कभी बोलते क्या कर रहा, अभी उसको बिजनेस में आना चाहिए.
I have a thing in me, like I don't like anything, spoon fed to me. I like to make my own stuff. So later, no one can tell me like, okay, dude, you did it on because your dad gave it to you. No, I did it on my own.
मेरे फ्रेंड्स में क्या बोले सब कि इंडिया में फुटबॉल का इतना प्रायोरिटी नहीं है, क्या वो फुटबॉल खेल क्या क्रिकेट खेलता तो ये होता.
Among all the sports, football was my heart though. Basically, football was my life completely at that moment. I played professionally. I went to national level. I was in Kolkata for a professional Division 1 team tryouts. It's just one-time chance, man. You need to prove there.
वो इतना अच्छा खेलता था तो मैं उसकी कोच को पूछती थी, बोलते नहीं उस फुटबॉल में भी वो कैरियर बहुत अच्छा. तो उसका जर्मन तो पहले सपना था फुटबॉल प्लेयर. तो और उसको जाना था बर्लिन, तो मैं बहुत खुश थी उसके लिए। जब नहीं जा पाया तो मुझे बहुत दुखी हुई और कुछ नहीं।
So during the tryouts, I tore my hamstring. The second I knew that my hamstring is gone, the first thought in my head came was that, okay, what's the next time I'm going to start walking, or when is the next time I'm going to start playing? The doctor says me, dude, you need to stay in the bed for at least 6 months. And then I was like, okay, my dream's dead here.
स्कूल में ना, सिमी के स्कूल में ना।
हाँ। Today is a Shraddh day, so जो भी मेरे पूर्वज लोग चले गए हैं, अब इस संसार में नहीं है, तो उनको जो जो चीज़ें पसंद थी, तो मैंने आज वो नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी वो हमारे हाथ का खाएंगे तो उनको अच्छा लगेगा।
My dad had passed away when I was just 4 years old. So a single parent raising up 2 boys in Mumbai is not actually easy. I believe that because sitting here, I know the amount of hardship she had to go through to raise us up.
My husband loves lady's finger. He loves this cauliflower. I mean, आज हम और नमन, हम लोग जो भी हैं, आज उन लोगों के आशीर्वाद से हैं। आज वो लोग कोई भी नहीं है, लेकिन उनकी यादें और उनकी रिमेम्बरेंस हमारे माइंड में है, और उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स हम लोग के ऊपर है।
We were short on finances. The major source of income at our home was my mom cooking food for probably bachelors and people, around. That's the only way my mom used to pay the bills, pay my education fee and everything. Yeah, that's how we survived. It actually cannot be expressed in words. That's all I can say. I mean, words cannot describe how I feel about my mom.
All going towards the center. सब लोग ऊपर जा रहे हैं.
My mom was very nervous when I first started this thing. There was a time when I was playing, she used to, shout at me, and she used to yell at me and say, go back and study, or, go back and sleep. But then now things are different. Now she's like, why are you wasting time sleeping? You should get back on streaming.
With how many kills? I'm mortal more.
Life goes on and you need to move on. And no matter how bad the scenario is, you need to go ahead in life too. I didn't have to find my new dream because I already had a passion of gaming. But it was me thinking that this passion can be a career. So I took my passion to a career. Now I am here with PUBG Mobile.
और इंडिया में कैसे है, हमारे पेरेंट्स एक्चुअली उनकी थिंकिंग कैसी है, बच्चे के रियली कुछ इंजीनियर, डॉक्टर, ये कुछ बनना चाहिए। बिफोर 10 years एक्चुअली ई स्पोर्ट्स क्या है किसी को पता ही नहीं था रियली। तो उसके फादर बोलते तुम क्या कर रहे हो, काम पे ध्यान नहीं तुम्हारा, मेरा बच्चा का ये मैच चल रहा है तो मैं मैच देख रहा हूँ। तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है, स्पेशली तन्मय को देखना मुझे बहुत, मतलब स्काउट को देखना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
हमको तो इसी चीज का बस ये है कि बचपन में इतना वो होने के बावजूद भी आज ये इस लेवल पे इसने मुकाम हासिल किया।
When I got the offer to become a pro player from Orange Rock, took some advice from our friends, from our family, and they were like quite supportive in this thing. So they just said, it's about your dream. You always wanted to live this dream, so you're getting the opportunity. Don't miss it.
अभी बच्चों को अगर गेमिंग हो, आजकल हर इंसान को कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही पड़ता है लाइफ में, वो अगर इस माध्यम से आगे निकल गया तो हम लोगों को बहुत गर्व की बात। हम तो देखा को शाम को इनको चिकन का डिनर देंगे। हमको रियली नहीं मालूम चिकन डिनर होता है क्या।
Hello, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split.
The process to qualify for a finals is so grueling. When we formed Orange Rock, the guys never played together, so we set up a boot camp in Hyderabad for them to learn to be a team.
We formed Orange Rock to win all the big events. The players on this team should be aiming for the best in the world.
The great as well. They know exactly where Retribution are.
Almost there. Cover देना मेरे को cover देना मैं knock नहीं होना चाहिए गाड़ी से उतर दूँगा.
Luckily, Orange Rock still have a really good position on this top side. What an extra Molotov. Makes all the rats scurry around. MJ goes down. 22 kills going over to Orange Rock. A huge pickup for them.
I did not know I would come back, but then there were, many factors. For example, there were so many teams in India now who have become very good at it. So it's gonna be good challenging them now.
Mortal looking to try and shimmy his way in as well as the circle down on its soul versus Orange Rock. They know exactly where he is. He knows exactly where they are though. He goes out wide.
Nice shot! The back is against three. Here comes the push right now. He does go down just standing in the rock. And the headshot will finish him off.
We are adjusting and learning on to taking more kills and being more aggressive so that, by the time we get that chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get around 10 to 15 kills.
Everybody said it's what they want. Got my feelings all in a knot. Don't you worry, dust the table off. Put the record on. You can come along with me.
Being a competitive player, if you're not confident, you can't survive the scene. We're not scared of anyone. If you're gonna be scared of anyone, you have to be scared of everyone.
Having a big name behind us, that's Team Fnatic. We are not nervous about anything. We are really happy that we have a really good competition out there.
It's a nice sports car though, love it.
This is a beautiful car. The question is, can the play be beautiful as well?
So my team right now, we are 5 members, and I know these guys have the talent. They have the caliber to win the tournament. They have the skills.
Ronak so low.
Too strong.
Even so, Scout's having none of it. He wants to get the full team wipe.
Coming to a close, Team Xbox now, the arbiters of death.
If we get to hold the trophy at an international level, that would actually feel amazing.
I'm enjoying the moment, and I don't want to wake up from this dream.
So it's been a very big roller coaster for me, and it's still going on. I'm a professional PUBG Mobile esports player.